we are back on day, what day? Is it day 9? We are back, day 9 of streaming. Hello, hello. Thanks everyone for being here, and for those of you who will join later or watch later on the VODs, I appreciate all ways to enjoy my content. Yeah, so I said we're on day 9, so I'm still coming down from the high of kind of celebrating internally, surviving 1 week of streaming, and now we are on week 2. And so far, I think the energy's there, the passion's there, everything's there for me to keep doing this. And I do appreciate, I think yesterday in particular, there were some comments in the chat that was very, very encouraging. So I do hope that we are doing something that is novel in terms of what happens on these streams. I do hope you guys find value in it, and hopefully also you guys are seeing that there's progress being made. So as a quick reminder, I am a travel photographer and videographer, and I started doing this full-time about 1.5 years ago. This is not something I went to school for, so I should put this caveat, not that I should all the time, but I do want to always express when possible that you are not going to hear anything from me that's coming from some quote-unquote expert or someone who went to school or studied for years, like in a formal manner. This is all very much something that I picked up as a hobby that turned into a passion, and then I just dedicated a lot of time and money into making it my own. So that's what you're going to be seeing throughout the stream. And right now, the kind of the theme of the stream, at least for the next week, there should be a little, you know what? Let me make sure I accidentally turned off some of these things here. These overlays. There we go. Okay, now we're a bit more professional. Yeah, so if you look at the overlays that might be popping up on your screen now, I did put a little countdown in the top left, and that is our countdown, but it's really my countdown to keep me accountable. I had set a goal about a week ago, on day 1 of the streaming, that I wanted to work in the next 2 weeks to finish my first video on Mongolia. That was a trip I took in February 2024. Now, bear in mind, I say February 2024 because after that trip, we do have, I think, anywhere from 10 to 12 other international travels that I need to make videos on. So there will be no end to the content, I promise you that. But yes, 2 weeks to finish our next video that we can publish on YouTube. Now, how confident do I feel that we're going to reach that goal? Not very. Slim-ish, but not in a bad way. It was just that, some parts of what we worked on took a little bit longer than expected. And that's also to be expected because most of the focus has been on the trailer. And I really do love the trailer. With that in mind, I think let's go ahead and show you guys what we had accomplished so far. And it is a piece of work that I'm very proud of. It took, as you can tell, it took 8 days, right? So this is what we finished in 8 days of streaming. And yeah, I think it's gonna stand on its own. And those of you who have tuned into the stream, those of you who are watching now, this is something that I will be publishing in a longer form as part of my vlog, but you guys will be some of the first to ever see this. So anyways, and it also, by the way, may not be in its final form because I do need to add a bit of sound effects still, and we're probably going to tweak a few clips here and there just to make it pop even more. But let me go ahead and show you guys what we had created together. Let me also try my best to be a streamer and show you guys my screen. All right, here we go. Alright, okay, so that was the trailer. I did have some placeholder title at the end, so I don't actually think that will be the title of the video. But, and there's a few moments that I catch as I watch it and rewatch it that I might tweak later on. But as of now, that was something that it was a labor of love, and those of you who have watched from the beginning or has tuned in at different times of my stream, you'll notice that, you know, even just a day ago or even 2 days ago, the trailer was not even halfway constructed. There are so many pieces that we ended up changing. So it is a continual process with many iterations involved. But I think that's hopefully the enjoyment that those of you who tune in will have, to see that this is not an easy decision to make these types of videos. At least for me, this is all coming from my perspective, me as a young YouTube journey creator, you know, like it's only been a year for me on YouTube. You'll at least be able to see that how I make these videos, it's not always straightforward. It's a lot of kind of trying to stumble through to see what's maybe the best ideas, and try to also get help from other people or feel inspired by different things. So with that said, before we go further into the Mongolia video, I do want to start off by doing something like as a warm-up, but also it's good for my own my channel. So I want to work on a short, like a TikTok, Instagram reel type. Let's work on a short form content. And so I'm going to open up my DaVinci Resolve now, and we're going to look for just 1 or 2 clips, probably just one, because I do want to get back to the meat of everything. We're going to work on one clip that we can hopefully quickly edit, and then we can post. And you guys, if you are following me on YouTube, or I need to remember to post on TikTok, if you follow me on those channels, you will see that I post it. Now, you're hearing maybe some background noise. That is one of my cats over here, and Kimbap. Don't drink that, that's my coffee. This little bugger is Kimbap. He's a good boy, usually. Let me just turn my coffee away so you can't drink it. Kimbap over here is, I think, about he's like 3 years old. I'm not good at keeping count, but no matter. Kimbap will make a presence every once in a while. He likes to chill next to me on his little cat bed here. And so does Nala, but she, in due time, will make her appearance. She is very much the diva, and yeah, nobody can tell her what to do. Oh, the feeder just went off, so off went Kimbap. But yeah, I've got a little cat camera, and they are also, Nala and Kimbap, they are the stars of the show. So anytime they demand presence or wanting to be on camera, who am I but their loyal servants and chef? So I will oblige. With that, let us jump over to the editing mode. Now, last time we were working, obviously I'm trying to keep this in the theme of Mongolia. So there will be some moments where maybe we will jump away from Mongolia just to kind of spice things up a bit, and maybe we'll get so tired of looking at the same, you know, landscape or the same types of footages. So do not worry. We've got, and I'm not kidding when I say this, we've got over 100 terabytes of footages from all around the world across, 12 different destinations or countries I was traveling to. So we have no end to the types of content that we can work on. However, I do want to try to be consistent and productive in the sense of, since I'm going to be publishing videos about Mongolia very soon on YouTube and also Instagram and TikTok, I figure most of the content that we work on should be also Mongolia, so then they will all feed into each other in terms of promoting each other and just being a better businessman. So that is something I've not always been good at. So this is one that we had created a few days ago. Very simple. I say simple, but it was meant to be nothing crazy. Now, let me also take this moment to remind everyone, the strategy that I'm trying to employ when it comes to these daily edits for YouTube Shorts is I'm trying not to work on what you might see on Instagram. So if you go to my Instagram at YoBellPrize, you'll see that, well, I'm very proud of the reels that I create, and oftentimes they are reels that I've put a decent amount of effort into. And it's an amount of effort that I might not necessarily always achieve, because it's a level of perfectionism that I put into it, which is unhealthy and also takes up a lot of time. So the goal is that I can work on these kind of YouTube Shorts where it can take me hopefully like 1 hour, 2 hours maximum. I mean, even 2 hours sounds ridiculous. So let's say, like, hopefully I can spend 1 hour working on these types of shorts that can be published very quickly the same day on YouTube. So yeah. So this is what we worked on. Very, yeah, fairly simple, right? It was like 9 seconds, nothing fancy, just taking a couple clips. And that was it. That's the aim. That's what we're going to look to do. Another reason why I probably won't be, at least on stream, I won't finalize or fully work on the Instagram Reels. I like to use trending songs and, like, you know, viral songs or things that are, you know, whatever speaks to me. And oftentimes I can find those better on like Instagram and TikTok, where oftentimes they are copyright music. So I've been dinged already in the first like 3 streams because of the music that I was playing, so I am trying to avoid that. So the kind of music that I'm using will be more of like these copyright free music that I have access to through my music platform. So I use Lens Distortions, artlist.io, and Epidemic Sounds. At any point in this, as you listen to the music and if I point out the soundtrack, if you would like to support me, I do have you know, affiliate link to Epidemic Sounds and artlist.io, where I believe you get like the first week or first month or something to that effect free. I should be better at knowing these things, but yeah, feel free to support me any way you can. I will always appreciate it. Lens Distortions, I would love to have some kind of sponsorship with them maybe in the future, but they do not have that kind of program yet, and I haven't proven myself yet to the point where they would even deign to listen to me or partner with me. But we're getting there, all right? The trailer that I just showed, that one I believe came from Epidemic Sounds. You know what? Let's hold that thought because I don't want to be incorrect, but I believe it came from one of the other 2 platforms, and we'll get to it very shortly. So now let's get back to what we want to do first, which is let's do a little warm-up. Let's see if there's a nice little clip that we can turn into our next YouTube short. Nothing fancy, as we said. Now, I tend to love sharing more like wildlife related footages or animal related footages, mostly because I find it interesting, but it also lines up with what do most people, you know, in the world find interesting, like in terms of YouTube audience and Instagram, TikTok. You know, if I post some of the other shots that I also really like sharing, which is maybe around local, like cultural shots from when I'm traveling, it just doesn't hit as hard, unfortunately. And so as a small channel, I do want to make sure I'm trying to post things that I enjoy, but also from a strategic angle makes the most sense in terms of returns. So I figure if I have to prioritize, let's keep focusing on clips that are a little bit more like animal focused. Okay, now if I can find a nice mixture, so like there are some shots here I can see where it's got all 3, or it's got both the cultural, it's got somebody here like the eagle hunter, but we also get the animal features like the horse and the partial wildlife. Then that's a win-win. So we might look at some of those clips real quick. Let me also mention this is DaVinci Resolve. That is the tool of choice for me when it comes to video editing. There is also, of course, Adobe Premiere Pro and Final Cut Pro that people use. No knock on any of them. But yeah, I got into DaVinci as I was shooting with my Nikon cameras, and there's a certain format that I shoot in with Nikon that gives me the very, very high resolution, nice color, you know, profile. And as of now, DaVinci is the only one that can read it, and they're very good for color correcting. So here we are. All right, so let's look at some potential clip that we can use. Now on my YouTube, I had posted the horse in the snow recently, so I'm trying to think, is there kind of different shot that we can work with just to, you know, just keep things a little bit different. So the one that I'm looking at now is just a casual shot. More the focus is on the horse, but you can obviously see the rider behind. It's going to be a little bit of a tiny screen here, so let me help the view by shrinking this bad boy. There we go. Alright, so now you should be able to see. Let me close some windows here. You should be able to see this. This is the footage we're working with, and my hope for this stream is that I will also use this as teaching or like lessons, or at least, at the very least, you will always hear me sharing my thoughts, my inner thoughts, everything, unscripted, unfiltered, whatever I say. So hopefully I will not say anything inappropriate or untowards, but the positive is you will hear my thought process on how do I create what I create, what makes me make the decisions that I do, like especially from a creative angle. And there is no right or wrong answer. This is just kind of the way I create my footages. So the first thing I'll point out is that in this shot, you'll notice it's fairly drab. It's fairly kind of grayed out and flat in terms of the colors. I have stated this, and I'll continue stating this, but yeah, this is not to worry about. This is just how your footage looks in the beginning because of the way I shot the footage. All the data is still there. It just requires you to use a software platform like DaVinci to be able to convert it into a readable format that retains all that data. Hopefully that made sense, but let me just show you. It's much easier. So I have this little power grade that I created a while back where essentially it gives me this workflow so that I don't have to, put all the edits in a single layer. I've created layers based on potential types of edits that I might do. So like changing the temperature or the exposure or the curve or the contrast of the image, or if I want to increase saturation or desaturate the image, all of that. The main thing I'll point the attention to is the very first one, which is the one that says DWG. So this is the one where I'm essentially converting my Nikon format that I shot in, which is not really readable, but DaVinci will read it, and I've requested it to convert it into a readable format within DaVinci and beyond. So just by doing that, you can see that all the color has shown up in the image. So let's say if I hide this, this is the before, this is the after. So now color is here. It's not always a perfect, once I hit that one button, everything is done. I still need to spend some time to edit slightly. It's usually only around like the exposure levels that I might change 9 out of 10 times. I don't go crazy with the edits usually. Part of it's because I'm still a new video editor. I'm only a year and a half into doing DaVinci video edits. So I probably, there's a lot more I can learn to continue adjusting, how I edit. But the other reason is because the types of footages that I capture, it tends to be, like wildlife or nature, stuff where you probably don't want to go over the top with how you change up the colors. You want to keep it as realistic or natural as possible to replicate or simulate the animal that I'm shooting. So if I'm shooting a wild lion, maybe it's best to keep real colors, right? Instead of changing the grass to some fancy whatever or the sky. You just want to keep it feeling like National Geographic and in its element. So I do apply that to most of my editing. With that said, you will see as we jump into the Mongolia vlog later on that we did make a conscious decision to apply what is called a LUT, lookup table, which is essentially a way to filter your image based on a preset conditions of colors and adjustments. And we did apply this kind of a LUT across all of that trailer, where it does take away from the realism because it's like more of a monochrome tone where everything was a little bit more dark and desaturated, and you saw it in the trailer. I'll show it again. So that's an example where it's less realistic in the color grading, but it's more artistic. And I do want to learn more and more about how do I create my own LUTs, or how do I feel more comfortable playing with those colors in that kind of a way. Anyways, that's enough of me speaking about random stuff. Let's just look at this footage here. So the only thing I did was I just kind of dropped the curve slightly, which just reduces some of the brightness in parts of the image. So I just kind of dropped it somewhere towards the lower half of this line. I mentioned before, some people, they prefer what's called an S curve, where you essentially create the shape of an S in this line, the straight line that existed before. So with this straight line, someone will create a dot at the top, someone will create a dot at the bottom, and what you do is you just kind of reduce the darks a bit, and then you increase the lights a little bit. Most people kind of talk about that because it helps bring out poppy colors, and it also helps with the lighting to make it feel more contrasty. So as you can see here, it's more brightly lit, but then also the darks feel more dark. So it's just a nice, rich, it's a rich texture. All right, excuse me. I'm like losing my voice a bit. I woke up with a little bit of a strep throat type condition, so I'm hoping I'm not gonna start getting sick out of nowhere, but we'll see how long my voice lasts. Oh, and then someone mentioned to me, well, it's something I've been aware of, but I do need to find some free time at some point to fix what I believe is a slight bit of a metallic or tinniness to my voice. I believe it has something to do with whatever settings I have currently with my setup. But do not fret, this is something that I will fix, hopefully in the next few days. I have a wonderful individual, Maple Glades, who has been in the chat a number of times, who has his own like photography community, I think mostly from Twitch, and he's been very, very helpful and told me we can take care of it off stream. But yeah, he will help me out. Thank you very much. Okay, so yeah, so this is normally how some people will edit. I've as of now, I tend to just kind of prefer starting with only on the lower half of the curve, just reducing the dark a bit, or making the darks a bit more dark, and then leaving the light somewhat as is. And then we'll just look at the clip and see. All right, so is there any kind of an interesting story here? I'm not sure. Like it's just a cool posing. It's nice to see this this horse just chilling. You know, when it does that little head shake, it's nice. But yeah, like, does it stand on its own without adding any other overlays, like some kind of text or something saying like, you know, welcome to Mongolia or whatever? I guess I could quickly add some text like that. Let me see. And I could also slow motion it, but we might want to also be able to hear the sound of the eagle. There were 2 eagles here, so you're hearing both of them chiming in at slightly separate times here. All right, so this kind of a shot, I'm not sure. Like I said, I'm trying to be less picky when it comes to YouTube Shorts, so I mean, this won't be my best work because there's not much like action going on. It's just a casual moment with the horse, but the colors look nice. It could be worth working on, but like I said, really everything is kind of there already. The only thing I might add is like a little bit of a text overlay, maybe, just to make it slightly more interesting. I don't know what the text would say. Maybe it's just like, yeah, like I said, it could just be like, welcome to India, or not India, welcome to Mongolia. Let's see if I have some other cool shots though. Okay, so it could be something like this, the subsequent shot. So let's just drag that over. All right, so we're gonna do the same thing here. I'm just gonna rotate the image because this was originally in vertical mode, and we will zoom out to fit the whole shot. And then here, because it's really just 2 shots that I took simultaneously, or, you know, one after the other, so I can just copy and paste all of the editing we did for the first clip and drag it into the next clip. So that saves us time, and then we can just quickly see maybe this footage might have something that we want to maybe combine with the first clip. So maybe we take a bit of where it shakes its head and then show this next section here. Another thing I'm going to do is I'm going to drag over both clips, and I shot both of these originally at 60 frames per second, which means right now we're using a 24 frames per second timeline. So based on the math, I can reduce the speed to 40%, which will stretch my footage from 60 frames per second. It'll stretch it so that there's only the first 24 frames will be used in the first second, and then it'll drag out the other frames from that original 60 in that first second into the next seconds. So essentially, if I explained it correctly, it's how you can end up with slow motion video. So let's check out that video once I get back over to it, wherever it was. Here it was. All right, so let's see what it looks like. Well, this part we already know. It's somewhat boring except for the head shake. But let's look at that head shake again. So it was, yeah, here. So if I were to keep this footage, maybe we'll just start with the head shake. Just because it's different, it's not bad of a moment. The rest we might not need for now, and then let's just see this second clip. What part of it in slow motion do we want to keep? Because here, obviously, we're now getting some action. We get to see that eagle in the background doing eagle things. So, because of the motion, it could add more to the story. And then the question is, did I ever change the focus to go from the horse's face to the eagle? With what I know now, I would have done that, but there were some learnings that I didn't necessarily have at the time. Okay, it did focus over there. So that's good. Now the question is, did it focus in time? Because if we use a part of the clip, maybe it's where I focus on the head first, but then you'll see it transition over to the focus of the eagle. Right there, okay. Let's see if there's a really crazy moment. Ideally, I have a moment like, kind of like here, where everything is in frame. But it was a bit tough. I was shooting with the 20mm, I believe. And I was trying not to necessarily move too much. You can see a little bit of motion from me, but I was just stuck. I was like planted into the snow at a low angle. So this is kind of cool because you see everything. Even if it gets cropped, I guess it's not bad because it just shows the what's the word? Well, it just shows how large the eagle is because of the wingspan. Okay. Oh, you know what? Maybe we can tie these three images together, or like maybe we connect it with a close-up of the eagle, if I have a good shot of that. Ooh, and then we do have these nice clips that we had looked at briefly, but I wasn't focused on. Like I said, we have like a good problem, which is there's so many cool clips from these trips that sometimes it can be overwhelming to figure out which one to use. So like I said, not a bad problem. Like even this shot right here is kind of cool, just to have a nice close-up. So you know what, I'm kind of leaning towards, let's just work on one of these, because I think it'll be a little bit more spicy for the YouTube. So with that said, I believe we actually had looked at those footages already. It should be somewhere here. And I think most of those shots that we were looking at was actually originally shot in landscape mode. So the other decision we have to make is, do we keep it in landscape mode? Because like for instance, this shot here, let's see if we look at it. This shot, obviously keeping in landscape allows us to actually keep the whole eagle in frame. It's a bit more cinematic. Yeah. Whereas imagine now if we crop this into vertical mode, you don't get much of the landscape. You might not even be able to fit the entire eagle in the shot at times. So, yeah. You know what? And honestly, and this is where, hopefully by what I'm sharing, I will also share a few things. Okay, selfishly, I'm hoping I can share that some of the things that I do, it is something I'm proud of, in the sense that like it required some artistic and creative choices that were of my own, that other people can replicate, sure, but you can see something that I created that I'm proud of, that took a lot of effort, and the final results speak for itself. But then other times I'm hoping by sharing these live streams and you see me work on some of the content, you'll also see how easy some of the things that I end up producing actually are. Like in the sense of, oh, it didn't require genius to do it. Like in this sense, it just required me to have taken the original shot. So yeah, for sure, like that's unique in the sense that I was on this trip, I captured this moment, whoop-de-doo. But then when it comes to the actual technical side of like, okay, I have DaVinci, I've learned the basics, I just throw the clip into my timeline, and I've done the color correction, nothing fancy, I just made sure that the software is reading it correctly. And then by slowing down the footage, literally that was it. I didn't have to do any crazy edits, I didn't have to like, have to know much more about video editing besides just knowing how to let the software read the program and throw the clip into the timeline. And we end up with a really cool shot. So that is also the part of what I'm doing. I'm hoping I can motivate people. If you are a prospective, content creator, if you are an aspiring one, if you're any part of that journey of, or even if you're a photographer and you're interested potentially about like, well, I know the value of videography, my camera can shoot video, I understand that that's the direction that social media is going and what the audience, viewers like to see, whatever the reason is. I hope through my streams you will start to get a sense that some elements of what I do does not require crazy amounts of knowledge. And like I said, I'm someone who has been doing this for only a year and a half. I did not go to any kind of formal schooling or anything. It was just by picking up the gear and just practicing. So yes, these are, it just looks overwhelming at times when you only see the final result of, like, okay, even that trailer, right? This trailer, I'm not going to show the whole thing because we'll get to it later again. But even this trailer that we created, it took us 8 days. Now, people better than myself would have been able to do this maybe in 1 day, right? So that's where we want to get to. So there's a lot more aspiration for myself. But if you have watched the past streams, you'll also have noticed that every decision I made, some of it was a bit artistic and like subjective in terms of the choices I made, but some of it was just a little bit of technical stuff that we repeated over and over and over again. And it wasn't actually as crazy or fancy in terms of like the skills that you need to have. So yeah, all of that to say, I hope you guys find some value in these streams. And me saying that, I think this clip already can be its own short. So instead of having to overthink it, we have it lined up right here for us. So I really don't have to do anything crazy. Hey, Samuel, good to see you. Good to hear from you again. I think it's been a few days. Apologies if I missed you earlier. It's going well. Thank you. We are on day 9 of the stream. And so I've been internally celebrating, as I said, that we survived. And I'm very happy with the progress. I'm happy that it's been fun more than anything. So the only drawback right now is that I'm kind of losing my voice a bit, I feel. Or I woke up with a little bit like a sore throat. So I did hang out with some friends after yesterday's stream, so maybe I might have caught something from them, but that is my luck. So, but nothing serious. So yeah, what can you do? So anyways, if you're just tuning in, I wanted to start off the stream with a little bit of a warm up, and before we get back into the Mongolia vlog. So I was just trying to see if I can work on one YouTube short, so something I can quickly edit up and then we can post tonight. So after doing a little bit of back and forths, we initially thought maybe I'll work on some clips that we had of these horses somewhere. Was it this one? No. Yeah, these guys. So initially I was like, okay, maybe I can just take a clip from this horse, like a horse scene with all 3 of them. But the problem is it's like a little bit static, right? There's not a lot of motion or action besides the eagle. And it's harder to tell a story unless I have to spend some time thinking of like what kind of text overlay or what else do I need to add to the shot. Nothing fancy, but I felt like there was still a little bit more effort I need to put into it. And it's a little bit more boring, not to knock on this, but compared to some of the other shots that we could work with. So right before I committed to that, I was just kind of briefly looking at some of the other clips we had. And then, we landed on, why not just work on this clip? It's just a single clip. And it's got a lot of cool motion. We'll leave it as landscape, and it doesn't really need much more besides the shot. So I think we're happy with this. I just got to find the right soundtrack. Samuel, you said the best thing is that you like editing. I hate editing, even if I do videos. But yeah. I'm very, very fortunate in that sense that I love boring things, it seems, or I don't get bored easily, maybe is a better way to put it. And so for me, editing has been really, really fun. I don't mind sitting on my ass for however many hours and just, having mental blocks trying to figure out how to make something work. But yeah, I have full enjoyment from it. I believe I said this, it might have even been in the first or second stream, but I think I'm somewhat 50-50 in terms of what I enjoy when it comes to, let's just focus on photography for now. So forget about the videography side. I think the obvious answer for most photographers is that you really love, like the reason you're passionate is when you're out in the field. So obviously when you're out there and you see the moment and you're able to capture it, you know, when you're able to capture that shot, it's a cool feeling, right? So I know a lot of people will point to that as being why they do what they do for photography. Whereas editing, yeah, I agree with you. A lot of people, I think that's normal to feel like the editing is something you might hate because it's boring, you know, compared to being out in the field, or the creative, you know, like when you have to be able to take that shot initially is, I think, really very artistic and creative. But I think I find almost like 50%. Okay, it might be like 55-45, let's say. Like maybe I slightly do find more enjoyment with the being out in the field taking the shot, because you're outside, you're probably in a completely different location and like you're exploring the world. So there's a lot that's baked into it for sure. But there's some excitement that I get that can't be replicated when I'm doing the boring stuff, sitting in my desk here and like looking at a photo that isn't really speaking to me. But then when you have that moment where just by making some random adjustments and boom, like that image pops. Maybe it was like how you cropped in on the image, maybe it's how you changed up the color or the lighting, whatever it might be. All of a sudden when you make something come to life, it's also a really cool feeling to me. So yeah, I kind of enjoy both parts of the process. Samuel, you said, yeah, you do the product photography, okay, and you like it, you even edit the photo, it's fine, but editing videos, okay, I see what you're saying. So it's more on the video side. Yeah, I'm curious why you say the video editing is more meh. Is it more like you're not as comfortable with, like, are you still learning video editing, but you don't have any interest in it? And so like having to do, you know, spending time on things you're not interested, is that kind of where the dislike is coming from? I am curious. In the meantime, I was just, while I'm talking, I wanted to rewind a bit and see some of the other clips. So even like clips like this, there's a world where I say, yes, we can just play that one clip on its own, or we can combine it with like some of this. So I could make a single video where it starts off with like an introduction of the eagle, so like some nice shot of this cropped in, before jumping into it being in flight. So we can take a moment like this, and then you see it take off here. So like a close-up, take off, and then we transition into, yeah, so maybe some moments like this when it's on the ground, chirping away. So it could start with this because it's a nice pose here. So let me just play it while I answer. Samuel, you said you study film. Oh wow, okay. You study filmmaking and photography and also editing. Got it, got it. So you do it for clients, but you don't like for your own videos. Okay, so you're not getting paid, and YouTube's going slow. I hear you, man. Yeah, because a lot for me as well. Like I think. Oh wait, maybe I'm doing the opposite as you. Okay, I was gonna say I'm usually more passionate when I'm working on my own videos, compared to like if I have clients. But let me see. But I get it, when you're working on your own videos, because in some ways it's taking away from the productivity of, you know, making an income. So yeah, I can see how that can clash. And I don't know if I'm following you, and I apologize, I'm going to be slurring a little bit more. My voice will be cracking a bit more as well, but I don't know if I'm following you on YouTube. You might have given it to me earlier and I've forgotten already. But please do, by all means, share your YouTube, and I will absolutely give you a follow. So, trust me, I understand the hustle. I understand it is not easy being a YouTuber. Yeah, it is like a full-time thing. So, hence why I'm trying my best to also figure out the answer to making YouTube really work for me. But these live streams are part of that process. I figure as I do live streams, hopefully that also attracts a different type of viewership and audience to continue checking out my YouTube. And yeah, I'm also, obviously, as you were saying, what I do during the stream is I'm editing videos for my YouTube primarily. So killing two birds. Not this bird though. We will not touch this eagle. But yeah, you get what I'm saying. Okay, so my current thought process before I remind myself and scold myself that we were supposed to say 1 hour commitment to doing the shorts and not extending it. I have two thoughts. One is we just use this clip as we're watching it now on its own. That's the simplest answer, and the benefit is also that I can give it more time to breathe because it is slow motion. I kind of want to keep it slow motion. The other benefit is that it means it can save. I can use some of those other clips for another YouTube short, even if there's slight overlap. It's just more content, so technically it will help more from a business angle. The alternative path is I combine some of the moments across all of those clips we just saw where we were focusing only on the eagle to tell like a cohesive story of like, you know, close up of the eagle, seeing it on the ground, taking off, and then eventually being in flight, coming straight to the camera. That is technically my artistic direction I would like to go, but I would also like to just do a quick video. So I think we can do both. As I'm thinking out loud here, I think I can do just this video, not this part, just like a moment when it's in flight. And then later on we can work on a storyline showing everything, including somewhat of the landing. So I just answered my own internal deliberation, but I think I like this. So yes, we will focus only on this clip here. So let me just kind of give it some space for now. This is probably not the way I would normally work on my videos because it's getting a bit messy here. If you look at my organization, I was originally doing it by project. So technically I should be creating separate projects for each video I'm working on, and that way I can drag it into completion and then not have so many weighted footages. But instead I've just been kind of dragging a lot of footages. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna listen to myself and let's organize this. So what that means is I'm gonna go into this project folder and let's create a new folder called Mongolia Eagle Solo Landscape Flying. Okay. And in this one, now, I'm literally just going to grab the clip that we know we want to use, which is this clip here. And let's drag it in here. Oops. I got to find it in the media pool. And let's drag it into our new one. One second. I'm going to create a folder in here called clips. Okay, and then we're going to create a new timeline and put this bad boy into that timeline. So it'll be called, what should we call this? 4K 24p Mongolia Eagle Solo Flying Landscape. We will keep this in vertical, even though it's landscape. It just makes my life easier. Once it's exported, I can just blast it right away. I will leave this in 4K because YouTube can consume 4K quality, and I haven't seemed to have issues in the past of uploading 4K onto YouTube. And just in case in the future, maybe it'll future-proof some of my videos. I have no idea, but I haven't found any detriment to publishing higher resolution on YouTube at least. Okay, and let's pop this guy in. And we'll drag this into the timeline. It's already slowed down, so now I just got to reapply the color grading and the correction. So I just applied the one that I've created already. It's fairly good to go. The only thing I want to do is reduce the curves and deactivate that noise reduction. And I'll be keeping an eye at this histogram to just kind of check if I end up reducing too much of the light so that it goes towards the pure black section, or if it's still pure white. So here's somewhat in the middle and it looks fairly decent. I don't mind it being slightly brighter, but we might edit further as we go. Let me play this video from the beginning so we have a good sense. And Samuel, you said follow it's the same here. I prefer live streams like not just 10,000, 100. Am I reading that correct? 100,000%. I use 14 cameras. Damn. And I can do my projects, and when I'm done, I press one button and boom, done. Use 14 cameras. That's crazy. You know what? I could definitely use your advice when it comes to product photography. I'll show it in a second here. Let me just follow you on YouTube real quick.
Hello guys, and if you don't know...
Hello, hello. Samuel. let me go ahead and subscribe. I like your channel already, man. I like it, everything feels uniform. That's something I do not do on my channel as of yet. I'm trying. I'm kind of all over the place with what I do. But yeah, awesome, man. We'll check it out in more detail later, and feel free to just share anything if at any point it's relevant. But yeah, Samuel Pisanu. I was gonna say something before. Oh yeah. So you can't really see it here, but if I go full cam for a second, over here where my lovely sparkling soda, I don't know what the difference is, by Mason Perrier, who do not sponsor me, but I have been drinking these guys every day of the stream. That should be worth something. But yeah, on this table, as I was trying to figure out the layout of my home setup, I have one of those Elgato mounts. And then, here, let me see if I can actually just rotate this guy over a bit. So on my desk over here, I got this little mount. And so I can attach a camera to that mount and have it pointing downwards, or I guess I can use an iPhone or whatever else. But I figure I can use this table to do kind of overhead shots at different points. Like, I don't necessarily do product stuff right now, but I figure as I'm building out the channel, as you know, as I need to start talking about the different gear that I use, or you know, maybe potentially I want to, you know, get sponsored, or yeah, just whatever, gear talk, camera talk, whatever it is, I can use that table. Oh, sorry, was the yeah, I forgot that the mic wasn't in place. So basically, what I was saying is I have this little overhead setup with the Elgato mount. And so I can I can put a camera on top, point it downwards, or just a lighter camera, whatever else I can think of. And then I can use this for, I guess, product reviews, or even I was thinking even like in a live stream, if I do eventually set it up and hook it up to my setup, then that could be an additional camera view where I'm happy to switch over to that view when I want to talk about some camera gear or travel gear or whatever else. We can put it there. So anyways, we have some thoughts. I do have the space for it, but I haven't really thought through exactly what I'll do. One issue I have been having is trying to figure out how to properly light the setup. So let's say if I do have a little key light, or I do have one of these lights here. I point it down, but then the camera's in the way, right? And so then the light will block the camera. Now I do know that there are those kind of like circular lights that have the opening in the center for the camera. But then the problem was like, yeah, when I light it, it just felt like you can see the light reflection on the table, or yeah, I don't know. There's a few things there where I just don't have a good answer yet. Product photography is not something I've really necessarily researched, nor do I think I intuitively understand. So, but yeah, that is something I was thinking about, because I would love to, even out on my upcoming travels. Let's say if I'm saying, hey, I'm going to, where am I going to? Let's say I'm saying I'm about to travel to Indonesia, and I'm making the vlog. And I want to be able to say, for this trip, I'm actually traveling with 3 cameras, 2 this, 1 microphone, blah, blah, blah. And I would love to be able to show everything that I'm packing into my bag from that overhead view for my YouTube video. So stuff like that, eventually I would like to learn how to do. All right, anyways. So, yeah, so in the future, I would love your insights at any point. But for now, let's say this video is fine as is. So let's get back to this clip. And we just want to cut out some part we don't need. So I think I just want it up until the part here, right here. And then we can close it off. And this will somewhat resemble, you might be familiar with this scene here, because that's one of the clips we used for our Mongolia trailer, which is like right this point right here, I think. There's a cool shot where you have the eagle off to the right, and you've got this little stalker over here, you know, side-eyeing the eagle. But it's well positioned in terms of having some balance to the shot. So I think we can end it like roughly here, because then unfortunately the shot gets blurry. I lost focus roughly at that point, so no need to necessarily keep all that. Plus the shot is already very, very long at this point. Yeah, so in a different world, if I had been able to maintain focus here, then I would be keeping all of that, especially with that landing. It would have looked nice fully with the wings spread out. But listen, I'm not always perfect, so what can you do? But this part's good, so let me just move this out of the way, and we'll use this part. Samuel, you said left you hanging there. Oh, and thanks for saying hello on YouTube. I appreciate it. Oh, yeah. If you are on YouTube, anybody, I appreciate if you give that video a like, and definitely check out my channel and all the fun stuff. Feel free to chat. You know, there's only a few of us here at all times. I'm not some crazy big streamer. I will see your chat. You know, hopefully you don't say anything, you know, you shouldn't. But I would love to talk to you guys and engage in any way possible. Sorry, you said... Oh, and thank you, Samuel. Appreciate it. Quick question, what Mac are you using and how much RAM? Ooh, okay. In some ways I don't like to talk about this because it's... My close friends kind of like shake their head when they hear how much money I just spent on my gear. Because again, in a sense, I am not in a corporate job. I don't have a steady salary anymore. So they'd be like, what the heck, man? But I do think it was a necessary purchase, and it's proving itself out now with the fact that I'm able to run these live streams. Okay, I've delayed it long enough. I am using a Mac Studio, and the Mac Studio, I think it's basically at the highest specs. So it's a Mac Studio. Sorry, because you asked about the RAM, but I, honestly, like I don't really know what that means. But it is like the highest of specs. It's got like the 16 terabytes storage, and I kid you not, I basically use up all of those terabytes. It's just based on the nature of what I shoot. So what you can't see is in my setup, I have a 44 terabyte RAID drive, which I've turned into a RAID 1 or RAID 0, whichever one, where instead of having a redundancy, it just lets me use all 44 terabytes. So I have this 44 terabytes drive, which is roughly full. I have another drive set up next to it that has these SanDisk blades, and each one is a 4 terabyte SSD that you slot into this bigger container. And then I've got two of these. I got a bunch of those like WDs and what are the other I don't know all the brands, but basically I have two others that are 16 terabytes each, and then I have another hard drive that's 18 terabytes, and then I have another one that's like 8 terabytes, and then I have all these backup ones from, I use a service called Backblaze, which I highly recommend. It's very, very cheap for on like unlimited digital storage. So I essentially always use Backblaze to back up all my files into the cloud. And so that way, with all my 100 plus terabytes, at any point I will then be able to purchase from them like an external hard drive of up to like 8 terabytes, and that becomes a physical backup in addition to the digital backup through Backblaze, in addition to the setup that I have now with these bigger, you know, hard drives. So it's is this the proper way to do it? Definitely not. I think I did Frankenstein my way to getting to where I am now. I know some people use like those NAS or different like kind of storage solutions, but I didn't know I was gonna end up in this situation, and so I just started buying hard drive after hard drive, and here we are. I think I'm at a point now where I have all the hard drive I need to cover this past. The reason I needed all these hard drives and the reason I need this Mac Studio and all that was this past year and a half, I traveled way more than I thought I would and ended up with way more footage than I thought I would. And so each travel, I end up with like 4 to 8 terabytes worth of videos and photos. So yeah, it's been racking up really quickly. So anyways, we got this footage. Let's quickly see if we can find a nice soundtrack for it. Last time we used the Above the Noise one. These are 4 that I'd already kind of bookmarked as the mood being epic. So let's see if it can fit. So this next soundtrack is called Strive. I believe all 4 of these are from Lens Distortions. Oh, this is actually the soundtrack I used for my India video. So in some ways, this soundtrack could work for this because it, like the stringed instrument kind of resembles an eagle or like a bird. But I do feel like since I've used the soundtrack for my India one, it might not make sense. So let's see if there's a different portion of the song. Yeah, unfortunately, I think it would work, but part of me just wants to not use the same soundtrack too often. I did use this soundtrack, but this is from episode 1 of my Uganda series, which was essentially the first of my vlogs, and that was so far back that then I don't really feel too bad about using the same soundtrack. So yeah. Samuel, you said you're an Apple crazy person. You have so many computers and Apple devices. Yeah, I don't have so many crazy Apple devices, but I guess I do technically. But yeah, I'm an Apple guy as well. I think once you get into it, it's just everything synchronizes with each other so well that they keep you hooked, you know? Okay, let's use this one. I've used it before, but ironically, I actually used this soundtrack for a clip that was of a bird that was circling around me. So in some ways, I'm retaining the same feel of that. Actually, let me see if I can just show you guys what I'm talking about. YouTube.com. Yobel Prize. Playlist. Oh, you know what? The problem is it's probably going to hit me with an ad. Okay, we'll play from mine. View your channel. Playlist. I'm just trying to find the Uganda series that I created. And there's a particular moment in there. Explore Uganda. Okay. But let me show you guys. This is from all the way in episode 1. This one here. This is the very first travel vlog I created. So audio, there's so many things about it that I was like, oh my god, it could be so much better. But yeah, you gotta start somewhere. So there's a whole scene here that I used that soundtrack for. I think it's fun. I haven't seen this in a long time, so let's have a little bit of a viewing session of some of my prior work. And let's see if the quality is fine. Yeah, why not? Anyways, I was really proud of this shot because the behind the scenes of this, and you can kind of see it with the camera I'm holding, it was just me wandering around on my first day in Uganda. I'm wheeled in this massive camera and everything. And yeah, we saw these cranes off to my left, and I was just crouched, and then they decided to take off. And the whole time I'm just hand holding this massive camera as they're going from like almost like a 180. They started off to my far left and then flew and there's obstructions and I'm trying to maintain focus and there's like 3 of these birds, so trying to figure out which one do I, center frame, or how do I figure out the framing in real time. And then it circles all the way to my right. And so I was just crouched and I was literally just trying to shift as smoothly as possible all the way from left to right and maintaining the focus. So I was kind of proud of myself because it was not easy, let's just say. How fast can I speed this up? Only 2x? Okay. So yeah, from here. So trying to figure out, oh shoot, which one do I focus on? And then eventually chose this one. And then trying to keep that focus and keep it stabilized. Left all the way. And obviously we got that third bad boy. Yeah, so that was a fun little moment. But yeah. Hello there, Cookie Dough. Thanks for saying hello there. I'm saying hello there back to you. If you are on YouTube, I definitely appreciate it if you'll give this video a like if it's of interest. I don't know if you're just tuning in. I just took a little bit of a side tangent to give a pat on the back to myself, which is something I promise I don't always do. But yeah, so hopefully you'll find some value in the stream. We are working on our next YouTube video, which will be a trip to Mongolia, starting with a YouTube short that we're just wrapping up. I was just listening to the soundtrack that I used on my first Uganda vlog, as we'll use it for this video as well. And I think we just gotta find the right section of it. But where did it go? Was it the jump? Yeah. So let's drag this guy in. And then we're just gonna find the right moments. I'm giving myself 2 minutes to wrap this part up. We'll see how. If I could start a new timer on that, I would, but we're not gonna spend more than 2 minutes to figure out the right part of the song to use. So option 1 is basically roughly in this area because it's nice and soft, but yeah, it's a bit like it hasn't hit the epic part yet of the soundtrack, but it's very, very calm and soothing. So if I were to use a section from this, maybe I would just cut out the silence in the very beginning. So it could be more right from the get-go. Let's zoom in a bit. Okay. It could work. It somewhat fits with the ending as well. I can see how I toned down the music at the end. So that's option 1. Option 2. Let's delete this extra soundtrack. Let's try option 2 somewhere at a different point in the song. So we'll just even keep it going from where we ended it. Let's just see. Okay, it does end at the right time, but I actually think I want to change it up. I'm leaning more towards this soundtrack because there's a nice, cool little build-up, especially with a long video clip like this. If there's no dialogue or anything else, I have to let the music keep people interested for such a long video. And so if it's, imagine if it's like the same monotonous soundtrack all the way through, then, you know, either the visuals have to be strong enough that people keep watching, or yeah, else, because the music won't keep them. In this case, the music is building up, and so people's interest might be retained. The only thing I'm considering is there's a moment where it drops off. So that drop off feels very significant and like serious. So I feel like I should either have it end, or there should be some moment visually where it kind of seems like it's fitting. So it could be like when it gets closer to the ground, as just kind of one of those like, okay, you know, or when it starts, maybe there's a moment where it's looking more at the camera like it is here, or there's one moment where I think the bird's, like it opens its beak. Let's see. No, okay, I thought there might be one, but okay, so I would prefer something like this where maybe the dramatic element as it's looking more towards the camera or as it gets closer. And then I can manually add a bit of zoom in. And I just want to end with that eerie sound at the end, so. And the question is, how much of this do I want to keep? So it could be like here. Let's just see how that sounds. So the eagle does turn its head right there. So if let's see if that looks good at all. I'm just trying to time it. And honestly, it might be such a subtle thing that no one can really see. So this could be all for nothing, but let's just see. Maybe. One other thing I want to test is how does it loop? For a long video like this, I don't think looping matters as much because it's a long video. How long are we talking? Let's see. We're at 158. It's probably like, what, 40 seconds or something? Okay, let's just see if it ties up nicely. Nope. Alright, so this is where you're going to watch me be very, very OCD about things, but let's try just cutting all that out and then see where it starts. Alright. I think I want a little bit more of that eeriness. All right, let's just see if we can keep all the, so it goes 1, 2, 3, 4, I think, of the beats. 1, 2, 3, 4, and then before that next one pops in. And then we just got to see if it starts off well. 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. All right. Okay, so at least it's not a big deal, but in case someone wants to watch this on loop, I guess the beat will be maintained for what it's worth. So it's so silly of me to even focus on this, but anyways. Okay, let's assume that the music is fine. Let's assume we know this is the full duration we want to show. The only thing I think I'll do now is I'm just going to add some keyframe at the very beginning of the video and at the very end. And I want to zoom in, as we usually do. As I mentioned, majority of the types of editing that I do visually tends to just be applying zoom. Nothing fancy. It's just this one trick is usually enough to make a footage look very cinematic. So, and we'll see it more with when we get to the Mongolia vlog in a second. But yeah. Okay, let's see. If we need to zoom in more, we can. Oh, let me play this, and I will be right back. Someone's at the door. I believe that's some groceries. So let's go ahead and play this again. And here we go. All right. I was hearing it, so it seems good. I just got... I think I started the stream talking about my lovely Mason Perrier. That was a delivery of more Mason Perrier sparkling water. Okay, you know what? I need to figure out, do people say sparkling water or soda water? What the heck? Can someone just explain it to me? Sparkling flavored beverage. My God. All right, we'll call it sparkling water. We'll call it sparkling water. Anyways, I got more of it, so I feel happy. Cool. So we're good here. I think this is good. The question is, do I want to add a little bit more zoom? Oh, let's also stabilize the footage. It seems like fairly stable already, so hopefully it doesn't crop too much. Yeah, that was very minimal. And then one thing I might do is right when it does that, I might actually boost the zoom even more. So like from roughly here, let's add some keyframe here. And I'm actually gonna exaggerate the zoom. I don't know, maybe till the end, but might be too much if we go all the way to the end. But let's just try. So imagine if I zoom in a lot. Okay. We can always undo this, but let's just see if it makes it look better or not. Oof. That looked disgusting. I think that zoom caused a little bit of glitching. So we shall not proceed with those changes. Also, my second cat has made an appearance. So let me first remove the edits that I just made. And we're going to introduce my second cat, if she doesn't run off. What the heck? Let me redo the zoom. Okay, I think that's what we did before. Alright, welcome my second cat to the stream. She has hopped on my lap. I don't know if she'll stay here. She tends to move around a lot. But this is Nala. Nala's a good girl. 5 years old. Let's call her 5, something like that. Are you a good girl? Good girl. She is very, very talkative. Maybe not so much on stream. She's not as comfortable, but yeah, so these two are the stars of the show. Whenever they demand attention, we shall give it to them. So right now, since she just hopped over here, I figured I'll introduce her. Not too much time, just enough that she knows she is the star. And then let's jump back into it. So choose your spot, Nala. Are you gonna stay here? All right, don't eat the mic. All right, just talk into the mic. All right, here we go. Let me bring the mic back over here and let's work. Okay, so I think we're good. We did try something and, oh, you know what? I thought I removed it, but let's see. Oh, maybe it was like that from the beginning. I didn't realize. Yeah, because this whole part here just looks nasty. What did I do? It must be the final positioning. It's trying to like adjust more than is natural. So let's go ahead and remove all the changes and let's start over. So not start all the way over, just in terms of the cropping. So let's say if we start at 0.57, let's add the keyframe. And let's only adjust. We're only going to adjust the x-axis a bit. Nope, it still does it. Okay. Let's try without the x-axis. Still doing a little bit of funk. Is it the stabilization maybe? Let's see. Okay, that's what it was. Okay. We've identified what was causing it. Edora, welcome, welcome. And Nala, Edora says hi. I don't know if you can hear because the mic's in the other direction, but she said hi back. Good to see you, man. We are trying to be productive. I was trying to wrap up a YouTube short. I was having some issue here, but it turns out it was because of the stabilization we had added. It actually caused a little bit of a short circuit. So now that we know the problem, I feel a little bit more comfortable reapplying some of the crazier edits where basically I wanted to zoom in. Actually, okay, let's start by resetting it, 0.57. And let's just do what we normally were going to do, which was just a subtle bit of zoom, just so that we have this lined up. So let's say this, if we do it like this, we're good. Yes, let's go, Edora. Yeah, by the way, I can't wait to get to the Mongolia vlog and we'll replay that trailer. I'm so happy with how that trailer has turned out so far. Just a few minor tweaks, but it is Kino, as the Gen Zers say. All right, so this is with the subtle touch of zoom, but I wanted to see with the climax of the music, or when it changes up here. So right there. So from here, just to explore, to see, and it may not work, but I wanted to see if I can add a keyframe here and just make the zoom a lot more drastic. So just exaggerate heavily. So as that soundtrack goes like and it goes down, we'll see if we can also zoom a lot. This may not work whatsoever. It could look really shitty. There's a high chance of that. But the only way to find out is by doing. So I'm just trying to position the eagle a little bit better for all the crazy overlay. Oh yeah, and then we did discover yesterday that we can turn on those overlays. I don't think there's an overlay specifically for like social media overlay. I would love if they had included that, or I might have to find a template that does that. Where was it? Yeah, something like this will help us. So I have to remind myself to keep using it because it is a cool tool. So assuming that all the overlays in a YouTube short or Instagram. All right, let's see how it looks if we now do that crazy zoom. On God, no cap, yes. Ooh, oh, it was almost there. Ah, oh, dang it. I actually did, I liked, it was a bit subtle, but it actually did kind of look cool where you see a little bit of zoom come in as the soundtrack drops down. Right there was nice. But then we do lose part of the eagle towards the end because of the heavy crop. So it should be easily fixable if I just maybe shift a little bit more and zoom out a bit more. Ideally, I don't make a change right at that area that was the problem, because then the adjustments might look a little too exaggerated. Okay, let's see if this works. Almost. Oops, I didn't want to change it there. Let's change the y-axis a bit, so we'll bring it up higher. And maybe drop it down a bit, tad bit more. And let's hope that this is enough. I think this is good enough. Okay, so let's check it out again. Idora, yes, yeah, so on God, I do know what that means. No cap, I also did learn about that. So, you know, I'm not doing myself justice by acting like I'm super old. I get some of it. Aura farming, I do know about that because is it in Indonesia? That very viral, you know what? I committed to not traveling this year for good reasons, but a part of me was like, damn it, like I would love to just travel out there. Maybe I'll need to look at the festival like season or when they do those the event. I would love to go there and just film that because that in slow motion would look so cool. So those are the kinds of moments I do hope as I continue traveling as often as possible, we'll be able to find those moments and maybe we will be the ones to capture the moment that goes viral. That would be epic. Oh, sorry, Nala. I was sitting on her tail. Okay, let's listen to this. Maybe it's a bit long, but we'll start from the beginning and we'll just listen to it once. And I feel like it should be good enough that we can move on. But let's just check it out one more time. Okay. And as usual, maybe I'll just add a little bit of black or fading in. And a fade out at the end. Oh, that was too short. And voila, we are good to go. So yes, we have our shorts. So after when tonight's stream ends, basically, I will export this guy and I will publish it to my YouTube, to TikTok. I have to remind myself of that. And then I'll post it as an Instagram story. I'm not as keen on posting on Instagram as like Reels and such as of yet, because usually I put a lot more thought into it. It's a bit more curated in terms of what I end up publishing there. Maybe I do want to change from that as well. So maybe I should be more comfortable just publishing whatever. But yeah, as of now, it's more, I view my Instagram as kind of like my portfolio of some of the best work I've done for short form and like photo stuff. Whereas YouTube is where I do want to draw most attention, but it's, yeah. Anyways, I don't know if that made sense. Let's move on. Let's go to my YouTube projects and pop open Mongolia. But yes, this eagle is aura farming. But oh, you know what? Back to what you said, Adora. More than the eagle hunter, the one that I stayed with, Arduk, he was massively aura farming when he was puffing away on his cigarette in the middle of the blizzard. That was the definitional aura farm. So let's see if we can find that moment. So here we are. Trailer is done, but the most exciting part, let's watch it again. It's that good. I'm so happy with it. All right, but we do need to keep an eye on the volume because I know that blasted before. So this is what we finished in 8 days of streaming. I appreciate it. Thank you, Adora, as well for contributing and suggestions and all of that. All right, let's check it out. Cool. So we will pause on this. There are a few things we do still want to change, including, I think at the very beginning, I want to add in some of like the hoof beats. Is that what you call it? I want to add in some of the sound effects to replicate two things possibly, if I can get this to work well. One could be the sound of the wind, but not like blown out microphone wind, but like, yeah, like we're in the blizzard. So if I can get some kind of blizzard-esque feel from the wind vibes, as well as some subtle hoof beats of the horses charging. If I can figure out a way to get those two in there, I think that will have a nice dramatic effect to the start of the clip. And then also, obviously, I need to add in my own voiceover somewhere in the beginning, possibly throughout the video, but definitely at the beginning. And as a quick reminder, and thank you very much, Eudora. I appreciate you letting me cook. Hopefully you enjoy the content. I'm very proud of it so far, but we got a lot more to do, so we'll see. Reminder, the first 10 seconds of this is not actually part of the trailer, really. It's going to change each episode. So once we decide if it's 2 episodes or 3 episodes to cover this entire Mongolia trip, each of the first 10 seconds will actually be different. So episode 1 will focus in on this. So clearly this is the theme of episode 1 I want to point out, which is this kind of blizzard, eagle hunter, experience that we had. Episode 2, the first 10 seconds might actually end up, I'm not sure yet, we haven't decided. It could be the eagle hunters when we were like drinking and playing music. So maybe I'll try to find a moment here showing some more of the cool vibes from when we were all hanging out indoors. It could be that. But we really haven't figured out yet what is the duration of the trailers and such. So that is something we need to figure out by today. So we are not going to hold off on it. But before we do that, though, I do want to start deleting, doing some cleaning house. So all of these clips I can safely delete for now because, oh my god, as I say that, the digital hoarder in me is like saying like, should we just hold on to it? No, you know what, we can delete it because we do have these. Okay, here's what I'll do. I will duplicate this timeline so that in case we end up going back to the trailer and be like, actually this clip needs to swap out, we can always just open up one of these older timelines. And I feel comfortable now deleting these other ones. Actually, we'll hold on to it for now because it could, there's a part of me that wants to see, especially once we get to the final process, it might be fun to be able to show through these timelines how far we've come, right? To be able to show like, this is where we started when it was like an empty canvas, or look how shitty this trailer was, like the decisions we were making at the time compared to hopefully how epic it is at the end. So yeah, we'll hold on to it, but let me relabel this one. What will we label this? Trailer version 1 complete. Okay, but this is our main one. So now let me delete all this. I thought I had this clip. Oh no, okay, that's because the timeline's on. Okay. All right, deleting, I think, all of this. I gotta make sure I don't actually delete the timeline videos. Okay, yeah, timeline's all the way over here. So all of this, my god, just to look back at this, all of these were the clips that we had highlighted as potential clips to use for the trailer. And as we all know, we ended up trimming it down to the set that we have now. So I can delete all of this now. And let's make sure I didn't delete the trailer. Alright, so here's where chapter 1 kicks in. This is all of this is all going to be episode 1, most likely. So let me take a pause here and just kind of think through this. Because it will help me, and then also if anyone's listening and if you have thoughts, obviously I would appreciate your suggestions as well. So what are my thoughts here? So basically the big struggle is trying to figure out, will 2 episodes suffice or do I need 3? If I do 3, obviously the benefits is that if there are key moments, I won't have to feel like I have to rush through them. I can let those moments breathe. The other benefit is obviously that means more content. So technically, as long as each episode is actually engaging, then you'll have 3 episodes to enjoy around our Mongolia trip. Now the cons is that there's a chance that by splitting into 3, I actually do the opposite effect where I stretch some of the moments too long when, you know, a shorter time frame could have sufficed, and ultimately that will degrade the quality because it becomes more boring and people be like, why did you tell a story in 3 episodes when you could have told it in 2? So I do want to hopefully have an answer to that today. Actually, within this first, let's call it in the next 30 minutes, we should have a good answer for that. So to answer that, I do want to review at a very, very high level what clips we have to work with. So in the current thought where we said, let's split this into 2 episodes, it would mean that the episode starts with us obviously touching down in Mongolia, landing. So we can, what do we have? So we land in Mongolia after having a layover in Turkey. We land in Ulaanbaatar. I have some quick clips just showing as I was prepping for the next day's flight. So then we fly out to from Ulaanbaatar we fly to Olgi. We land. So we have some of the flight shots. Then I meet the crew. And as we meet the crew, we see the van. We have some nice quick moments. I talk about my gear, what we're going to shoot for the rest of the journey. Then we see the drive to get to our destination, which is staying with Arduk and his wife in the middle of nowhere, but basically living with this nomadic couple and he's a traditional eagle hunter. We have a quick pit stop, so we'll have some camels to show off. But the brunt of it is where we meet them, we stay at their house, and then we go on our first adventure. Uh-oh. I just realized I did something I shouldn't. Okay, it's easily fixable. I have this habit where I'll disconnect the video from the audio, and then I forget about it. So when then I move the video, it doesn't carry over the audio. And so now it's showing that it's separated. So let me fix that by delinking, selecting all these guys, and then I just need to line it back up. Let's do it properly. Zooming in, zooming in. There we go. Okay. So where were we? We were talking about... Yeah, so then we'll show kind of a little bit of like introducing Arduk as the eagle hunter as we go on our first kind of adventure, exploring the wilderness, going horseback riding, and talking about, yeah, as we go out to see the wild. There'll be some nice moments here showing the eagle initially doing its first kind of flight. So I'm basically easing our way into understanding what we're going to see for the rest, which is like, hey, these are eagle hunters. I get to see their lifestyle. I'll probably have to do a bit of research and make sure I add some dialogue about explaining the tradition of eagle hunters and, you know, the bond and the cultural relevance and everything from historical to modern days. We'll see the eagle. There'll be some cool shots, including like the one we just showed for the YouTube short. So we'll have some riding shots, going to sleep, showing the gur. Then what do we have? Next day, we're going back out, and then we go ice fishing. So there could be some fun moments there. Ice fishing, but then we'll talk about things that hit us, which included the snowstorm. So I think in terms of ordering, I'll show the snowstorm hitting us, and then I'll show how the van gets stuck in the snow. So that'll be kind of a nice little cause and effect type thing. And a little bit comedic as well, so I'll add a light touch to it. And then we'll show that as we went out for our next horseback riding and like kind of trekking, that's when the snowstorm kicks in. So this will be really cool. This will be a nice way to end the video, where we actually see the effects of the snowstorm, and obviously, as we saw as the teaser as the hook in the intro, we're gonna see the crazy riding. So that'll be really, really fun. But that won't be the actual finale, because we do have some clips when we went back home to their homestay, and we still see the effects of the blizzard. So then all of a sudden we see, how did that blizzard affect the farm life? And at the end, I think we'll end with this clip of the snowstorm, showing like the horses staring straight at the camera like this, fade to white or fade to black. And then the very final storyline will be showing the aftermath, which is how one of Arctic's horses died from the snowstorm and essentially turned into a block of ice. And then we show that crazy scene where it literally rips the fence off as they're trying to tow it out of the pen. So then I'll probably have some last thoughts here as we see the poor horse being dragged off into the distance. At the end of this, then we will have our photo montage. So all of those photos that you guys are helping me in terms of the edits and stuff, anything that's pertaining to whatever we showed on camera, I will then go ahead and show that at the very end as a final photo montage. There is a chance I don't do that. I know some travel vloggers, they will insert photos at relevant times throughout the video. So let's say if I'm at a point here where I'm talking about the snowstorm, and then if I have a photo of that particular snowstorm, then I'll just pop it in there. That is an option as well, but I'm not sure. As of now, I've just kind of put a montage at the end. I put some nice little melancholic music, and then I give some final thoughts about like, thank you very much, blah, blah, blah. I hope you guys enjoyed this. In the next episode, we're going to do X, Y, Z. So while I'm saying some of the more boring things about like blah, 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 I can show photos which are exciting. Hey, Dora, you're about to lurk and probably fall asleep. No worries, man. I appreciate it. Thanks for stopping by. Feel free to stop by anytime. You're always welcome. And yeah, I'll catch up with you whenever you wake up for sure. So yeah, the episode will end, and I will keep on keeping on. Thanks, man. Episode ends with a photo montage. So then I think as a first episode, it covers good ground. Obviously, we have to take care of like getting there. So there's a little bit of, it could be boring, but this is kind of like the housekeeping things where as we see B-roll of me landing, I will start talking through whatever, like the context, shout outs, expectations, blah, blah, blah. So I do think it's necessary to have some portion of that. Then we'll do some quick elements when we're in the main capital. The fact that we land, we introduce Arctic, we talk about what's the itinerary, we go on a few adventures, we see some epic moments of the eagle in flight, the eagle hunters riding, we talk about the blizzard, and the aftermath. So that is a good episode 1 in my opinion. The challenge becomes, how do I fit this into 15 minutes? But yeah. Now let's assume if we only have one more episode, what do we have left? So for episode 2, I don't think any of this will make it. It was a cool experience, but I don't think it's cool enough, unfortunately. It was just like a random, it was like we went into town and then they were celebrating some kind of, it might have been like kids graduating something. And unfortunately the footage I have is also not the best because we were indoors with low lighting, and it was really, really humid in there. Or not humid, but because of the drastic difference from the cold outside to the heat inside, a lot of my cameras stayed very frosty, and like the lens would frost over, and it was just not conducive to filming. So there are some moments that would have been nice to keep, in the sense of showing the food and the culture, and even a little bit of like the traditions of how you have to, I think it's predominantly Muslim, I believe. So there could be some nice shots here, but it's just too many shots and too much of a deviation in terms of the storyline that I think I'll probably end up cutting it out. But that does save us some space for the other adventures we still have. So anyways, let's imagine if we do cut it out, episode 2 will show more of our adventures. So now we're going to spend more time with the eagle hunters, and we shift a little bit in terms of, instead of having 1 or 2 eagle hunters, we actually meet up with a large group of them. So I'll be able to show how we start going out hunting. So we go hunting with the hunters. I have some clips of the GoPro shots with the eagle. Let's see what else is relevant. So I'll have the clips where we show us going out, but then it's way too cold, so then we all park up inside, and then this will be the main storyline, which is us just chilling and drinking and just having a good ass time, you know, like, how can you not? So, you know, they're cooking for us. We had some vodka and some musical instruments and singers. So they all took turns, you know, like singing or playing. So I think I have some cool shots from there. But we still want some action, right? So obviously we do have that. So let's say if after showing those moments, we say, hey, okay, the weather warmed up a bit, so we were ready to go back out. So then I can start showing a bit more of those shots as we go back out. And in terms of what we show then, it could be some of the drone footages. Sorry, not the drone, the GoPro from the eagle's point of view. We can show possibly some drone shots. There will be the cool moment where you see when the eagle landed on my wrist. So they let me do one of the callings. And we have the GoPro version of the same moment. So we'll get the landing part. Oh, I think I clipped it out. Oops. Yeah, so we'll get the landing part. And we have the GoPro version where it lands. So I think that would be a cool moment to see that. What else do we have as cool moments as we proceed with the video? I might put this video in the front. I gotta make sure the video continues to be interesting and engaging, so we'll see. Anyways, but we do have these cool shots of the eagle in flight. We do have the really cool eagle calling moments. So when we see the slow motion of the eagle flying towards the camera, we have the hunters, and we have what else? And then a final stop we had with an actual Mongolian singer, like the throat singer. So that'll be fun to show. And that's it. I think that ends it. And then it's just me coming back home, saying hi to my cats and all that. So the question is, if I do 2 episodes, I think episode 2 will end up being quite long. It might end up being like 20 minutes, and I'm okay with that. Versus, is there a good cutoff here? Like, if I do episode 2, only focused on getting drunk with the eagle hunters, the problem is this is more just the cultural shots, so will there be a lot of those like wild moments with the animals? I guess I could insert some of it up there, so we could... but then what would episode 3? Would episode 3 feel too lacking? We won't lack for time, because like a lot of these are slow motion with the eagles, but from a storyline, what would episode 3 be titled? If I take away all this kind of getting drunk with the hunters, if that's going to be in episode 2, episode 3 will just be more of like saying continuation of going on adventures with the eagle hunters, which means I have to reserve all the epic shots of the eagle in flight and all that for the last episode. And it wouldn't include any of this one. Is that a bad thing? I'm trying to think. If I do that, episode 1, the theme is the blizzard. So how will we title it? But it's like episode 1, blizzard, blah, blah, blah. Episode 2 will then be themed around getting drunk with the hunters. And then episode 3 would be themed around hunting with the eagle hunters, right? So it'd be like something about, the eagle hunter adventures. And that would mean I reserve all of those kind of slow motion eagle shots for this final episode. Is that bad? I'm thinking, because if I make the 3rd episode with all of these kind of shots of the eagle hunters in the wild, It's essentially saving the best for last in some ways, of like some of the eagle slow motion shots. So that could work. But I also don't want episode 2 to feel weak, because while I might enjoy those, like when we got drunk and like those clips, maybe it's not long enough. Maybe people find that boring compared to like seeing action shots of the eagles or the hunters. I'm at a... I don't know yet. I'm hoping some coffee will help. It's a little bit hard for me to tell now, but like this is 9 hours worth of content. So I probably shouldn't worry too much about saying episode 2, if I split into 3, will be very lackluster. We should have enough material. So let me think. Is there some material that I should include if we split into 3? Okay, technically, if we split it into 3 episodes, episode 2 would be focusing more on the cultural side of things, which would maybe mean I do include some of these shots where we went into town. But again, I still feel like that's the weakest of everything. So if I still don't include it, what can we include? We can include some of the shots when we're going out for the ride. Maybe I can show that the eagle landing. Yeah, you know what? I think 2 episodes makes sense. I think. But you know what? Actually, maybe I'm wasting too much time right now anyways, because regardless if I do... Let's say I do 3 episodes. Is there a world where I say what we've already designated for episode 1, part of that we want to save for episode 2? Is there a world where I do that? Like, let's say all the blizzard stuff. Is there a world where I say part of that blizzard when it hits the farm, I actually want to reserve that for episode 2? I don't think so, because it's too similar with what we're showing in episode 1 anyways. So... yeah, so either way, let's say we have already agreed what's not changing is that episode 1 will end with all of the blizzard and with the horse being dragged away, the dead one. So then regardless of how we split up the remaining, we know what episode 1 will be. So F it for now in terms of figuring that. We do know what we need to work on for our first video. So there we go. Problems somewhat solved. Or problem delayed to solve later, but now we can proceed. So let's look at what would be part of chapter 1. Obviously it would be anything to do with the landing, and I probably want to include all of the day in Ulaanbaatar, because honestly I don't want to spend that much time of the section where we're not in Olgi. So we're going to include everything. I think these shots should... Okay, I think I accidentally put these shots in the wrong section. So these ones are from when I met up with Arduk and his family. So let me change the color to match the next episode. And it'll be somewhere, I don't know, we'll figure that part out later. It should be towards the end, when we meet Arduk and his family, somewhere here. Okay, so all of this should be chapter 1. All of the time we spent in Ulaanbaatar. Okay. So obviously we're not going to use all these clips. We just got to now start shrinking it down. What of this do we want to end up using to showcase the best parts of kind of like the experience? So the other thing I have to think about is obviously the dialogue. And in terms of storyline, does it really matter to show that I had a layover in Turkey? Not really. So I don't even think that's even necessary to voice over. So I just gotta think, what is the very, very first shot that we'll show? It could be saying, forget all these kind of walking in shots. It could just start from the plane ride. So it could just, you know, start with like this fading in, showing some plane rides of different weather conditions. And as it's playing, this is where I'm kind of giving my little, hello everyone, welcome to my next series on Mongolia. Thanks for being here. Make sure to subscribe to me, blah, blah, blah. We're in for an adventure. Here's the context. Yeah, I think that's probably best. Now, one thing that's confusing that I need to figure out is I have these shots where it's clearly dark. So I think maybe I need to show that first. So you know what? Maybe I will show a sequence of like I was hopping on plane after plane, but you know, including the voiceover, so that there is a passage of time. Because unfortunately, it doesn't make sense to show this kind of touchdown landing in the dark when technically when I landed in Ulaanbaatar, it was daylight. Because this was from the layover, I believe. So and again, there's a world where we just don't include most of these kind of flight shots. It all depends on how long my beginning kind of dialogue is about, hey, welcome guys. So let's think. Got landing shots. And I need a shot that also kind of feels interesting. So even a shot like this can be nice because it's like, you know, somewhat cinematic and it just draws your attention for a second of like, oh, okay, what's going on here? So then it could be something like this where I'm like, hey guys, okay, here we are again on our next adventure. And then it jumps over to, you know, it being in flight. So I do a nice little transition on our next adventure to Mongolia. By the way, make sure to like, blah, 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 subscribe. And so, yeah, why am I going to Mongolia? Something, something, something. And then as I'm talking, you know, we're seeing I'm still in flight, but, you know, passage of time. Yeah, we're going for these reasons. And, man, I'm getting so confused, though, because I feel like this looks more like Mongolia. Because I don't think it was snowing in Turkey when I went there. Does it even snow in Istanbul? I don't think so. So this might have been when I landed in... it must have been when I landed in Ulaanbaatar. Because obviously once I was domestic, I wasn't flying Turkish. So... how do I make sense of this? Can I read anything in the distance there? Oh, yeah, okay. Genghis Khan International Airport. Okay. So I am getting a little bit confused then, which means I landed in Mongolia when it was dark. So this must mean these shots are from when I landed domestically into Olgi. So this must be actually once we were inside of... this is like the final flights to land... no, that's not right either, because I recognize this. Because I do have this recollection that this was landing into Ulaanbaatar, because once we landed in Ulaanbaatar, yeah. Wait, what is going on? Genghis Khan, yep. Sorry, guys. This is also the problem when I'm creating these vlogs a year and a half later from when I traveled. So that is something obviously why I want to get through all these and catch up to real time, so that we don't have to try to scratch our brain to make sense of this. Let me talk out loud until it makes sense. I remember landing in Ulaanbaatar, hence this Chinggis Khan, I believe. Let's look it up. Chinggis Khan International Airport. Right. Okay. Yeah. So this is Ulaanbaatar. That is the capital of Mongolia. So perhaps this is me arriving back at the airport to get ready to... Yeah, okay, that part makes sense. But this part... Okay, so I must have landed at night in... I see. So I land at night in Ulaanbaatar. I head over in night time to the main city area, which if I remember, it was like maybe like an hour away or something. Then I spent a full day in Ulaanbaatar, followed by the following day driving back to the airport to take a daytime flight into Olgi. But something is not adding up, and I can't freaking figure out what it is. Let's see if I have some plane flight images here. Yeah, so obviously then this is where you can see me taking the domestic flight in the morning clearly. So this is, I believe, when I was boarding the flight. Yep. So this is a separate airline, Miat Regional. So then I board this flight. We land in... This is me on boarding. This is me off boarding, meeting the crew, yada yada. So yeah. Okay. So then that makes sense to me, right? So these are all the shots when I was landing into Olgi proper, which is where we were going to spend most of our time in that region. So this makes sense to me. This does not. And I apologize, guys, that you're watching me struggle so much on something so ridiculous and probably not that significant of a issue. Because all of this makes sense. I had a layover in Turkey. So you're watching me get on the flight. Flight goes on till the evening. Well, yeah, this is obviously when we had the layover. Flight lands in the dead of night in Chinggis Khan. But then somehow I have these random shots, and like I'm trying to figure out what is happening, because how do I go from nighttime to having these shots? Because I have this distinct memory that this is not like a shot of me the next morning just trying to get some random films. I'm pretty sure this is the same time. Yeah, because you can see here I've labeled this as February 13th, which is the same date as this one, February 13th. So unless you're telling me that I stayed in this airport for so long that it turned daytime, so maybe this was like 3 in the morning or something, 2 in the morning, 2 to 3, and then by the time I left it was broad daylight. That is a possibility, actually, and that might be what actually happened, because I have a distinct memory that I left the airport to get into Ulaanbaatar proper and it was daytime, because I shared the taxi with this Russian lady and I filmed all this as we were heading into the city. So sorry guys, I have my answer. It was just confusing because we went with pitch black here to brightness, so this must have been more like showing sunrise time as opposed to evening time. Thank you guys for watching me bang my head against the wall. So what does that mean for the story? Well, the story, I think I don't need so many of these clips, so the question is, what can we start cutting out? I think we can include maybe... Okay, so we can probably show some portion of this. So maybe if we start with the rain shot as it starts to fade into the background I might even speed it up. But then let's say if we can find a moment like this, that one we might keep. And I would like to fade it in to the next shot. Whichever shot could look nice. So let's see which part. And I'll probably time-lapse some of this to speed it up. But basically what I want to do is find some of the better shots. So this one is nice and crisp. And we don't need this one. So let's delete that. Let's delete that. And this is when we get more into evening time. Do I want to show this layover point? Again, I'm not going to talk about it. It's more just like, what is the B-roll as I explain things and we're showing motion and stuff. I don't think it adds much. This one clearly I need to show because I just need to show my face. And maybe I want to show this in the beginning, but this is, okay, what does it say? Mongolian leading e-wallet. So technically this should be at the very end as I show me leaving the airport. So we'll leave that towards the end there. I think we can remove this and these evening shots. So imagine it'll be something like, drag these guys over, ending with this, and then showing the scenes as we're heading into town. And this will also be brief. It's just more to say like, okay, and I once I landed in Ulaanbaatar, I spent a day to acclimate and explore the main capital before the next day's flight. And then I'll just hop into some of those kind of scenes of like, you know, where I spent some time at the capital. Okay. So let's crush this part first. So what of this do we want to keep? None of this probably matters. So I think I can safely delete all of that. I won't delete it for now, but let's say we start with this. And let's speed it up a bit. So it might be something like this. And we can cut this down even more, so let's just find. So I'm saying something, welcome, 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 blah, blah, blah. And then as this one goes towards there, we start the next flight shot. And I think in terms of flight shot, maybe I want the one that's murky. Because we're just showing how rainy it was. So I feel like maybe showing something that's very cloudy could make sense, you know, in terms of the ordering. And I just want to find a clip where we basically what we'll do, probably not now, we're just going to try to line up that plane wing to make it feel like a better transition. So then it just hops from one right to the next. And we'll just show some of the scenes where it's like this, basically, where it looks very, very cloudy to mimic, again, we are kind of caught in some rainstorm. So something like this. So we'll make sure it lines up. The next of those clips is maybe, we just want different versions. So maybe before we get clear skies, maybe we'll start with, this one's a little bit too bright, so let's go with this one. Followed by this one probably. So we'll speed up the shots, might even be like more like time lapse, but I will try to make sure the wing is somewhat in the same position each time. So that this way we can show like as I'm talking about what we're gonna see, the context, blah blah blah, you'll see all these kind of plane motions. And then we'll end it with like switching it over into nighttime mode. So then something like this. And then these are some of the landing shots, so just find maybe... Yeah, we'll just drag all of these over for now. Landing in Genghis Khan, followed by showing me here, walking through, and then exiting the airport, leaving the airport, heading into town. I give some quick little blurb about it, followed by this part here. So then I'll probably add a little bit of a space, so it'll kind of like go pitch black, and then switch over. And then boom, here we are in Ulaanbaatar, blah blah blah, enjoy these things. Showing some of the moments. Me walking through Ulaanbaatar, eating some Korean food, I think it was. A lot of this we will cut out, but it's just kind of showing some of the cultural things you might see in town. I don't know how much I will add. It might just be like, oh, my only thought I had from that was there was a lot of Korean influence in Mongolia, which I didn't expect. So I might put some note in there as I'm showing the Korean food and stuff. But yeah. Hey, V Phrase, good to hear from you. Hi, how are you doing? I am doing well. I'm yawning, unfortunately. I had a late night, hung out with some friends after the stream, which I shouldn't have done because I'm punished for it now. And unfortunately, also, I think I got sick from it. How crazy, right? But just from one catch up with someone, and you know, I'm feeling symptoms already. So if my voice cracks or something happens, just that's why. But yeah, good to hear from you. Things are going well. We have accomplished a decent amount. We got one of our YouTube shorts done, so I will be publishing that later tonight on YouTube and TikTok and maybe as Instagram stories. We have finished the trailer, roughly speaking, so I'm very, very proud of where we are with the trailer. And so we've also decided we're going to have 2 episodes instead of 3 to cover all of Mongolia. Potentially, I'm leaning towards that. But what you're seeing me do is starting to work on chapter 1 of that episode. So in some ways it might be the most boring, unfortunately, visually, because it's like a lot of setting the scene. So I'm just trying to start to order some of the clips to show the passage of time, where I'm flying off towards Ulaanbaatar, which was our first kind of stop in Mongolia. And so a lot of this will ultimately not be this long. It'll be like time-lapse. I'm going to, you know, cut it up nicely. But it's going to serve as B-roll shots as I give a little bit of a voiceover to set the scene. I think just as a quick example for you guys to see what I'm talking about, from my first travel vlog, which was Uganda, you can kind of see it towards the beginning, right? So after the trailer, and we had our little title pop in. So same thing here, we'll get the title popping in, then we transition into chapter 1.
Hey everyone, my name is Yobel, and I go by Yobel Prize.
So you can see here, I'm going to probably do something similar, where maybe not the same like, hey, introduce myself, maybe not, but it is meant to be like, the first shots you're seeing are just like B-roll shots as I'm talking through.
Share the best of the world with the rest.
And then as I'm talking
of Uganda,
we're just showing a little bit of these kind of
gorillas
scenes.
Of Bundi to the...
And then in this one in particular, I think I even blurted out, and I was giving a little bit more context about what you should expect. I won't do this again because this is my first vlog, and so I'm kind of setting the scene of like what you should expect on my channel. This maybe I will do, like having some moment where I say like,
so
why
Uganda? Having previously experienced the magic of guerrilla trekking here, thanks to my travel partner.
So yeah, I might do something like that where it's like, okay, well, why are we going to Mongolia? Well, blah, 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 I've always wanted to do this, this, and that, and reaching out to Beck Travel, so then I would kind of promote the tour company I worked with, and then talking about my expectations and my excitement of what we will do. And then it'll, so the whole time we're doing all that, it will then show me landing eventually at Ulaanbaatar. And you can see here the landing occurs roughly at 2 minutes and 20 seconds. not to include the fact that the first 1 minute was like the title sequence. So basically, that's the same kind of principle, most likely. I want to give myself maximum 1 minute of the video dedicated to setting the scene and showing me landing in Ulaanbaatar, Mongolia. Any more than that, and I feel like it's too much, right? And even 1 minute might be too much. So yeah, let's say like if I can somehow drill down in 30 to 40 seconds, the context, you know, shout outs, follow me, blah blah blah, and then set the scene, and then boom, we're right into Ulaanbaatar. I think that's great. So yeah, that's the context, Vfrey. Good to see you on here. Yeah, nothing more to it. Let's keep looking through this. All right, so then we said we need 1 minute, less than that, we land. Then you show me landing in Mongolia, blah blah blah. Some quick moments in Mongolia, Ulaanbaatar. Some thoughts about, yeah, what would my key thoughts be? Probably just like, yeah, probably just the interesting element of like, there was, I wish I filmed it, but I think they have a whole Korea street, where there was a whole area that was like, it felt like it was dedicated to Korea. And so I wasn't expecting it, and I think I ended up having some kind of Korean food. But yeah, nothing much to this that I think is necessary. But the question is that good enough for chapter 1? I think so. So chapter 1, set the scene, welcome, welcome, we touch down in Mongolia. Chapter 2 then starts off where it's kind of like one of these shots. You see me boarding the plane. You'll see some of the shots as we're landing, so I'll need to reorder some of this. And then we see us departing the plane. I meet the crew, and some shots as we drive. So I want to pause here because I think what's really important for me to just proceed is I want to actually pick out the soundtrack that we're going to use for this segue. So again, just as an example, in that episode, actually let's listen to some of the ones. So I'm curious to see what I started with for each episode, because I think I normally start with like a very uplifting kind of soundtrack. So as we segue from this music to the next music.
Hey everyone, my name is Yobel, and I go by...
Yeah, so a little bit like happy-go-lucky, a little bouncy tone.
In episode...
For this one, let's see. Oh, this one I don't think I had music.
Ooh, here it is.
Yeah, so technically that one I didn't start with music right away because I did jump right into me talking.
And just like that, we're back for more adventures. We start the channel. Bell before you enjoy the wonderful...
This one I didn't have any music. I might, in hindsight, I would do it.
Accommodate. Enjoy the wonderful greetings from the Batwa tribe as we tour the lodge and settle in.
That was like actual soundtrack from the trip, so... what about this one?
Good morning and welcome as majestic primates. Today marks a new adventure.
Yeah, so a little bit more happy-go-lucky. Alright. Guest parked.
Client Delphine and the wonderful staff at Papyrus. I was ready to kick off today's adventure.
Okay, yeah, so basically I'm doing a lot more like bouncy, uplifting tones, let's say. Now, what I need to do as a task is I need to go to my audio section, potential soundtracks. We finished opening trailer, so one, let me clean house a bit. We had selected Oran Loifer, Leaving Home, which means we can move all the soundtracks we didn't use into a separate bucket. So let's start doing that. So we have potential soundtracks, opening trailer. And what do we say? We chose Leaving Home, which is already there. So I'm going to drag all these guys out. Okay, that way we know for our opening trailer, if I ever need to double check, I can see it's only that one. But then all the soundtracks we ended up not using, I need to then put it, so these are all the other potential soundtracks for other parts of our film. I don't think any of these will work necessarily for right now, because most of these soundtracks were like the Mongolian, what would you call it? Like more of the adventure soundtracks. Whereas I think for the very first one, I might need something just like normal happy-go-lucky. Although what we were just listening to could potentially work. So here, 1 second, let's see. Let's listen to this. Okay, I don't actually know yet. I gotta give it some thought. Because there's a thought that I'm having now where it's like, do I want all the soundtracks to have like a Mongolian feel to it? So even the more like kind of this like random upbeat thing where we're landing, should I just choose everything that's kind of that Mongolian vibe? That's a cool challenge. Obviously that could limit me because now I can only try to pick from that list. But thematically, I guess, or like in terms of yeah, in terms of keeping these consistent, maybe I could see the value of just using only Mongolian sounding soundtracks. If I do that, then okay, let's try it out. But you know what, as we're doing this, I also realized there's a step that I normally take that I didn't really do yet, which is I need to organize some of these kind of tracks. So for instance here, this is like, let's say, I don't really do this as much with this section, but it's like video track. Actually, I don't really need to change that. So we got video 1, video 2, video 3. That gives me 3 rows or 3 tracks for me to kind of throw in different video clips so that I can more easily edit as we go. Then I have a track for overlays. So all of these things like text overlays, as you see here, where the Mongolia title comes in, all of that. I put anything related to that in there, so that way it doesn't write over things or whatever else. And then I had a track at the very top called adjustment, which was, in this case, I added this kind of top and bottom border to the trailer. Now I need to do the same thing for the music side, or the audio side. Hello, Piyush. Hello, hello, hello. How are you doing? I'm good to see you. I am just working on chapter 1 of our video. We have gotten through the trailer for now, and I'm doing a little bit of the boring stuff but necessary stuff. So I'm trying to go through each of the tracks that I have and labeling them, so that way if I have to throw something into the timeline, I don't just randomly throw into random spots. So for instance, let's call the audio 1 track soundtrack 1. So then anytime I need to throw in a soundtrack, I know that I can put it in here. And technically, we're already mixing things, right? So some of this audio is connected to the actual captured audio, which I don't want. So what I need to do is start separating it out. It might be easier for me to actually move the soundtracks out. So what I'll do, apologies if this doesn't make sense, but I'm going to call this ambient 1 Yeah, let's call this ambient 1, and this one is ambient 2. What I mean by that is this is like basically the captured audio. Whatever I captured on film will be there. So like it could be noises of, like, it could be people talking, it could be the car noise, it could be the animals, snow, whatever. And this way I can adjust the audio levels on these two without impacting the soundtrack or other types of audio. Piyush, she said, good job on streaming 9 days in a row. Thank you very much. Yes, I'm also proud of myself. I'm giving a pat on the back as we speak. But no, thank you very much. I do appreciate it. That first week, and I was chatting with some friends behind the scenes about, you know, like when they're asking how it's going. It's been very encouraging because of people like you know, and people who have tuned in or given positive vibes or just, you know, whatever else. It's been encouraging because it turns out I do have the energy for it, even though I am a little bit sick today, but that's all my fault. I spent a bit too much time with people after the stream yesterday and didn't get enough sleep. So that aside, which is something I can adjust for, it's been good to know that I do have the energy for doing these types of streams. It's been fun because we are getting some traction. Like if it's been 9 days and I felt like I didn't get anywhere with what I'm editing, it'd be one thing. But we have created this really epic trailer that I'm very proud to stand on. So yeah, it's been good. I feel there's progress. So we are proceeding as we go. Now, one thing I mentioned in the beginning is that I've given myself a timer, and I believe that timer is probably showing like 5 days and so many hours to finish our first episode, and I'm still only on chapter 1. So yeah, this is all the clips that we need to somehow get through in the next 5 to 6 days to complete our first video. Not to mention I have to work on the scripting. Right now I'm focusing a little bit on the soundtrack. And yeah, so I'm very encouraged, but I'm also feeling the pressure that I've applied on myself. Nobody else told me I have to get this done in 5 to 6 days, but this is kind of what keeps me going, you know, just to put these arbitrary or, you know, self-imposed guidelines or goals. So let's try to get to it. Yeah, and that might mean longer streams, as we can do for sure. So one thing I wanted to do is I'm cleaning up a bit. I have been mixing up the audio tracks, which is not good. So like I said, ambient 1, ambient 2, anything that was actually captured in the videos, I want to have all the tracks there. So I normally have 2 just in case I need to overlap some audios, or sometimes I have one that's for audio that I want at a loud volume. That could be like people speaking and stuff, versus some that I want to have very soft. I don't know if I necessarily need that right now, but what we do need is the soundtrack 1 and soundtrack 2. And we also need one more, so add one track. Normally I do mono. Should I do mono? Let's do stereo for this one. This is the sound effects. So I have one track for any sound effects. So like the thing I mentioned earlier where maybe in the beginning of the trailer I want to add some sound of like the hoof beats or the wind, like the snowy wind type thing. So if I want to add that in here, then I'll have a track where I throw in all of that. So yeah, it helps to organize in the future to separate all this out. Now there's a few things I do need to rearrange. So for instance, the soundtrack here, let's drag it now into the soundtrack 1 section. This will drag into soundtrack 2. Whoops. Because there might be a slight overlap. Yeah, so when I zoom in, you can see that it does overlap. So this is why it's important that I have 2 tracks. Unfortunately, the way I did this, can I? It's like in between sections. So I don't know if I can do this properly. Wish me luck. Okay, hopefully I dragged it over properly. And hey Philip, hey yo. Oh, were you the one who messaged me? I haven't responded to someone in Discord. I apologize, but yeah, good to hear from you as well. It's been really fun to have people like you that I'd be like, oh, I actually recognize your name. You guys have contributed. Yeah, so it's actually been very, very fun to see what it's like to slowly have people interested in this kind of content. But yeah, hopefully you're doing well. You're just catching me as I'm doing a little bit of adjustments and cleaning up. And you're also watching me struggle a bit because for whatever reason, the way I had these soundtracks loaded in, they're like in between, what would you call this? In between frames, essentially. Because you can see these are like white lines. So this is like one frame, and I can move it frame by frame. And I somehow got this shot in between the frames, like at the halfway mark. So I'm hoping I can drag it over effectively and while maintaining the position of it. I'm trying to see if there's an easy way to do it. Maybe at the end of the clip, do I have it lined up? I do not. How silly. Oh wait, no, I do have an answer though. I can drag this, boom. There's my shortcut. So I dragged this one to one of these frames. So that means I should be able to drag this and it will sit where I need it to. I don't know if any of that made sense to people watching, but yeah. Anyways, I just wanted to one for one drag these over to the proper location. That way we now have all soundtracks in their place, which is the tracks down here. And then anything to do with our video clips themselves are in Ambient 1, Ambient 2, the first two tracks. What this also lets me do is actually reduce the volume of these soundtracks uniformly. And I believe, I could be wrong, but generally speaking, I think I have it set to something like -9. So what I'm doing is I'm actually clicking on the track. It's like, I'm not clicking on the individual soundtracks, I'm clicking on the full row. So soundtrack 1, I just changed, and now I clicked on soundtrack 2, and in the little inspector on the top right, I'm actually changing the volume for everything that's inside of that row to -9. So then it should hopefully not blast the soundtrack, and we'll change these up as we go. Same thing for the ambient. I might, just because sometimes it gets a little annoying when you play a soundtrack, and especially when you have the wind sound, and if I have it at normal audio, it'll blast your ears. So I might actually just turn both of these ambient soundtracks down by like, I don't know, -15. So worst case, I can increase the volume. In best case, I don't blow out anyone's ears from something playing too loudly. And that way I can keep this at like 0 dBs. All right. So let me put headphones on again. I was taking a break, but I want to see if we can find one soundtrack to put in here. This Mongolian voice one was not bad. Let's increase this a bit. And pause this music. And again, what I'm listening for is any soundtrack that we want to start off with something uplifting and just kind of like casual as I give my introduction and be like, hey guys, welcome back, yada yada yada. So this sounds a little too serious, but let's see. Yeah, too somber, too serious. Let's drag this into the melancholy section. Actually, no, let's leave this for now. Too somber. This one kind of works. If I can get over how strange it kind of sounds initially, but I might be able to, by this point we might have trained the audience to be expecting this more throat singing type sound, because the whole trailer in the beginning, I believe, replicated that. Yeah, since we got this kind of sound. So I think it could be possible. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to create a second folder inside my potential soundtracks. And we'll call this, actually now, okay, I'm going to call this 1.chapter1. So then I'll call opening trailer. I'll just label that 0. That way it's not weird if it says 2, but then I'm saying chapter 1, 3, chapter 2. So, okay, so chapter 1, potential soundtrack. We said this one we just listened to, one called Hans Johnson Blessings. And there's the Mongolian voice that we listened to prior. So let me drag those in there and we'll kind of filter. Let's keep listening. Mongolian barbecue. Oh wait, I think we listened to this one already. Yeah, too dark. Ooh, this is good. It's a little. This feels more like you're ready for the adventure, like you're in it. You know, like you just rolled up your sleeves and you hopped on the horse. So I think this could actually work better for a future chapter where we're showing me prepare getting on horseback, yada yada. So I will still drag it in there because it is somewhat in the right flavor, but most likely we won't use it. Magnum opus. Nope, too dramatic. This is the one we ended up using for the opening trailer, so let me delete this from this list. Can I delete it? There we go. Our boy Siraj again. Let's listen to some of his other ones. I like this. Piyush, you just asked Yobel Prize. You can call me Yobel, by the way. Yobel Prize, what do you do besides streaming? Well, I don't really have a life right now. Did I ever have a life? I hope so, but in the past, what did we say? Well, before 2 to 3 months ago, my life was basically traveling all the time. So I was traveling anywhere from 2 weeks out of the month to the full month. So that was my life, just traveling, capturing footage, blah, blah, blah. Since I've been home, my life and what I do besides streaming is basically just my work stuff. I say work, it's a passion, but it is technically my work. So I just spend almost all my time editing photos, videos, organizing things, creating my setup, just anything related to being a content creator in that sense. See my friends every once in a while, but less so now that I'm doing the streaming thing as I started off. And I watch a lot of movies, TV shows. If I wasn't streaming right now, I would be doing the exact same thing where I'm sitting in front of you here at my desk, editing, blah, blah, blah. But then my third monitor or like my laptop or other screen would have Netflix or YouTube or something playing. So yeah, that's what I would be doing. Outside of stream, I don't even have time for the gym anymore. I just try to be a little bit active or be more careful with my diet. But yeah. I think it's not really much of a life at this point, but it's one of those where I don't mind it because I'm like kind of on a mission. So, Piyush, you asked, is that a tabla sound? I thought you mean table or tabla. I've never heard that word. Let me look it up. Tabla. Instrument. Oh, it's an instrument. Tabla instrument. The tabla is a pair of hand drums from the Indian subcontinent. You might be right because I could be wrong, but based on the guy's name, the artist, Siraj Nepal, I mean, he could maybe potentially be from India or Nepal. I'm assuming if your last name is Nepal, that could also work. But yeah, so I think you might be right. Piyush, remind me, did you say you're from India? Or I apologize if I'm mixing you up, but I like the soundtrack though. I like this a lot. And it's that upbeat kind of sound that we're looking for to kick off the chapter. You know, it's like the start of the vlog. We want something positive and like adventurous, almost like we're anticipatory almost, but not giving away the game fully, right? And keep in mind, you're from India? Okay, okay. I think you might have told me this. Or someone else had done. I thought it was you. So, all right. Yeah, greetings. I love India. Hopefully, at some point, you were able to check out the video I made about my trip to India. I do plan to go back there as much as possible. But yeah, greetings, greetings. All right, so keep in mind I'm aiming for 2 to 3 episodes. So even if I don't end up using one of these soundtracks for this episode, the good thing is I can use it for the following. So this exercise is necessary for me to kind of start putting into potential chapters. So I will drag this over because I think it's really good. It might actually be the top choice right now, but let's keep listening. So our boy again, Suraj, what do you got for us? A song called Purity. Okay, so here are my thoughts. I love this. Probably not for the opening. I think this gives more of a vibe of like I'm already, it's like I'm waking up the next day and you're watching me prepare and you're hearing this kind of a soundtrack for some. It has like this feel of like anticipation for sure, and we're all getting prepared for something epic. So this could work really well at some other point in the like one of the future chapters. So we'll leave this here for now, but I do want to use this in my video somewhere. All right, our boy again, song called Try Again. Piyush, I'm curious if you can recognize what instrument this is. It's a little too empty, if maybe I don't know if that's the right way to say it. Like with some of the other ones, there was at least a little bit of a melody feeling to it that kept it going. This one feels like it's almost like water droplets kind of a thing, and that's it, which is not bad. But then I want a little something with a bit more mood to it, besides just the beats, let's say. Like, even that kind of sound, like what was it, like a flute or something, adds a little bit of melody to fill in the empty space. It's not bad. It's not hitting as hard as some of the other ones, but like I think that could technically work. But let's just check out the other one. This one's called Unsolved Destination. In terms of the title, that's nice to start off the chapter because it's fitting. But let's listen to the music. I think it's the same as one of the other ones where it's like good for an adventure soundtrack, but maybe not for the beginning. Last one on this kind of list of the ones we had already highlighted. Very, very epic. Not fitting for what we want. So, okay, we got these 4 that we had identified. Which I was leaning towards. Oh shoot, which one was it? Was it? I think it was from our boy Siraj. So it must have been this one, Optical Illusions. Okay, so it could be that one, but then there's one. Was it by Hans? Yeah, this one. Okay, let's try the Hans one first, just because that was the first one we had added in. So I will now show you guys how I work, obviously, but the workflow for me is as I wrap up the trailer, I need to find a moment where I can blend in the next soundtrack if I include one, which we will, obviously, in this case. So I tend to do just very, very simple. I fade out the music. It's like built into the video editing. Like if you click on the audio clip, you see this little white marker, and if you click on it, you can start dragging, and it allows you to fade in or fade out your music so that it kind of blends in nicer. So I think I can start this soundtrack a little bit sooner. Okay, so here's what it could sound like then. So imagine soundtrack is ending over here. And then I would still end up syncing the videos to the soundtrack if possible. But at this point, it's more important that I get the voiceover set up. And then figure out where there's a good point where we transition over. So like here, obviously, now we're picking up the pace. So there's a world where I'm saying, hey, I need all those plane shots to end before the little change up in the soundtrack. If I do that, what happens at the soundtrack? This could be where I start showing the clips of me in Mongolia, like in Ulaanbaatar. So that's one option. That's not a bad option because then it forces me to make sure the beginning section is short and sweet, so that I don't go on too many rambles or make it too long where people get bored very, very quickly. So the goal is hopefully I got people hyped up with the trailer, and hopefully the trailer was good enough that if I end up with like 1 or 2 minutes of boring, providing context, they'll still want to watch. Well, obviously I don't want to gamble with that. So let's say I'm just gonna time like a random. Here, let's just see. So what I'm doing is I want to just clip it up a little bit. And let's also turn down the soundtrack a little bit more, like maybe like this. Oh, whoops, no, not that one. Ambient. Let's turn this down to -25. Same with ambient 1. Let's do -25. Okay. I'm just trying to see of the clips I already have, if I were to go beat by beat, do I have enough space to use the clips as I have it? Let's see, let's see. I think I might actually. Well, kind of. I think I have enough for when the plane finally lands, but then I have a few more clips technically. Oh, no, yeah. And then what I could do is just make it so when that beat drops, I feel weird saying that because it's not really a beat drop. When the music picks up and gets loud, that's where I can switch over to the selfie mode. Okay, this is very, very crude, but let's just see, generally speaking, if the soundtrack kind of works. So we switch over, and then you'll hear me kind of start speaking a bit like, hey guys, welcome back to my travel vlogs. For this episode, we are actually going to be exploring Mongolia. Now, why do we want to go to Mongolia? Blah, blah, blah. I've always wanted to go there for these types of reasons, and after speaking with this company, Beck Travel, we've decided on an itinerary that will be there for X number of days. I'm excited for you guys to see. Yeah. I think that works. I think, okay, I'm laughing in a positive way. I'm thinking it could work because although I just roughly kind of drew this up, the point was I wanted to give a quick estimate of can I fit in, how long was this? Like say around 40-second mark into, yeah, so in like 20 seconds, am I able to get in an introductory message that lays down the context? Yeah, basically that. Introduction and context. So it's not drawn out. And it feels interesting. So as I have the voiceover, it's just going to be a bunch of shots of the plane. These are not the exact same clips, obviously. I'll maybe switch it up a bit. But then as we touch down, and then with that beat drops, you know, switching right over to a visual of me, I think 20 seconds is good, and then showing me probably makes sense after those 20 seconds to bring the story back to like, who are you hearing? Whose voice is this? Who's the main character of whatever? Of course, it is me. You are here watching me. But yeah, it's my channel. So yeah, I think then we jump to this, and the soundtrack with that nice little boom can work as a transition point. As we then jump into a few more housekeeping things, right? I need to promote myself, so I'll probably drag this in somewhere here. So then after that, chapter 1 disappears. And then when I appear, I'll probably say something like, and you know, for anyone who's watching this, make sure to like, subscribe, blah, 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 for more of these types of adventures. Boom. Okay, so you have watched me. This is generally speaking how I edit my videos. So that this whole workflow you saw, that's basically what I do. Sometimes it works, sometimes I hit a dead end. Right now, it seemed like it has worked, where we've listened to a few soundtracks, narrowed down a few options. I organize it into a certain folder. Then I start dragging in those soundtracks to see which one I can envision a script, a storyline, like a sequence that makes sense. So we landed on the first one we tried out. Part of me wants to try out the other one just to see. So if I don't feel certain or I want to keep testing, what I would do is, let's say I'm going to drag in the other soundtrack we had whitelisted, the one called Mongolian Voice. No, that wasn't it. But let me listen to that again. Yeah, not this one, but the optical illusion one. So let's say we use this one. This is the one, Piyush, you had mentioned if you're there. This is like the tabla sounding one. So what I would do is then I just mute the track that was for the one we have. And this is why it's important to have these tracks all separated. If I end up muting this, I don't affect the other sounds. And it's much better than if I were to click on this clip and try to, you know, reduce the volume, because then you have to readjust it later, and it's not as effective. Okay, so let's just quickly see if maybe the second soundtrack that we have might actually be better. But I'm leaning towards we're good with the first one, but you never know. Okay, 1 second, let me just drop the volume a bit. And obviously this is crude still because we just plopped it in randomly. Let's just give it some room before we kick it off. You know, let's just start from the beginning. Let's see this. Uh-oh. Oh, I accidentally muted the soundtrack. Whoops. So sometimes I might need 3 tracks, but before we go that crazy, maybe I can just swap the order. All right, we'll just do this temporarily so I can keep watching. Okay, I mean, it definitely works in terms of the upbeat aspect of it, but it's going to take more time for me to actually figure out how to synchronize that shot, this one with the changes here. So I think we're good with our first choice. So let me go ahead and remove that. But I have a feeling I might end up using this one on episode 2 maybe, or just any of the other episodes. So it will still be utilized, but for now, we can now drag some of these out. And what I might do is I might, in my mood section, I'm just going to create a folder called upbeat. So then later on I can figure out which ones, you know, from a mood perspective. So I'm going to keep blessings. I'm going to move these 3 over into upbeat. And now we are still organized. So we got soundtrack from chapter 0, which is the opening trailer, and now we've got Hans Johnson Blessing. We might have more soundtracks, that's why I create the folder, in case we need to add in more. But yeah. But I like it, I like this. So let's start from like roughly here and see how it looks. Hello, hello, welcome to blah blah blah. Great to have you back, something something. Here we are on our travels to Mongolia, something wild, something wild. So yeah, I'll work on the script later obviously, but this is kind of how I think in my head, like, okay, something has to come in here, something important, and then boom, shifting gears. And I might even put this little message up front. But anyways, those things we figure out later. I'll just drag it back somewhere over here. All right, so then let's keep going. I'm feeling much better. Sometimes that makes such a big difference. If you're able to get that soundtrack down, everything else just seems to kind of fall into place afterwards. Because the soundtrack ends up becoming like the skeleton, I guess, or the foundational layer. Let me switch over here. So if I can get the soundtrack down first, I don't mind. I think there are different ways to work on this. Like some people maybe do soundtrack at the end. For me, the way I currently operate, if I am able to figure out the soundtrack up front, I will, generally speaking, adjust the videos and my narrative, the scripting, all to fit the soundtrack. So Mostly. I prefer that approach if possible. So for instance, now that we got that soundtrack and we did have that moment where we saw the soundtrack kind of change the beat, my goal from there, you saw, was that I knew that I wanted to clip up some of those beginning shots to be condensed within that section, and when that beat changes, that's where we have a pivotal moment in the story, which in this case is when you first see me in the shot as we've landed. So yeah, like here, we'll change up the clip there, but then boom, you see me, and then we can see what to do next. But yeah, we're popping, we're making progress. So let's see what part of this we should keep. Definitely don't need all of this. So maybe what I'll do is in this first section, up until this next beat, maybe I can show the two different versions of the clip. So let's see. Just crudely speaking, let's see what I can show you. So imagine if it's like, or even right there. So let's see, like, well, it might be too long, so it could be something like this. And I have to be careful here, because by doing that, I don't have enough sound. I don't have enough tracks. So one more thing we'll do. We're going to add one more ambient track, just to give a bit more space. So we'll call this ambient 3. So then that way, because right now it looks like I'm using 3 video tracks anyways, so let's have 3 audio tracks to fit. So if I drag this one layer over, it doesn't bleed into the soundtrack. So yeah. But same thing, I need to now change the audio level of ambient 3 to -25 for now, just to keep it quiet so we don't blast our ears with random sound. And let's drag it over here. What does that look like? Piyush, you were saying, to be honest, that tablet soundtrack didn't fit in that section of the video. Yeah, okay, good. Good to know. I think that's where I was leaning anyways. So it's good to have that affirmation. Now, if you disagreed and you end up saying like, actually, no, the other one's bad, I would love to hear that, you know, like I want pushback, because just because I think something might be good, I've been proven wrong more times than not. So, but I appreciate it. It's good to know. So I think, but I do want to use that tablet soundtrack. That was a good one. It's like nice and upbeat. It's, it doesn't have too many elements to it that it overwhelms whatever I might be showing in the shot. So yeah. All right, let's see if having 2 selfie clips of this duration is too long. What goes for it is that at least I can transition at that beat, but I think it might be too long. So then the other option I was saying is, let's imagine, let's zoom in a bit more. No, let's zoom out a bit more. So instead of doing 2 beats, let's just do 1 beat each. So roughly like when the second beat comes in, we can show that. So it'd be like, okay, much better. That way we don't have to waste too much time on nonsense. Like, cool, you see me in frame, but what am I actually sharing? If it's just me walking through an airport, to have so much time spent on that is a little bit much. So we might not end up using this particular section of the clips, but this allows me at least to have a general sense of what we should do. Let me go ahead and delete these clips for now, so that I can drag these clips down to conserve on space. Okay, so to be like, let's start from roughly here. So it's like, yeah, we've given our little intro. Make sure to like and subscribe, of course. All the good stuff. And then, Cool. So then what comes next? Well, something, let's draw these guys down. So these are some of the additional clips I haven't used, but I don't want to delete them. So what I think I'll do is I'll put this as the base layer. I'm going to shift everything back up one level for the ones that I currently have as placeholders slash like current contenders. And then below that, I will put all these shots I haven't used that I may end up using, but that way it's hidden from the actual visual. And then it keeps one video track remaining for us if we need to drag something on top without it bleeding into the soundtracks. Cool. So like I said, I tend to overshare what I'm doing because I hope it's fun to hear all the decisions I'm making and why. And also that way, if I do a decision for poor reasons, you can also call me out on it or correct it for me. So let me drag these over next. So what comes next? We got this, and then we want to show us exiting the airport. Oops. Now, I don't know if this is a glitch that I'm experiencing right now. Usually I should be able to see a little, my tool should switch from this mouse cursor to something else that I can trim this guy. But right now, instead of trimming, it's just extending the prior one. Is there a reason for that? Let's see. Is it this guy? No, what did I just do? Undo. It's not that one. Like I said, I still have so much to learn when it comes to all these little tools. I probably only am scratching the surface, but what I wanted to do is I wanted to trim some of the beginning section because it was a little bit shaky, I think. So maybe just like from like here. Let's cut it to there. So again, these shots are really unnecessary to have as long segments. It's again just to show passage of time and progress. So exiting the airport. This one I think is incorrect. Well, it's not that it's incorrect. It just looks strange because we're seeing the airport from the road. So it almost looks like we're heading there. But I think that was just the weirdness of the road structure. And I want to show us leaving the airport and going away from it. So I might actually end up using this clip for the following day when we're heading back to the airport. So let me just drag this away. And we'll drag it all the way as part of the next chapter. So technically it'll be a different color scheme and everything. It'll be part of this come on. There we go. Okay. Going back. So, yeah, so let's do leaving the airport, showing some of the road shots. And again, I don't need to show much. It's just to show a little bit of flavor of here we are in Mongolia. So let me just clip up a few pieces here. This is better as we now start seeing a little bit of the landscape. And what other scenes maybe? Keep going. Maybe these ones. Nice little like straight shot. That's a nice moment. Okay, so I'll clip this so we get like a quick shot, different framing. But then here's nice where you can see a nice reveal and it's somewhat centered. So we're using the car in front of us as like kind of the hero shot, if you will. Or like the, yeah. Oh my god, there's something wrong with my tool, but I don't know how to fix it, so anyways. So let's say something around here we can use. And it's a nice little reveal of the landscape. So if anything, I might let this clip have a lot more space if needed. But we'll see in a second. I'm just trying to trim out the fat. we don't need that. I think we're good with what we've got. We don't need too many clips. One of the lessons that I'm learning as I'm doing more of these kind of video editing is that I have to trim the fat. There's so much of what I do where I feel like, and this could be a me thing, but generally speaking, I tend to overshare versus undershare, and that is reflected in how I edit videos or what I share in videos. And I'm trying to get into a habit of trimming the fat and realizing if there are shots that I might like, it doesn't mean most people will like it, or trying to view a video with trying to view it as like a first time viewer and trying to think through like, where do I start getting bored? Where are you not hooking me necessarily? So I'm trying to do that. So in this case, like for instance, we have trimmed the fat a bit to some of the sections, but we may trim it further just to make sure I'm not overly sharing like shots of us on the road, which could look good. It could fit nicely with the music. But I have to remember, this is a long video that I want to get to the meat of, which is when we start hitting up the eagle hunters and all that. So then let's see what still fits with the music while keeping it short and sweet. So we had this. I might even cut this one a bit short, so it's like this right here. So we're going to cut that beat in half and make these next two clips the same duration. And I just got to figure out which of these clips to use. It might be this one. Not that, obviously. It might be this to this guy. And then let the next slide breathe a bit more, because that's more of a nice reveal shot. So trying to find a good spot from there. So let's just randomly, okay, so it might be like this. 1, 2, 1, 2, boom, and then to there. So yeah, we're letting this one breathe a bit more. So it'd be like this, 1, 2, 1, 2. And then I'll probably add a bit of zoom and all the other fun stuff. And I might even speed up the clip a bit, because I want to show, there's a bit that I wanted to show here, but it's not currently being captured, which is a little bit more when it was down under, you know, like before a lot of the landscape was visible. And then you see it start to get revealed, but the clip is going too slow. So then if I speed it up to try to get it to end, so let's try that now. So imagine if I take this clip, change clip speed. What if I change it to 125%? I don't actually know where. Okay, so let's try that again. Let's try change clip speed to 140%. Better. I think we can do more though. Let's try 160%. Okay, I think that's fine. For now, it seems like it's okay. And then what I would do is I would just like stabilize the clip. Sometimes I don't go in order, so like right now, for instance, you're watching me stabilize this clip, but you didn't see me do that for the other ones. I just kind of wing it, you know. When I feel there's a moment where I do want to double click and see if I need to, you know, keep with the changes, I will. Okay, I think it's good enough for now. So then let's just quickly review what does that look like. So again, here we are over here. Oops, what caused that? There must have been some it's because I have a clip underneath it that's being showcased. So let me just kind of drag this a little bit to the side for now. Okay, let's look at that. Hello, hello, welcome to my latest video, something something. Here we are, going to Mongolia, something something about liking and subscribing to my channel for more. And so why are we in Mongolia? Well, I wanted to see this and that, and after reaching out to Company Beck Travels, we're good to go. Boom, boom, boom. Okay. I think timing-wise, that's good. It's not overly long. It could be a little bit shorter, possibly, but in terms of the music, it is technically aligning to the beat where we've landed, and then we've take how many seconds? We're at 108. Let's see. 1, 2 seconds, 3. Okay, yeah, that's actually not that bad. That was like less than 6 seconds to show this transition from the selfie moment to leaving the airport to heading off towards Ulaanbaatar. So then from this point on, we will now show Ulaanbaatar. So let me drag these guys closer. So then I might start adding some voiceover in again. So it'll be like this. And let me think. And I might make it more dramatic by going like this. And then where that next beat kicks in, I might stop showing the video. So it'd be like, oops, but then let me cut this out so you can get a black screen. So it'd be like this. Something like that. So it'd be like, so that way it's a little bit of a hard cut, but just to show passage of time. And then that would mean probably in the voiceover, I need to add a little bit more dialogue somewhere along here from this section, where I would say something to the effect of like, I don't know. It's something like, I think I need to say something about how I was, after landing in Mongolia, I spent the next day resting and exploring Ulaanbaatar before tomorrow's flight. Something like that I think I need to include. So it gives a context of like, hey, so I've left. After arriving in Mongolia, I spent the next day. I headed into Ulaanbaatar where I would spend the next day before going on to the next adventure. Or I could do that here maybe. So if that was all quiet, no voiceover, then after the switch, let's see. So after landing in Ulaanbaatar, I explored a bit of the city before the next day's flight. In terms of what I did, I went into the main capital, something, as well as getting some good food. And then I'll give that little side thought about like, oh yeah, one thing I noticed was that there's a heavy Korean influence that I wasn't expecting. So all of this we're not going to use, so obviously we will try to find some quick moments of this, just like we did with the other section, to fit into just like a handful of seconds. So a mixture of these shots, some statue shots. So like maybe we might not even end up using any of this because the quality is not the best. I think I did this one with the GoPro. I don't know, for me personally, and this could just be how I color graded it, it's just not that great. But when I was here, I was just testing out the different the action cameras I had. And I was testing out the time-lapse as well. So I was testing time-lapse and stabilization. So this was like one of the clips where I was just naturally moving. Then there was the time-lapse mode, which is what you're seeing here with the GoPro. I'm assuming this bad boy over here is Genghis Khan, because they gave him this massive statue, so that's the only Mongolian historical figure I know. So this was with the iPhone. No, sorry. This is the Insta360. So yeah, actually you can see it in the shadow. So I was using the Insta360 on this little selfie stick just to test the quality. This trip was one of the first. This is the first trip I used an Insta. Oh my god, I can't speak today. This was the first trip that I used the Insta360 camera. It was an X3. Since then, I have upgraded to an X4, and since I got the X4, an X5 came out. It's so annoying because this is how you end up purchasing way more gear than you should. I have refrained from that for now, but yeah, with the X4, the cameras are really dope because you get these crazy shots you normally wouldn't be able to. So I was testing out the 360. I was testing out the GoPro because I usually don't travel with the GoPro either. And I was testing out the iPhone because I had the iPhone 15 Pro and I wanted to see. This was maybe one of the first trips I was shooting in Apple Log. Prior to this, yeah, I think maybe I had 2 other trips where I was testing that. This is the iPhone. I think the iPhone quality ended up being the best, but I shot this one in vertical, unfortunately, so let's see. So anyways, obviously we're not going to use all of these. It was more, I just wanted to compare between the 3, and then we'll see which one, if at all, we might use. But this is very much B-roll, where I'm saying, like, I did a little bit of exploring Ulaanbaatar. I didn't do much. It was just more, like, you know, to acclimate as we had a flight early the next day. So as I'm saying that, maybe I'll just pick a few shots, especially these shots, because this is with my professional camera gear, so obviously you can see the quality is quite different. So maybe just showing some casual moments, some statues. And then, yeah, me walking around probably needs to be somewhere towards the front of that. So maybe we'll actually set this one here. Bring this guy back. So that pause. So then we'll just use some moments of me walking around. This is me, by the way, as a desert dweller, having grown up in the desert in the States, in Arizona, and now being in Dubai. Anytime I'm in snow or cold conditions, I love it, but everything's new to me. The first time I ever saw snow falling was when I went into university in Chicago. So, yeah. So I was just having fun blowing smoke, as they say. Alright. Anyways, back to this. So we just show me wandering. We then show... What else? What else? Let me do this sequentially. So it could be one of these shots. So let's drag these up a little bit forward. I want to put these in a little bit better ordering. So it'd be potentially starting off with shots of me walking around. So then you can tell I'm in some kind of a city area now. So we went from driving. So we go from driving to walking. So now it's clear we're inside of a city. I will explain it in the voiceover as well, but anytime the visual can tell the story without you needing to speak, that's great. What else? What else? These ones I probably won't use because it's in vertical mode. So where possible, I try not to, just for continuity's sake. So I will drop these 2 down. This one could work. What else? What else? Oh, nice. Okay, so we do have some good quality of the statue. So I might not even show any of the action camera smartphone of the statue, just because, like, I don't know, the quality is not that. It's not good for 4K showing on my vlogs wherever possible. So let me drag these ones with the rest of the statue shots. Let me drag the food shots towards the end. So I'm gonna still keep the time lapse, but I'll put them towards the end as a lower priority. Now the only reason I might keep it is because the time lapse feature always looks kind of cool. But I can technically just speed up the slow-mo, like the regular speed shots I have, but we'll see. We'll see if the time lapse survives. Then what other clips do we have to organize? Food shots, not the most important to show, but we have it. Street shot, this could just show a little bit of chaos and again situate for people that we are definitely inside of a city. But it's just a normal shot. I mean, it's kind of cool, I guess, to be able to see. I don't know how normal it is to have a police officer standing on a little podium in the middle of the road. So if I think it adds some cool vibes to the vlog, then I might keep it. But it's a throwaway shot, you know. It's like it doesn't hit that hard. It's more if I need fluff, and so I'm not gonna prioritize it too much. But now we have the ordering. So basically, here's what's gonna happen. We've got I'm just listening to the music to see if there's a good cutoff that I need to fit everything in. Okay. So that point, where was it? It was like here? So this was a good one for some kind of cutoff or some transition, because then that little bell sound pops in or whatever it was. I'm going to do something that I haven't played around with as much, but it should be helpful. I believe this is a marker. I don't know the shortcut for it, but basically I might just put this marker there. Technically it's like right here. So as a reminder that that is one of these kind of transition points to keep in mind. So it goes one. So I'll start with some selfies. Boom. And then here might be another marker. Let's try some more. Yeah. Marker here. So maybe it's like one video here, shorter video, longer video, shorter video, shorter video. If I stick to like a rigid structure, it could be something like that. But anyway, so then when that little electric sound comes in, so what could that be? Maybe it's like if we do some selfies in the beginning. So selfie shot, another selfie, another, boom. So then this point we switch over to a different category of shots, which could be these kind of shots. So these kind of like kids with the ice blocks. And then when the electric part comes in, that electric part is where we now can show some of the statue shots. And then if needed, the food shots. And otherwise that will wrap up our time in Ulaanbaatar. Because again, thankfully I had some cool footage, but it's not the main show. So I do want to prioritize efficiency and speed of cutting through all this. So let's see. Like I said, my first attempt here is not to get the right section of the clips. I just want to get the right timing of the clips. So let's see here. So like this one will be more of showing. Oh my god, why is it doing this? This is where I do hope that we continue growing an audience and having people who are better at me than everything, but then definitely for video editing, and someone can tell me like, hey, this is what you need to do to fix this. Because right now I'm having this issue where I'm not able to get this to work the way I want it to. Alright, whatever, let's try here. So it'd be like, drag this over. next marker. So let's say if we shrink this guy up to the marker, and then our final selfie shot. And in our case, we only have 3 selfie shots or sections, so that kind of works itself out. I'm not sure what section anyways, but okay, let's drag this over. Let's see what it looks like if I end with the hand closing. And then we bring in the ice block stuff. Alright, so we got selfie, 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 ice block. Let's just clip up some parts now. It's a really long clip. I don't know if I'm gonna use it all. I'm just trying to find clippable shots. So this would work. Just show some context of what's going on here. This will be nice. So just a nice little casual moment. Maybe this. Okay. And then this is a statue shot, so we'll put that over with the rest. Alright, so then these are all the clips we have to play with for the ice block section. And like I said, there's a part of me that would love to keep all of this, and then there's the other part of me that realizes, back to the warning I mentioned, I need to trim the fat. And remember that people are not here for this shot, they're here for the eagle hunters. So, with that in the back of my mind, let's think. I mean, I think of all the shots, that one's the cleanest. You get a little bit of the statue in the background. Obviously, you get the ice slide. It's a fairly smooth motion. Just at the end, I kind of start cropping towards the top, but I can maybe combine these two together. This is, I guess, unnecessary because it sets the scene a little bit, but yeah, I think maybe this one can go. Let's see. I have a little bit of shake, so maybe if I start a little bit later. I don't need the end. So maybe it's just more that sliding motion. And then can we combine it with... Maybe we end with these shots, so I need something that helps set the context. It could be that one. So these two could be the context shots, and then the last two are the more engaging shots. So setting the context of like being outdoors with this kind of frozen ice rink and ice blocks. My current thoughts is like I can either add a speed ramp to speed up the section here just to jump to this, or I can just cut up the shot. So maybe I have one that shows the ice rink, and then jump to the ice block. So it goes. So then here, and then just do a close up of the ice block here. Oops. Why? There we go. Yes, Nala? You okay there? You want to play? Good girl. My cat wants to play, but unfortunately, we must crack on. Alright, so, where are we? It was this to this. 1, 2, to like. Maybe I'll start it from like here. It's very shaky. Let's see if we can fix it real quick. So let's go to stabilization. Okay, not bad. I was supposed to show this one too, though. Whoops. So it goes this. Okay, so maybe what I do is we do a shorter clip of this guy. 1, 2. Bring this guy in. So it goes 1, 2. Cut it there. So they should be roughly the same duration. Show this one. 1, 2, 3, and okay. So let's say I do something like this, and then end with the two engaging shots. So we'll fix the timing on that as well. But it's like this, something like that. But timing still may not work out. Let's see. So it could be like. Okay, maybe this. And then just start it a little bit later. So we're just kind of merging two different scenes, but of the same kind of action, which is sliding down. I think that works. And then let's just figure out the right timing. I have until here. So, let's see. Ideally, I can end with him kind of looking at the camera, looking kind of happy. So, roughly like that. Let's see if it cuts too much away, and if we need to speed it up and all that fun stuff. So, kind of works. Kind of works. Let's let's just stabilize the shot and see if it does anything. That's a little bit wonky. You might not be able to see it from your screen, but it basically, when I add the stabilization, it's creating a little bit of glitchiness. Yeah, so unfortunately that's the way I'm doing it is not working. Let's try to change up things and see if it helps. Nope. What if I remove the smooth entirely? Nope. What if I add a lot of smooth? Not at all. Okay, for this shot, at least, unless I figure out some fine tuning, we leave it as is. Same with that one. There's this weird glitch occurring when I try to stabilize. Can I fix it? Can I fix it? I cannot. Alright, so we'll leave it as is. And now I just want to fix what section to show. I think that's better. Okay, where are we? So selfie shot, something, whichever part of this, another selfie, different angle, closing it off to then some of the town square, and just a little bit of action. And then, what do we have? Oh yeah, statue shots. And let's just also do a little pulse check of how long that section has been so far. So this chapter starts at 39 seconds, and right now we are at 1 minute and 26 seconds. So we're still under a minute so far, which is not bad, but keep in mind I'm trying to make this video 15 minutes and we're already like what, 2.5 minutes or whatever it is in. I'm wearing the same shirt as that scene. Got this little, I think this is like an Under Armour shirt, but yeah. Oh, I will be right back. I have someone calling me that I need to answer. Actually, I think I can mute and then do it. Alright, so I have a delivery coming in like a couple seconds, so I will be right back. Let me leave you with one of my YouTube videos I should be playing in a second. Alright, let's dive into how I pack for Uganda, starting with the essentials, most of which fit in my Samsonite Ecodiver check-in bag. You can find all my gear linked in the description below. I opt for a soft case when flying within Uganda since they use smaller charter planes that have a 15 kg soft bag limit. I pack activewear shirts and trekking pants, mostly from Colombia. I pack my undergarments, of course, waterproof socks for the treks, and leg gaiters, which are a lifesaver against mud, sharp branches, and forest ants during the jungle treks. Also bring a pair of gloves if you're doing the treks, it'll protect your hands. Definitely bring a rain jacket, and for sun protection, bring the hat, sunglasses, sunscreen, and arm sleeves. The last one, it's great for people like me with tattoos. Neck gaiters are also a must.
It's great for hikes, and it doubles as a face mask during ape encounters. And if I have space, I'll throw in a pair of normal shoes or sandals. The hiking boots I'll wear with me on the actual flight. You can't forget bug repellents, first aid kit, and toiletries. And then with the remaining space, I'll throw in all my non-battery camera accessories, like the tripods, gimbal heads, camera straps, lens filters, and cables. For context, all this packed up comes in at around 12 kgs. Moving to my primary carry-on, the Gitzo Adventure 30-liter backpack. This bag is super durable, comfortable, and surprisingly spacious. It fits my Nikon Z9 camera with the 400mm f2.8 lens attached, along with a couple of other lenses like a 20mm f1.8 for the wide shots and a 70-200 f2.8 or 85mm f1.2 for the distant or low light shots. I also packed my DJI Mic 2 microphones, a shotgun mic, and a couple of think tank bags stuffed with spare batteries, memory cards, chargers, and cables. Now for my Peak Design Everyday Sling Bag. This little wonder is like Harry Potter's magical suitcase, and it's way roomier than it looks. It holds my Nikon Z6 III camera with a 24-70mm lens, my 14-inch MacBook, charger and power bank, universal adapter, as well as an Osmo Pocket 3 action camera. Plus, of course, my passport and wallet. And the best part, it's usually not weighed by airline staff, so packing it with heavy essentials can save you a headache at check-in. This becomes my go-to bag that I wear when I'm going out for photo shoots. This trio of bags ensures that I'm covered from airport to savannah to jungle for the smoothest of adventures.
package. I haven't opened it. I actually have no idea what it is. Oh, sorry. I said I got my package. I don't know what it is because I haven't opened it. But let me turn something back on. I think I muted something. Did I? Okay, we're good. Hopefully you guys can hear me okay. I just randomly started punching buttons as they were calling me. Idora, you said that was cool. The thing about packing. Oh, awesome, awesome. It was a YouTube video of me packing, which must have been from my Uganda guide. So I appreciate that you liked it. I would love to do more of those kind of things, but that was way too much effort, man. I basically simulated what I would have to pack for that trip afterwards. So this is like post hoc once I got home. Obviously I was making the video, and so I literally had to repack as if I was traveling, knowing that I was about to have to pack it all up and then unpack it and put it back. But it was all for the shots, right? So then I had an overhead. I had one tripod, like a newer tripod where I can have my camera overhead and hang heavy. And then, yeah, basically what you saw, right? It was one of those photo stitches where I just took a bunch of photos and then sped it up. I also took the time, as I was be right backing, to pour myself another Mason Perrier. I kind of want to be sponsored by them now, but I discovered them at the start of my stream, as I just wanted to drink something that was not coffee all the time. So I got it in this little cooling container, because this is the thing that was delivered to me this morning, and it's still warm. But anyways, this one's called Forever Lime. All right, I swear I'm not sponsored by them. They really should, since I'm so valuable to their business. But anyways, I do need to keep drinking more because, as I said, I think I started getting sick this morning, so I want to keep myself hydrated. All right, so thank you very much for the compliment, Edora. There's still something I need to fix with the whole Be Right Back scenes that I created. Essentially, I have a whole playlist of a bunch of different clippable moments from my travels, and like you'll see all of it on my YouTube page, I believe. But I had it so it shuffles. So every time I go away, it should technically shuffle to another clip, so it'll keep things interesting. But I think if I don't finish the clip and I come back, it'll restart that prior video from the beginning. So anyways, oversharing in case someone has an answer, but yeah, that is what it is. Let's get back into this mode. Idori said that's cool. Thanks, man. I do appreciate that, because before, you know what? Sorry, we're going to take a quick pause because we've seen enough of me on this camera here. Let's see more of me on this camera. As I was starting my streaming journey, obviously I had a lot of thoughts before I hit the stream button. And some of it were things like, okay, do I have the equipment necessary to run a stream? Everything from, like the camera setup, the lighting. Is my PC powerful enough? So this Mac Studio is powerful enough, but for instance, with my prior MacBook Pro and stuff like that, I would notice at times when I was running too many different programs, something crashes. So before I got into streaming, I was like, okay, I do need to upgrade. So that was one of them. Like, technically, do I have everything? Is there issues with the internet speed or some connections? Are there issues with me being in Dubai, and are some things blocked that I need access to? I don't know. And then, so not on the technical side, the other elements, yeah, bottlenecks, exactly, Edora. I was just trying to figure out what are those potential bottlenecks, and what are things that are actual full stop, like I cannot stream for these reasons. But then some of it was also like, yeah, I didn't even know what the content would be. Will I have enough interesting things to even show? Because I didn't really think this was a category that existed on these streaming platforms. I assume it's mostly gaming, which is like clearly high intensity stuff, always changing, or yeah, I don't know, having a personality, which I believe I do have one. But I mean, to be a streamer, like, come on, like that requires a different flavor. Like, speaking of flavors, Forever Lime by Mason Perrier. Anyways, one of those things that I was thinking about was I wanted to find a way to make my stream look as professional as possible, or as like slick as possible, to kind of offset maybe the lackings of the other elements that I'm not very good at, or I didn't know if I had. So I was like, if I can create nice little opening, starting soon visuals, which are my videos that I created, or if I can create these nice little Be Right Back scenes, I would love to do that, and maybe that will be a nice touch to make this feel more polished than it actually is. So anytime someone compliments me on those things that I have, I do appreciate it, and I want to keep improving it. I would love to. I have some thoughts, but let's test it out first. Hey, Formula Fortnite TV, welcome back. It was good to hear from you. I think it was the other day. I think I was referencing you later on in the stream, that I got the best compliment to boost me for forever, really. But I do appreciate your kind words the other day. Let me see what you wrote. Edora, you said photography is just very niche on Twitch. Yeah, exactly. I didn't even know that it was a concept, but I have discovered that there is a photo community. So shout out to Sora, who first pointed it out, and then who put me in touch with Maple Glades and that whole photography community. But I think they're only mostly on Twitch. I don't know if there is one on Kick or YouTube. And either way, it is very much a niche. I did discover, I think on Kick there is a category. So I'm currently on the just chatting categories, but I think there is technically one called video production. So perhaps there are other streamers that do this kind of thing of showing like editing a video. So that's good to know. And then the question is, are the videos that I'm editing exciting enough? I would argue these the things that I'm doing right now may not be as exciting because I'm on the most boring of chapters, which is chapter 1, and it's a lot of the setting the scene kind of things. But it will pick up, obviously. And but yeah, it'll constantly change, and it all depends on the quality of my travels and the quality of how I capture things. So hopefully that niche, we can keep growing it. Formula, so you had said definitely interesting enough. Photography is great. Definitely interesting enough. Okay. Perfect. I think you're talking just like my stream overall. I think that's what you're referring to, and I appreciate that. I'm glad to know it is interesting enough, and let's keep seeing. We'll keep testing it out. It's only been 1 week, so. Idora, you said, and people don't typically have that attention span. Yeah. But then, you know what? I was trying to think like, yeah, if you think overall trend-wise, clearly we're consuming more short form. So think about the TikTok trend of like, you got a hook in 3 to 5 seconds. Long form, people get bored. But then if you're on Twitch, if you're on Kick, if you're watching content on either of those or YouTube live streams, I imagine the audience to even be in this space to begin with prefer long form. It must be, right? Like, I can't imagine someone who has a very short attention span, who is more of a TikTok crowd, being okay with watching content on these stream sites where by nature, by virtue of it, it is long. So I don't know. I am trying to figure out more and more what is the actual audience across these spaces, and what I do I need to tweak things, or am I good to go as is? We don't know. Philip, good to hear from you again. And let me see what you said. Haha, your to-do agenda. Oh no. What did I? Okay. My to-do agenda. NR. I don't know what the NR is. Did I write something about that? You might be laughing at the fact. Oh wait, it's still that most don't. Yeah. So I think your first message, you might be laughing at my slow pace. That might be what you're referencing. I tend to set an agenda every day, and I tend to not ever meet that agenda. But you know what? Okay, I'm seeing my agenda pop up now. Work on shorts. I did do that, so check on that one. Number 2, start chapter 1 of Mongolia vlog. We have started it, so technically it is a check. Number 3, play with my cats. I did play with them a couple times, but that is more of an ongoing thing. And then number 4, 3 Mongolia photos. Okay, so I did set more realistic goals for today. NR means number. Oh, I see. Number 3, which is play with my cats. Yeah. I need to do more of it. Nala came over here with the toy and was like basically begging for attention. She ran away though. What else did you say? It's still that most don't. Philip, you said it's still that most don't know that there is a photo video community on Twitch. Yeah, including myself. And like, as someone who is trying to go into that, I didn't even know. But this is kind of my outlook on most things, but I view that as an opportunity. So to me, it's like knowing that there isn't much of a community, but there kind of is. And then this past week, and people like yourselves who are in the chat, and then as I've been practicing and seeing what kind of content visually am I working with, I do feel like there should be no reason that this becomes a bigger than a niche. It just depends on the quality of, like the videos you're working on or the photos you're working on. And I am very, very, very fortunate and to say that at least for this past year and a half of traveling, I am comfortable in saying that I probably have above average types of content, because not many people in the world would do what I ended up doing, which is, going full-time traveling as much as I had, spending all the money I need to go to different places, and then wanting to show that in a stream. So I do feel like I'm confident enough to say that if this category grows, as of now, I should be able to have some of the coolest content to be editing. So that's my little bit of removing imposter syndrome for the day. It said play with cats, Philip. Yeah, I finally got what you're saying. I apologize. I am very slow. I'm going to blame it on feeling a bit sick. Edora, yeah, speaking of that, let's give this little guy a little pet. Good boy, Kimbap. All right. I was just annoying him a little bit. But there's my playing with cat moment. You said I've been around Twitch photo community for like since 2019. Damn, I didn't realize that. You know what? You're right, because Twitch, when I first discovered Twitch, it must have been, I think, right around 2019. No. 2018. When I moved to Dubai, I discovered Twitch, and that was during like the Fortnite days. I think I was watching some of Ninja's content, but that was more for like research purpose. I was researching that industry because it was a little bit tangential to like potential concepts for my corporate job. But I did find it interesting, and I did think at the time I felt like a little ahead of myself, at least in my generation, especially in my corporate world. I was trying to convince people like, hey, you guys need to be watching these like Twitch and these live stream communities, because that is going to be the next for the next generation. Celebrities and people they look up to will not be movie stars. It's going to be like streamers, and I think it's borne itself out to be somewhat true. Idori said, "You've seen a lot of streamers come and go, but you're here for it." Yeah, I see. I know what you're talking about. Twitch used to be Justin.tv. Yeah, I did not know of it at that time. So in some ways I was a newcomer, but I was aware of Twitch from like 2018-ish, and I was watching a bit of content back in the Fortnite days, and there were some creators who were doing that one Among Us. So I was very much engaged watching those like Among Us videos. I thought that was a cool thing to do live. So yeah, anyways. All right, so where were we? We were editing chapter 1, looking at this beautiful man over here staring off into space as he landed in Mongolia. We had the shots where we see arriving in Ulaanbaatar. Like I said, I want to obviously give moments, the valuable moments, some viewing time, but I also need to keep track of how long the video is so far. So right now, from the start of the trailer to what we've worked on, it's 1 minute and 25 seconds. So that's not bad. I think that's not bad. Now, the thought in the back of my head is like 15 minutes. That's kind of the goal that we set. We can obviously go above 15 or less, but I feel like 15 tends to be a decent number to use as a standard to say, if you go more than 15, maybe people tune off, potentially. If you go less than 15, that's probably okay. It's probably better to go less than 15 than more than 15. But this is all just I don't know. I don't have any science behind this. I just have an assumption that people want long-form content, but not that long when it comes to these kind of vlogs. So we'll do our best. So let's see where we were at. So let me just start from where we changed up the music. So here I've done the little context, and then the boom moments. So now the mood is a bit more kind of on the next level, showing some scenes as we arrive in Ulaanbaatar. Another boom moment, which is then just selfie shots. And then a little teaser of Ulaanbaatar. And then the statue shots, which we need to fit in as well. And there's a world where I might even have to trim all of this to fit inside of here, so then we'll have to cut some of those ice ones or find other things to cut out. Let's just drag these over for now to see what we can work with. Edora, you asked, have you ever deep dived into analytics? No, I have not. Well, I take that back. I think initially I was looking at it for my videos when I would publish them, but I've never taken the time to really deep dive into it. And part of the reasoning was like, the views that I'm getting on these videos is not like a crazy number of them. So it's the sample size I don't think is necessarily enough to make real good analysis. It's good enough to, at least generally speaking, see if actually I don't know. I don't think I had a big enough sample size of both viewers and videos that I published. I think at this point I probably should be looking at the analytics a lot more, because I have a broader body of work now. I've gone deeper on some of the kind of verticals of video content. So it probably is a good time to do that. But I also just still feel in many ways that I don't have enough consistent posts to warrant a deep dive. But yeah. Let me put the music back on a little bit. Did I? Okay, there it is. You said, I think being data oriented is the way to go with making decisions for the future. Yeah, absolutely. So obviously I'm talking as if I'm not following what I just said is important, which is true. it's more just like I haven't had time to really dive into the analytics. Ideally, I could just hire someone to do it, but yeah. ChatGPT maybe could start, maybe if I can screenshot those key analytic pages and send it off to ChatGPT, that could work. Let me take the headphones off again, because again, it's getting a little bit annoying. So hopefully there won't be any audio issues as I increase the volume of my music. Yadori said, that's what Mr. Beast says on the Lex Friedman podcast. Yeah, Mr. Beast is, he's probably is the word quintessential that pops in my head. He seems like the type, if you want to learn how to be a YouTuber, content creator, and just from the lens of being a businessman and understanding what's the most optimal, effective, and all that, he clearly is on top of his game. Like, he's clearly figured it out. He's he's set the trend. Yeah. I would love to have a conversation with him, just like get his advice. But also the type of content I'm aiming to do is quite different from what he does. Not to call his content like clickbaity, but obviously he leans into a lot of that and these crazy viral concepts. Yeah. Philip, you said, but didn't Mr. Beast also talk about that data is wrong? I did not hear any of this. I didn't watch that podcast. I did see one of his first interview, the one he did with Joe Rogan from like years back. That was so fascinating. Yeah, because that was like one of those moments where you really see how he wasn't treating YouTube like, just trying to be an entertainer. He was really like methodical and businesslike, and that is something. That's why I keep saying I don't view myself as businesslike compared to real business people. So I remember that I saw some interviews where he's going to location because the data don't match. Yeah, I'm sure, you can't always follow the data too much. It already said on the podcast he really emphasized analytics. We also talk about the man who hired his mom as his HR. Did he? Oh my god. I don't know. Okay, listen, I haven't followed a lot of the lore. Generally speaking, I like Mr. Beast. He seems like he doesn't seem like a nasty guy in any sense. I know he's embroiled in some controversies, but those controversies don't necessarily seem like it's directly something about him being completely like some manipulative evil person, as far as I know. But yeah, so I'll reserve judgment. I don't know the lore. I don't know if it's good or bad to hire your mom as a HR. Maybe she's the best HR executive or something and can stay unbiased. Go talk to my mom. Yeah. That's one of the... Well, speaking of HR, I mean, if there's any crazy HR story, it's that one that went viral of the Coldplay concert with the whole CEO of that one astronomer company with the head of HR. Now we're talking of like, okay, I would rather have my mom be HR and people laughing at the weirdness of that than having an HR who's best on paper and is sleeping with the CEO of the company. So yeah, don't judge a book by its cover or who birthed them, right? I don't care for his content, but you need to figure out the recipe. Family as HR is just a big no-no. Yeah, obviously, obviously, yeah. There's a big conflict of interest potentially. I mean, anytime you introduce family into key roles, obviously there's a lot of risky behavior, and yeah, probably not good. Because if you have your mom, you can get sued. Yeah. These are all things I don't have to worry about. I am a business of one, run by one. But things to think about eventually. Anyways, where were we? Let's see if we can start cutting into some of these kind of statue shots, maybe. So as far as ordering goes, it probably makes sense to show more of a wide angle shot first, before cutting into the main shot. As an HR boss, Philip? Yeah. I would never do that. I love my parents. I don't think I would ever hire them to do anything for me. I'm not a fan of this section though. So let's see. There was a different moment there. if we reverse it. So maybe from there to like wide angle like this. And if we reverse the speed, it should flip it. So then we can start with close up, find the right part of it. So I can cut out a lot of the fluff. And unfortunately I started zooming out somewhere here, so I might just have to start from when the zoom effect is happening. So it could be like this. And then let's see if we can stabilize this guy a bit. Basically what I'm trying to do is maybe go from a wide angle and then transition into that guy. It might not work, let's see. I'm not sure if it works. But also, yeah, maybe I'm spending way too much time trying to add too many stature clips. Honestly, maybe 1 or 2 should be enough. Oh yeah, we have a good one here. So maybe we will take one of these shots. Or let's see if we have a better one. Maybe one of these shots, because this guy looks dope. So let me first try stabilizing these two as is. And then we'll see if we can work with it. Oh, hopefully you guys are finding this interesting. I feel like we went from fast-paced with some of the eagle stuff in the beginning, and now we're doing, unfortunately, the dreary parts of just kind of, yeah. It'll pick up once we get to chapter 3, maybe. Oh, you know what? This is a good time for me to pause and think, can I actually meet my goal? If we said I'm going to finish in... What does the timer say right now? I can't really read it from where I'm at. I think it's like saying 5 days or so. I think I have until Saturday. And today's Monday. So can I finish all the chapters in 5 days? We're kind of cutting it fairly close. Because right now we're on chapter 1. Is there a world that I can finish chapter 1 today? Yeah, for sure. I think we're basically running up on all the chapter 1 clips already. So then we can finish chapter 2 as well, roughly speaking. Which is a lot of us on our way to the residence of Arctic. So let's say we finish that by today or tomorrow. If we do chapter 2 tomorrow, which is leading up to this, how many other chapters do we see? Chapter 3 is when we first go on this outdoor adventure and have, like, probably ends with the eagle in flight and some of these shots. So that's chapter 3. Let's say we finish chapter 3 on Tuesday. And then chapter 4, if we work on that on Wednesday, which will be the ice fishing and the blizzard kicking in. So that's, what did I say, Tuesday? Oh my god. I'm so bad. I've already lost track of what I was saying. Okay, so today's Monday. We finish chapter 1 today. Tuesday we do chapter 2. Wednesday we do chapter 3. So chapter 2 we said was arriving. Wednesday's chapter 3, which is this kind of first outing. Thursday will be chapter 4, which is the ice fishing and the blizzard. No, mostly ice fishing. So then Friday will be chapter 5, which will be the actual blizzard scene. And then Saturday could be chapter 6, which is preparations and the aftermath. So it'll be preparations of the farm and the aftermath of the dead horse, plus the photo montage. So yeah, there is a world. By Saturday we technically should have been able to do all this. What I'm not including in this is that clearly I need to also have some time to record my voiceover, slap this all in here, cut it all up to fit in. So thinking through the scripting and recording my voice. So the recording of my voice I'll have to do off stream because I have to obviously use my mic and everything. But yeah, on stream, then we'll start slapping in all the voice elements in there. But then once we do that, I guess we are done. A little bit of polishing. So depending on the speed and different blockers that we run into, I believe we could potentially finish by Saturday. Worst case, if I miss my goal, I might miss it by 1 or 2 days. But obviously, we have our ambitions here. So, okay, now that I thought that through, I do want to hustle a bit more on what we got here. So let's listen. So I don't think we need this clip. Let's drop it down. I think we want one of these kind of close-up shots. So let me slow down these clips. I shot this at 40 or 60 frames, so I can reduce this to 40%. Let's see if we can find a moment where it's stable. This might be too slow. This moment could be good, roughly around here to there. And the question is, do I want to keep it at normal speed? Because the pace might be way too slow. So yeah. Edora, you said everything takes longer when you're streaming, so don't be afraid of taking a whole day to work in peace. Yeah. Although, yeah, a friend of mine was asking me about that. Like, have I felt productive? Like, am I getting things done from the stream, or has it been counterproductive? And as of now, I would actually argue I've actually gotten more done quicker by having streams, because it's added a little bit of rigidity or like a schedule to my routine. It's forcing me to also go to sleep earlier because I know I have to take care of business. And yeah, so like I think in some ways I've actually ended up working much more by being on stream. I think on net, I think so. But I agree with you. I have that in the back of my mind where it's like, if I'm not being productive, if I feel like I'm actually slowing myself down by streaming, that's one of the reasons that I wanted to spend the past week, and obviously continuing on from now, to actually test, can I be a streamer? Is this actually something I want to do? I have the desire, the energy, but also is it something I feel is appropriate for my business kind of needs and all that. So far it's been a resounding yes. I should keep doing it. So yeah. Dory said, yeah, I feel it. Philip, you said pressure. Yeah, pressure. I like to apply pressure because I can handle it, and it keeps things interesting. So like I said, I set the goal. We're supposed to get done by end of Saturday. You guys will hold me to it. There really is no punishment. I don't really want to put a punishment to it, but it is a internal goal. And Philip, you said you're watching me and keep working. Yeah, it's cracking the whip sound essentially, but yeah, let's keep cracking. All right, so I think we want a more zooming in shot, so probably this one will work, but the problem is it's very, very slow. So let's switch this back to 100% speed, and then let's just hope that it is fairly stable. That did not change speed. So what did I do incorrectly? Maybe I have to hit ripple timeline. Nope. So I'm not sure. Again, like you're seeing an example right now where I'm like, someone who knows how to use DaVinci probably has a clean answer for what caused that. But as someone who does not have that experience, all I can do is just undo what I did. Where I'm trying to just change the speed back. Okay, there we go. And I'm just trying to find a moment where there's a decent amount of zoom, or like kind of moving closer to the subject. So maybe like here to there. Let's delete the rest. And let's stabilize it again. All right. Let's see. Edora, so yeah, get a feel for a schedule that's good for you. Yes. And if you want a more chilled and focused stream, you can do co-working streams. Yeah. that's also a thing I'm very, very excited about. I think we talked about it briefly as well, and I know Maple had suggested it or invited me in the future. But yeah, I would love to start doing some streams where I can actually have other people on the call or on the stream. Yeah, it's definitely a good thought to have. As of now, though, obviously I want to make sure I can do this on my own before I lean on others or other kind of concepts. But that would be the holy grail, is being in a situation where you've got a community, other videographers, photographers, and we're coming up with cool kind of concepts or topics for when we jump on stream together. So yeah. Okay, not the right clips, but I do like the pacing. So it could be like that same thing as like 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, and then end it there. Like, do we really need 5 clips of statues? Probably not. So let's just see if we can find some distinct ones. This could be nice because we get a nice little silhouette shot. If I can get the, yeah, just a moment where the sun peeks out. This might be the last clip, or let's see, of this. And I'll time it. Even this is nice. So, okay, let me start clipping it up with potential moments. When the sun disappears from there. A little bit too shaky. Maybe this side. What else? Something like around here. No, I need it when it disappears, so let me try again. Yeah, maybe when starting with this, it's a nice like sun flare. So it adds a bit of cinema, and then when it disappears, just for a little bit of a change of scenery. Or yeah, this is another moment, and then having it pop up. Cool. So these are potential moments. Let's just start playing with each one based on the music we've got. And I think that's probably all we need. No need for all this time lapse. So we'll probably delete all this. Do we need food? Oh man, I'm so hungry now, but we might still include the food. But let's just jump back into this. So the thought process is we'll just have 3 clips of statues. Statue 1, maybe statue 2. Let's find a key moment from it. I'm just keeping an eye at this soldier in the front. He's not doing anything cool, per se. But I would prefer this view where he's looking at the statue. Just adds a little bit. Not that people will notice, but I'm noticing. So if I have to choose, maybe just the moment of him kind of standing at attention, looking at Mr. Genghis. So we got this, and then our final clip to choose from. Which of you contenders will make it? And let's listen to the music. So it'd be like 1, 2, 3 to here. So where would the sun flare be best? Let's test one by one. Is it better when it's disappearing? That's not bad if I can stabilize it, because at least the when the sun disappears from the shot, it was timed with there's a beat in the song, I think. So 1, 2, yeah. So that's a possibility. Let me just stabilize the shit out of it because it's really shaky. Much better. Okay, so option 1. All right, let's drop this down. Option 2, what do you got for us? So it's more in the beginning, and it's a very, very dark shot. So let's just see if that looks good or not. Let's have the sunlight come up a little bit faster. Alright, so this is option 2. Let's stabilize it. And the question is, do we prefer when it's like pitch black like this? We can obviously lift the shadows a bit, but let's just see. Okay, so it goes like 1, 2, 3. So that's option 2. 1, 2, 3. I think I need the second statue to show up a little bit faster than it is. So let's restabilize. Restabilize. Oops, we want translation. Okay, let's look at it. 1, 2, 3. Okay, so we got the timing of the light done, proper. Like we said though, it's a question mark. I don't know which one yet. We still have 2 more options to check out. So let's look at the next option. So I think it closes up at the right time. We just needed to extend it, and let's test out how much we can stabilize. Okay, so we'll go like 1, 2, 3. Also, I still need to shorten the first clip, I think. This is where you can see how nitpicky I get. Not the healthiest, but yeah, I wouldn't change myself for it necessarily. Let's just see. And I think technically I need to start it slightly sooner as well. So if I were to extend all these guys, and let's restabilize each one. Okay, so this is option 3. Okay, and then let's go with our final option here. Let's just drag these guys over. Last but not least, potentially, let's look at you, Mr. 4. What you got for us? One, 2, 3. Okay. Timing is decent. Let's now just same thing. We'll stabilize the shot. And let's take a look. 1, 2, 3, 4. 3, 4. Now, okay. We are basically now we can compare. My thoughts since we're on this one, I don't mind the positioning. The sun coming through was slightly delayed, or it took a long time for it to get to its full capacity. And obviously we could speed it up, but I'm so lazy. I'd rather just, if I can have one clip I don't have to touch up too much, I'd prefer it. I do like where the sun's coming from. It kind of almost looks like it's directly, you know, with the front paw or hoof. Do you call it hoof? Hoof? So let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, so I'm leaning less towards this one just because that sunlight, and also I don't know if you could see, but it shifted a little bit on the screen. Actually, we'll give each one justice. Let's full screen them. So option 1. All right, so that's option 1. As of now, I'm not as beholden to it. Let's look at option 2. I am now switching up the orders, but anyways, this is option 2 now. Okay, let's try one more time. 1, 2, 3. That's a cool transition though, going from this to that. Alright, just to be able to loop it a bit. Alright, I'll check it one more time at a loop. Okay. Oh, you know what? One thing I might want to do is slow down this clip a bit. Because I do like this clip, but then because it's in normal speed, you also see the sun flare bouncing around a lot. So what if I change this clip speed to 40%? It's originally 60 frames per second. And then let's find the right moment. So obviously we want some portion of this. Okay, let's check it out. By slowing it down, I lose a bit of the cooler solar flare look from earlier. And it's also a little bit more visible that the shot kind of gets a little bit shaky at one point. But I still think I prefer slowed down. But okay, let's put this up top. We got 2 more options to go. Alright, option 3. I don't like this kind of shaking left to right. And when the sun does peek through, I wish it added more of a flare, because right now everything's dark. I could always lift the shadows, but then it also I am also lazy still, and also it's not like as clean of an image then if I have to compensate for how I shot it. So that's option 3. Now let's look at option 4. Okay, what I like about this one, and I didn't think about it before, but at the end you can actually see the face of this guy and the horse. So I think I do prefer when it's not a pure black silhouette. And the angle of this is nice, since you can actually see the face of both of them. So it's not too dark there. And I just want to check if maybe was the other ones like that. So of the others, what did I say? I think option 2 maybe is my second favorite, or it's in the running. Oh no, not this one. I meant this one. So yeah, this one's sharp, or this one's visible as well. But like I said, I didn't notice it before, but there's a little bit of like a blur here, as I think I was switching focus maybe. Which I don't like. So I'm gonna check one more time the other one, but I think this wasn't the one, so let's see. Actually, I think I like this one the most. Hopefully I'm not annoying you guys by playing the same thing over and over again. This is, by the way, how maybe at some point I'll pick up the guitar for stream. I used to be decent at guitar, and I did a lot of like finger picking, but when I was first learning back in the day, because there was no good, like, you know, YouTube was still young at the time, or like, I say young, but I was using something called guitar tabs, I think, and the only way I could learn some songs was I had to watch a video of the guitarist, and then I'll keep playing note by note and try to mimic it on the guitar. So my family was so annoyed because they would hear me playing the same note over and over and over and over again just to get one next step done. So that's what you're watching me do. Yeah, shoot, I don't have a good answer yet. Idori said you bought a guitar, you couldn't grasp the concept of music. Yeah, that is fair. I think yeah, it's like with most, I guess, artistic or hobbies in general. Like, it's not for everyone. There are some things that is easier for people to grasp than others. Like, there's a lot that I can't figure out that other artists do really well. Especially like illustrators and people who do like visual arts. I don't know, the ability where you have the vision to see something on a blank canvas like that is a really cool skill. I wish I had it for that kind of stuff, but it makes you appreciate musicians more. Yeah, yeah. Like I said it before, I have a good ear for music. I have a good eye for visuals as well. It doesn't mean I can make music or make visual stuff well. It's just I tend to have a good, I guess that would mean I'm saying I have good taste. But I stand by it. I believe in it. So I have a good ear for music. I can play decently on the guitar, but it's been a number of years. But I would never put myself in the category of like being professional. So really, it's just a question of, do I want to end or start with that little solar flare, right, or like the little sun peeking out? And so we'll leave those two for now. I'm gonna get rid of these two. I'll just we'll drop it down. And I don't think we need anything else from these clips. So I won't delete it just yet because we are still on this TBD mode with what we were looking at. However, I think we're in a good spot to say we've got the 3 shots here, and either we then show some of the food shots, or we can officially move on to the next chapter. Oh yeah, oh shoot, I forgot, there was this moment. I didn't want to... Shoot. I forgot there was one more clip that maybe I want to use. Is it that dramatic, or is it like that amazing of a shot? Not really. So as I say it, it's not necessary, but let's just hold on to it for a second. Let's drag all these guys down. And then maybe I'll include this food stuff if it makes sense, but I'm not really seeing it. Or it's like nice little features, but is it good enough to fit in the vlog? I don't know. But maybe this is the value of watching these live streams, because then you'll get the full context. I'll be sharing every clip that I have, but not all of it makes the vlog. So there we go. The value of a live stream. Let's just watch from here. Let's see if it makes sense. I'm just trying to imagine what dialogue or like voiceover I'll include here. As we say, we head on our way to Ulaanbaatar. While I didn't have a lot of time to explore, it was really fun to see the locals enjoying them, like, you know, the winter vibes, which I'm not accustomed to. As well as being able to eat some Korean food, which I wasn't expecting in blah 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 and blah blah blah. So yeah, up until this moment technically could be where these clips, this section, I could add some of those food shots and like kind of wrap it up there, where I say like, well, you were hearing me, but basically as far as a flow goes, I guess this is a decent amount of time. So we say, after arriving in Ulaanbaatar, we headed into town, and I got to, you know, like something. While I didn't have a lot of time to spend exploring, I was able to see some of the winter vibes in the main capital, as well as eating some good food before calling it a night to get started for the next day, something like that. And then from roughly here is when the music tapers off, fade to black, and we start chapter 2. And we're only at 1 minute and 38 seconds, so actually that's not bad. I think That's good to be able to get through chapter 1 and we're only less than 2 minutes into the video. I'm happy with that. So as of now, I think we are comfortable saying we will keep some of the food shots. And let me see if I should add just a few more local shots. So it goes 1, 2. I guess it could work. So we got 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Oh no, yep. 1, 2, 3. And then food stuff, including getting some good food before we called it a night. Okay. So then, if that's the case, I can fit in one more shot, which included just kind of showing some of the locals, but this guy was like in very, very traditional garb. So that could just play nicely for the camera. Idori, you're asking how long do I plan to stream today? At least 2 more hours. Right now we're at 7 p.m. my time. If the trend continues, generally speaking, I was ending roughly around 9 p.m. But I think I started slightly later today. But I'm also feeling sick-ish, so I don't know. We'll call it at least 2 more hours. Definitely more than that, I just want to be able to get done with this chapter and edit 3 photos, so at least getting the agenda tickers done. But we'll aim for 2. Unless you're telling me you want me to stream for longer, you know, I won't say no. It just depends on my stamina, I guess. The goal right now, especially since I'm not traveling, this is my priority, and I am being productive. The goal is that I would like to be able to stream at least 8. I say at least. I would like to be able to stream roughly 8 hours every day. So it mimics almost like a work hour schedule, and hopefully that gives me enough other time in the day to take care of other stuff I need to. So yeah, we'll aim for 8. I'm slowly getting there. I did touch it briefly, I think, the other day. But to do it consistently is another thing. Idori, you mentioned you should try daytime US time zone. Yeah, actually, that is something ChatGPT also. I was trying to talk to ChatGPT about, like, hey, do the math for me, please, of what is my time zone versus others, and what are the hours that could work with the US. Because yeah, I do want to, from a tactical standpoint, and from a curiosity standpoint, but I do want to see what difference is there if I stream different hours, obviously different time zone audience, and especially if I target audience more towards the Western hemisphere, and like a Western audience, then there's more English speakers and everything else that goes with it. So that was the thought, but as you can imagine, the struggle is more just my sleep schedule or when I could potentially stream. So I think there was a thought where maybe if I start streams, or potentially maybe I can do like 1 or 2 streams per week on a schedule, where I do actually do like an earlier stream. Earlier for me. So let's imagine I do a stream where it's like, I don't know, 4 or 5 a.m. my time, and I think that's roughly in line with some afternoons in the US. So if I can fit that in some way for like 1 or 2 streams per week, or if there's a different, range of hours that I should be working, then yeah. But then the other thing was like, am I trying to cater towards a US audience? I mean, yes, but there's a lot more competition as well, right? I can imagine a lot more content creators of the standard kind of stuff, and even for maybe the thing I'm doing. So yeah, maybe the issue is, even if I can attract more of an American audience, because I am American as well, the problem is I have a tougher time to actually garner their attention compared to all the more viral content creators and other things that are happening their time. I don't know. I actually don't have a good sense for it. It's good that you ask, because I haven't really thought of it further, as I've been just trying to go day by day. But I thought it was a good suggestion to try to maybe like implement 1 or 2 streams per week based on a more US centric time zone, or even just like a European time zone, again, to target English speakers more effectively. So Idori said, I feel like you're operating during zombie hour. Yeah, probably. It can be detrimental. I think the upside of the availability of people is something to consider. 100%. Yeah, and like I said, I think this first we'll call it the first month, but definitely in this first week and 2 weeks, it's been more of like, let me just turn on the stream, not think too much deeper than that. Having finished some of the other things to try to polish this up, let's just try streaming. And if the endurance and if there is any level of engagement, which thankfully, Edora, you are proof that there is some engagement, and I appreciate your engagement in particular, yeah, then I can keep stretching it out a bit. But I also am mindful of, like, I don't know what your time zone is. I don't know the time zones of everyone else who's chimed in at different points, like Philip and was it Fortnite TV or Fortnite something TV and Formula Fortnite TV, yeah. So then the other thought is, like, you know, I'm really enjoying with the smaller audience getting to know you guys and having you guys engage. And if I were to randomly switch over to American time zone and then it doesn't work for you guys, yeah, that's another consideration I have of, like, I'm jumping around too much and like dropping off people who were engaged with me in a more intimate matter versus like when there's like a bigger following and stuff. So I have no idea. I don't have a good answer yet. But I did think that I should probably maybe have like 2 streams per week in an ideal state where I could try out a different time zone. And even if I do a different time zone, the question is what hours of those times do I want to do? And I don't actually know that answer as well. But yeah, Ghidorah, you're saying creatives typically have weird and crazy schedules. Well, let me tell you, before I was streaming, for I think the past 2 to 3 months after I came back from my last trip, I ended up sleeping, and it wasn't getting any better. I would go to sleep roughly, it started around 2 a.m., which is kind of normal for the most part, my sleep schedule. Then it was going to 3 to 4 to like, some days I'm falling, actually on average I was sleeping around 4 to 5 a.m. And then because I have my own sleep schedule and obviously I'm working from home, I would still get my beauty sleep. I'd sleep in about 8 hours, but that meant I was waking up anywhere from like 11 a.m. to 1 p.m., 2 p.m. and so on. So yeah, my sleep schedule has been really crazy. I'm hoping with these streams I start to realign myself with normalcy in some ways, but no guarantees. So there's a world where I reverse this clip, or I just show this guy. Let's try both, but yeah. One, 2, 3. So if I keep it, it would have to be like around this duration. Formula, you said, oh wait, Edora, you said you naturally work at night. Oh, okay. I think I'm the same, but I don't think it's natural, right? Like, as humans, I think we do need to go off the, what is it, the circadian rhythm or something? But I'm with you, I'm more of an owl. What do they call it? I just lost it as I was saying. Owl something. I'm more of a night owl, yeah. Formula said you're British, so it's not far off Central Europe time zone. Okay. Yeah, that's why I thought maybe Europe could be like more of a sweet spot-ish, where I do believe Europe has a pretty big, it's a pretty big region, I guess, for streaming. So I can still tap into more people or like more potential viewers who are English speaking, obviously. But yeah, yeah. So that was the thought, is like maybe I do just focus more on like European time zone. But yeah, if I'm working, let's say if I'm streaming 8 hours, then I still just need to figure out, is there like an 8-hour block that will allow me to somehow capture some people at a certain time in the Western Hemisphere up all the way to the Eastern. I don't know. So these are all thoughts that it's on my laundry list of like things to figure out. Okay, so let's just assume if we use a clip like this, but we reverse it. Oh, let me change up the thing so you guys can see me. And can you guys see my cat? Yeah. Good boy. Sorry, buddy. Just disturbed your sleep. All right, so we could reverse the clip and end on this shot. Something like this. But since we showed those statues already, it might be a little much. Let's see. Very, very shaky shot, but obviously I'll try to stabilize. Alternative is no statue, just showing some locals. It could work. It feels like for such a boring shot, I mean, I say boring, but it's like to allow this to have so much real estate in my video, it seems a little criminal. So let me see. Edora, you said 16-hour stream should cover it. Ooh, yeah, if I did a 16-hour stream and then sleep the remaining 8 with no buffer in between, that'll be quite the interesting lifestyle. But even I don't think I have that kind of stamina. 16 hours is intense. 8 hours seems doable. 10 hours seems okay. We haven't gotten to that point yet, but that's more of a factor of like I've been trying to fix my sleep schedule a bit first. But yeah, I don't know. All right, so what was I saying? I was saying this part is 8 hours already crazy, Adora. Yeah, I guess when you say it out loud, or yeah, I did think about that, but then I started to take away from it because I was like, well, isn't 8 hours considered like a standard work hours, right? Like a 9 to 5 ish. But then a 9 to 5 also you would assume includes like lunch breaks and other breaks and walking around, and you know, it's not like doing one task for 8 hours straight. So I agree with you. I guess 8 hours is a bit crazy because you have to be on. It's a different part of your brain. You're exhausting. Yeah. Like I said though, listen, not to keep tooting my own horn a bit, but like I do know that I have crazy endurance for the most mundane. If there was a superhero talent, you can count me in that bucket. It's the most useless talent, but I guess it lets me get shit like this done. So, well, like I said, I think this shot is just way too long to just linger on this dude. So unless I can find one more clip to put in here, I might not just do any of those clips. So it might just be 1, 2, 3, boom, and then just start getting into the food shots maybe, and then ending it. I don't know. Unless I use, I mean, I guess if I can make this one look a bit smoother. Let's try. Let's just see. Let's stabilize. I guess maybe. No, that's good, Edora. I feel like majority of capable people aren't willing or are discouraged once their expectations aren't being met. Aren't willing or discouraged once their expectations aren't being met. I think I'm the same, to be fair. Like, behind me you could see I have, or oh no, you guys can't see, but I have one of those, like, what do you call it, like a MIDI keyboard? There was a time before I got super into like the video editing and this other kind of stuff, I was like, I bought the MIDI keyboard and I like bought a bunch of music software because I was like, let me get into making music. And then a mixture of just I didn't have time to really dedicate to it, and yeah, so then it was like a bit discouraging for me too. I was like, man, I spent all this money. I thought I was really excited to get into it, and now it's just collecting dust. So I didn't meet my expectations on that, and I definitely felt very, very discouraged. But then I just picked up this other hobby and other stuff, so it was very short-lived. And you know, I still have a thought in my head where I was like, I'm like, maybe somewhere in the future I will get back into it. So. Yeah, I think it could work. We'll keep it for now. Because the one thing that's keeping me wanting to keep it is that the music dictates it. Like there's this kind of gap here where it feels like it should still belong with the other shots before that next beat kicks in. This part here. This feels a bit more like there's a change of scenery now, which could be where we introduce the food shots. So that's my current thought process. And like the other shots I don't feel like really work because these are just not as good quality. Maybe a shot like this could look nice. Let's see if I could smooth it out maybe, because then it ends, then it's the same horse shot from prior but in a time-lapse version. but the quality is garbage. This is in vertical. I guess we can give it a shot. Adori said, that's the point of creative exploration. Sometimes you hit a brick wall. Yeah, for sure. Sometimes it takes you to do something totally different. Yeah. Your philosophy is, if you aren't truly passionate about something, there's just too many factors that will pull you down. Yeah. And that's why we gave a little, not lecture, but I put on my TED Talk hat for a bit there yesterday. I should have put the PowerPoint presentation on as well to make it real. But yeah, that's what we were talking about. Before you pursue any of these hobbies, you should have passion, money, and time, and find your sweet spot of the center of it. And only if you do believe you have the passion, money, and time, then should you pursue. Otherwise, like for instance, like we said, with the music stuff, I had the passion and the money, but I didn't have the time. And unfortunately, it just collected dust. Passion gives you that delusional ambition to try, fail, and keep going. Yeah. Fail is a strong word. So. Also, I do apologize if you're picking up the sounds of me drinking and stuff a little bit too strongly. I have to keep that in mind. All right, very, very quickly, I just want to see if we can use this shot. Now, even though I said it's a really, these shots didn't turn out well, the one thing it has going for it is that from a continuity standpoint, we ended with that statue shot, and potentially it could work, and maybe it makes a bit more sense than this shot here. Even though this shot cinematically, like the way I captured it, clearly the quality is much better than this one. But let's see for ourselves. Edora said, failing is part of the game, buddy. Yep, failure. Yep. Yeah, it's part of the game. Exactly. I think people get so nervous. They're so afraid of failing. It's so insane because it's like such a good catalyst for everything positive, right? Like it's when you think of anything, like people are afraid of pain. They're afraid of feeling uncomfortable, which is a shame, right? Because that's probably one of the best ways to take yourself to the next level, depending on how much you can tolerate. The example I like to give is my brother, where we both grew up. He's like a year and a half older than me. We both grew up wrestling, so I did give the story about my dad. So our whole life was just basically dedicated to wrestling, martial arts, education, all that stuff. And since a young age, I started around 4 years old. I think my brother started when he was probably around the same 5, 6. And for whatever reason, when we both started doing competitions, and we had to do competitions from like the youngest of age. I think maybe when I was like around 7, 8 years old. I still remember like we would have to go every Saturday for like a whole season, like maybe 3 to 4 months or so. My dad would be driving us from what felt like an ungodly hour, especially as a kid. Imagine when you're a kid, 7 years old or whatever, all you want to do on a Saturday morning is, well, not wake up way too early, but you want to wake up where you had whatever show was on, like, Yu-Gi-Oh! Or I didn't have cable growing up, but we had like the Pokemons and all these cool like that's what you want to be watching as a kid on a Saturday. But instead, my dad would be taking us from like 4 in the morning, 5 in the morning to drive, like sometimes it felt like hours to get to random gymnasiums where there's this whole wrestling organization, like a freestyle wrestling organization for Arizona, and kids from all over the state would go there to wrestle based on your weight class, and it was like for all ages and all that stuff. And I just remember feeling like you're like cattle being herded, or like sheep being herded. This is chaos. Like all these other kids, being herded into this gymnasium, and everyone has to register. You have to so you have these weigh-ins. You have to make certain classes. So it's like there's elements of that which just felt so bizarre. But then you have to compete all day, right? Then all of a sudden you're inside the gymnasium. You wait for your name to be called, and all of a sudden you're wrestling against another kid from whoever knows where. and you got the ref, and there's like mats set up all in the gymnasium, so there might be like upwards of 12 matches happening at the same time. So all the whistles, parents are screaming and shouting. It's very chaotic, very traumatic in some ways if you think about it, and stressful. And we used to have to do this every Saturday, every year for like 3 to 4 months or however long those seasons were. And you're just competing every Saturday in these tournaments to become the state champion, essentially, in the freestyle format. And when I was young, let's say roughly around 7 years old until whatever, like maybe like 11 years old, something like that, every year we would go, I was undefeated. Yeah, like I literally... and you either win or lose, Idora. Yeah, exactly. You go there. Well, I don't know if you're talking about the same thing now as me. I wasn't paying attention, but yeah, when you're on the mat, you win or you lose. And if you lose, especially imagine as a kid, for the several years that I was undefeated, because my dad, again, given his stature and like he was teaching us at a young age, we were really good compared to like the average kid. And I remember so many times you're having a match with this other poor little kid who probably doesn't want to be there. And in the sport of wrestling, it's very dominating, right? It's like it's grappling. It's very much about who is more dominant than the other, and you're pinning them, you're wrapping them up into a pretzel. It's painful. And the number of times I'd be wrestling a kid, I'm hearing the kid cry while he's wrestling with me, and partially because yeah, it's humiliating to lose anyways, and then also you hear the parents, and like there's so many terrible parents there who are like. You would see every Saturday some kid loses and the parents are like berating the child, like, you know, it's just it's not good. I put it in the category of like beauty pageants where like I don't know if it's really right for kids to have to deal with that kind of stuff when they're very young. And so anyways, for me, thankfully in some ways I never lost for a number of years. And then my brother on the flip side would always not always, he would win, but then he would have a number of like losses on his belt, and that would happen year after year where I would be like state champion, right, for this unnecessary who gives a shit, you know, thing when you're 8 years old, 9 years old, whatever. So I kept getting these like, you know, medals for being the state champion for that freestyle tournaments, and my brother would maybe get like third place, fourth, or, you know, he would still do well, but he was losing at times. And there was a moment where, well, eventually, sorry, this is a long story, but fast forwarding, I always ended up having a better record than my brother, but I always felt that he was the better wrestler, because every time he lost, it had to force him to deal with failure and figure out how to course correct. So he was actually improving his skills every time he lost, because now he had something tangible to look at of like, how did I lose here, and what does that mean I need to do differently? Whereas for me, because I was at the top of the mountain, I'm winning each time, I had no ambition or like desire to keep improving myself, because I thought I was already at the top. So I was having nothing push me forward. So I was, you know, in that sense, it was lulling me into a false sense of like security that I didn't need to improve. So I do remember feeling always that my brother actually was the better wrestler, like technically speaking and intuitively speaking. Whereas for me, it was just more, I put more time into it and some other factors. But yeah, but I do remember the first time I lost, it was devastating. It was like that feeling, and the way I lost was the most humiliating way to lose. Let me read your comments first real quick. So, Idora, you're saying you either win or lose. That's pretty intense. And then there's a comparison between you two. Exactly. And he's the older sibling, right? So there's some of that kind of weighs into it. It's just, my God, it's not healthy mentally and physically, I don't think, for kids to deal with. There's a lot of trauma. Not that I will go into all the trauma, not to say I had the most traumatic childhood, and in many ways, even though I do feel there was a lot of trauma in my childhood, it's like all stuff that set me up for success later on. So in hindsight, it worked out for me. I think it all worked out. But yeah, it was tough. I used to watch MMA, but like I said, I dropped off on all sports since I moved to Dubai. But yeah, I was, there's a family of fighters. Yeah, we were the family. We were known by our last name. We were like this family of wrestlers because of my dad's, who he was. And in Arizona, there were a number of these kind of families where there were usually two siblings that were really good, and everyone knew those names. So people knew me and my brother's names. People knew, like, there's one, Tyler and Josh Chang. They ended up being like state champions every year, I think. They were so badass. Then there was the Cejudo brothers, one of them who turned into being a UFC champion, Henry Cejudo. So the fun lore with that, well, everyone knew the Cejudo family, Henry and Angel Cejudo. And Henry actually wrestled my brother, I think once or twice during those kind of freestyle tournaments. Henry is like, I think he was a few years older than my brother. And so, yeah, he destroyed my brother. But, like, I mean, that's no knock on my brother. It's just that Henry ends up being an Olympic champion, right? So that stature was there. So everyone knew these kind of family names, and those people were always good. And it always ended up being like two brothers that were in that circle. My dad was the only one where people knew him because of how quirky he is, and also because of his, he was like Olympic wrestler back in the day. Idora, you said 1FC. Oh yeah, I haven't watched many 1FC, but I'm a big fan of Mighty Mouse. What is it? Magic Johnson? Is that his name? Magic Johnson? Or am I mixing up that one movie? Mighty Mouse? Demetrius Johnson. Is that right? Yeah, Demetrius Johnson. I'm a big fan of that guy. The only trauma that worked out well is my mom putting me in front of a TV instead of a babysitter. Yeah, I wish I had a TV, man, instead of a babysitter. I don't think we ever had a babysitter, actually. She didn't want to tell anyone that she did that until I became around 15. She realized I learned English from TV. Nice, nice. Yeah, I know a lot of people learn English from like Netflix and stuff, so there's some benefits there. Brother and sister were champions, and the youngest sister fought professional at 16. She ended committing suicide. That's rip. That's obviously very, yeah. I mean, these kind of sports, it is tough, man. Like to keep putting that pressure on kids. For years, I don't have it anymore, but for years and years, I would have like my quote unquote nightmares would be, like dreading like a tournament or thinking like, oh my god, the season has started for wrestling and I haven't been training, and then tomorrow I'm gonna have the tournament starting and I've out of shape and all that. Like, I had all these kind of things of like, whatever. Yeah, for the countries that do subtitles, if you want German, you wouldn't learn shit from TV. Fair enough. Yeah. But yeah, where was I going with that? So my brother. Yeah, so when I first lost my match, that was humiliating because the way I lost, there's this one wrestling move called the Saturday Night Ride, and it is the most like kind of homoerotic looking move to begin with. But it's basically like, imagine a move in wrestling. There's this, the concept is that you want to, you win the match automatically if you pin your opponent's shoulders to the ground. So imagine back to the ground, facing upwards. If you're able to pin their shoulders to the ground for, it depends on the style, but it could be like anywhere from 1 to 3 seconds, you win the match automatically. So there was one match, the one that I lost the first time. I don't know the guy, whoever I was competing with, basically got me pinned, and the way he pinned me was then the Saturday Night Ride. Imagine your opponent's literally on top of you, like almost like in a mirror image, but then they're using their legs to wrap around your legs, and then when they flex their legs and tighten it, it locks your legs in place so you can't move, and then they use their hips pushed against your hips to pin you to the ground, and then they'll use their hands to either just push your shoulders to the ground or just steady themselves, knowing that you can't escape from that position. As if you can imagine now, what I'm describing almost sounds like more on the sensual side of things as opposed to a sporting technique. But yeah, that's one way that you can get pinned, and that was the exact way that I got my first loss ever in my life. And thankfully, this is back in the day when like film camera it wasn't as prevalent. No one had smartphones, so I don't think anyone has that captured on camera. Otherwise, I would never live it down. So yeah, intense times. But all of this story was coming from your first point about, yeah, failure is a good thing. Every time you fail, okay, failure is a good thing. That's maybe too broad, or yeah, maybe I don't want to say that. But failing can lead to evolution and progression. And I think the only way to get to that next level in life is from learning from your mistakes. So yeah, without those mistakes, you just don't have a comparison or some reference to know where else you can improve to. So yeah. Philip, he said, I saw that girl that puts a guy in a lock and then poses for the camera. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, man. I'm glad I lived in the era that I did. Back to one of the conversations we had as a millennial, where we had technology, but we didn't have too much of it growing up. So we got to see both worlds. And thankfully, I lived in the world where some of the most embarrassing moments in my life were not captured on camera. Which definitely would have been in this day and age. So yeah, apparently it wasn't good sports play, but I think it looked cool as, yeah, exactly. and then the TikTok for it. All right, let's see if I can click on it. I'm looking at the image. I'm still careful. I'm still a little nervous about showing things on stream until I get a better sense of like what I'm able to show on stream, like when it comes to audio, visual, whatever. But I just watched what you showed me, and that's hilarious. So that was my fun little side story, sharing some of the most humiliating moments in my life. But like I said, those things lead you up to success later on. It teaches you that there are more humiliating things that can happen to you. So when minor things happen, you won't freak out. So anyways, embracing mistakes, failures is always good. It's a good mindset. So right now what we're trying to do is seeing if I can map up these two shots. So if we assume this is the last shot of that clip, can we map it to maybe one of these? So maybe we'll start with where the sunlight comes through, so it almost feels like it's from the same moment but different camera. And then let's see, maybe like I said, this shot itself is not necessarily the best quality, but let's try a few different things, starting with, let's speed up the shot maybe. So we'll change the clip speed to maybe like 110%. Whoops. Maybe negative 120%. Close enough. But let's do negative 118. Nope. Let's do negative 116. Not bad. Okay. And then let's add some stabilization. Massive amounts of it. Obviously it's a little wonky with that weird. So unfortunately we don't have the right spot to make that work. Let's turn off the stabilization, see if it makes it any better. Yeah, I'm not a fan. There's a potential there to make it make sense, but yeah, not a fan. So let's revert back to the other plan. Which was that other clip, so but it's a really shaky shot, which I think I could smooth out. Also, let's see what this if I slowed it down at all. Nope. So what if I do negative 160%? No, that is not what I wanted. I wanted to slow down the clip. So what does that mean I need to do? I have to do negative 60%? Is that right? That doesn't seem right. Okay, let's try. Usually I would hit 40%, so maybe I'd need to do negative 40%. Okay. So at least that's smoother, but now it's way too long, so let's see. Nope. So last thing we'll try is maybe normal speed, and then add a little bit of a... I don't know. I feel like I'm just not feeling it, you know? And I'd rather move on from this section as soon as possible to get to the rest of the chapter. So let's just quickly see if we got some good food shots. Ooh, I have not eaten all day still. Looking forward to that. Big fan of Mongolian food. I think these are shots from 2 different meals, so I'm just seeing all of it. I thought this, oh, was this like Mongolian beef maybe? I swear I went to like a Korean spot, but maybe I'm mistaken. That was good. Modern nomads. So if I were to include the food shots, I probably will start with this guy jumping into one of these shots. But like I said, I honestly, food shots to me is like one of the more lower priority stuff of like what I want to show. But I guess maybe to an average person watching, maybe it is important to show like food, because obviously, you know, it's like if you're interested in traveling somewhere, maybe you do want to know what kind of food they have to offer. So if I do include it, let's see where timing works. So 3, can I start showing food from here? So maybe from here. 1, 2, switch. To what? Maybe just some food shots. Maybe I show the menu first, but I just want to flip up the food moments first. So like I said, I think I said it to you, Adora. I'm not a good product photographer, food photographer, so I just kind of hope for the best. And often I just shoot with my iPhone, generally speaking, but yeah. Okay, let's just see. Alright, these are all the potential clips to show. I feel like I'm missing one. I thought there was a shot I had somewhere. Yeah, this guy. Okay. I was going crazy. Alright. Let's see. So then we got 1, 2, 3, entering modern nomads. Boom. Again, this might be from a different restaurant, but whatever. Let me think through it. So it goes 1, 2, 3. Okay. Because like I don't want to dedicate too much time to. Yeah, am I getting myself hungry, Adora? Yes, but it comes and goes. Like I said, this is again what I can thank my dad in wrestling for. I'm fairly good at fighting off hunger when needed. Okay, so can I fill in all this time? Yes. Do I want to? No. So I'm trying to see if in the music there's a different cutoff point where I can actually end this. So after having some good meals in Ulaanbaatar, we settle down to get ready for the next day. Okay, so I guess maybe this is still a good cutoff, because my thought process was when we switch over to this restaurant stuff, I can give those final little closing message for the chapter of, so after exploring, I had my first Mongolian meal before turning in to get ready for the next day's adventure. Something to that effect. So I need enough time to be able to say all that. So I should have written this down. Actually, that's what we're going to start doing, maybe starting tomorrow. I'm going to now open up another... I'm going to start capturing potential scripts. The good news is technically all of this is being recorded, so I can always go back, and if I said something insightful that I don't remember later, I can always pull it. But I think it's a good practice, and this is technically what I do during my workflow. I use a platform called Notion, as well as ChatGPT. So then I will start writing a script into ChatGPT, and then I will have it look over what I said, find ways to improve it, and then work from there. And then whatever the final script is, I tend to dump it into Notion. Yeah, I'm not sure. Like, Notion's been good for me. Like, could I technically not use Notion? I guess so, but I've been using Notion for the scripts and those like outlines. And in a world where I have a video editor, maybe I would use Notion to kind of like share details to them more quickly. Hello, Stefan Stoop. Thank you for subscribing. Thank you very much. I'll take that as a quick reminder to definitely, if you're watching on YouTube, if you don't mind hitting that like button on the video so that it will, you know, treat the algorithm gods in a good way, and hopefully more people can access what I do. Stefan, and to anyone else who might be new to this, I'll take a moment to explain who I am and what I do. So I'm a travel photographer and videographer, and I've kind of been I started doing this full time for about a year and a half, and so leaving corporate world and seeing where this takes me. What you're seeing me do right now is what I normally would do off stream, which is work on my YouTube videos. I've started my YouTube journey about a year ago, and now I'm spending time from my travels to share my travels. So we are 12 trips behind in terms of what I need to share that hasn't seen the light of day. It's about 100 plus terabytes worth of video footage and photos. And so you're seeing me work through one of the cooler trips of last year. Is back in February 2024. This was in Mongolia. So we're on chapter 1 of that trip as you're watching me kind of splice and dice different portions of it to fit into chapter 1. But yeah, we put a timer of 5 to 6 more days to get the first video of that series done. So I'll take this moment just in case someone's new and hasn't seen this. Let me go ahead and play the trailer for you guys. This is what we had created in the first 8 days of my streaming career. And so I appreciate everyone who's followed and provided feedback throughout. But yeah, let's go ahead and play this for the newbies so you can see what we're able to accomplish together. And let's put this in full screen mode. And also let me just make sure I don't blast everyone's ears. Boom, let's go. And then what we're working on now is that first chapter. So as we then start to provide the context of what is about to happen, you know, welcome back everyone, blah, blah, blah. Here's my YouTube channel. Make sure to do all the fun stuff and support me. But otherwise, why am I going to Mongolia? Well, for these reasons, and I'm working with this company called Beck Travels, and we've got this itinerary. I'm going to spend time with eagle hunters, yada, 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 trying to figure out what's the right length, and then jumping into me landing in Mongolia. And then what else? Heading off into Ulaanbaatar, figuring out where I can add some voiceovers about what I did in my one day while I was in Ulaanbaatar, which was not much because I didn't have much time, but I got to see the town square essentially, see the winter vibes, and eat some good Asian food. So having my first Mongolian meal at this place, Modern Nomads, which is what we're currently looking through right now. So then I'm trying to time it with the music, and so we'll see if we can find a good closing off point. Right now we've marked this marker as where I think chapter 1 ends. Edora, you mentioned you use Notion as well. Nice. Yeah, I'm so far I'm a fan of it. But the only thing I'm not a fan of is obviously I'm spending money on it, and I spend money on so many different platforms like Canva. I love Canva. That one I for sure use on I use it on a daily basis. So I stand by Canva. Notion I use for my videos, but towards the end when I have the script and I'll just read from it. But is that necessary? I guess not, because I could do that in ChatGPT. But it was more for if I need to start. Yeah, actually, I don't know. I use Notion. Let me know what you use it for if you find value in it. I do as well, but there's a world where maybe I should be mindful of not spending money on things that I could use with other tools. So anyways, here we are. Let's put some music back on and look through what we've got. So while I normally don't think food shots are exciting, maybe it is nice, especially if we're only at 1 minute and 40 seconds, to just have one section in this whole thing that has a little bit of dedication to food before we just go into the wild. Edora, you said facts. Oh wait, no, where am I? Sorry, wrong one. Isn't Adobe Express like Canva? Possibly. I think I tried Adobe Express, but one time. But it wasn't memorable. So for that reason, I'm gonna say Canva is much better. Canva, you pay for it, yeah, but Canva there's so many things it's allowed me to do in a really cool way, and like even all the thumbnails that we've created, it's all from Canva, right? So there's also a really good. I don't know how it compares to Adobe Express, but on Canva, there's a big community of other users. So then in terms of like seeing other templates and other potential ideas, it's quite easy to pull from whatever's in their broader portfolio. They also have AI built in, so you can generate photos. Excuse me, you can generate photos. I'm not sure about videos, but I think that might be a possibility as well. You have so many. Oh, you can technically edit videos from there as well. So, like for instance, that starting soon video that I have at the beginning of each of my streams. The video itself I edited in DaVinci Resolve, but then that overlay where it says starting soon and some text, I think I slapped the video into Canva and then I added that as an overlay. So you said, man, I have so many subscriptions. I actually use Notion to keep track of the subscriptions. That's hilarious. There's a little bit of an irony built in there somewhere. I'm laughing because I feel like there's some kind of a humorous or something irony related in there, but I can't wrap my mind around it. All right, so progress-wise, we got this. Then we jump to this, food. So, with everything we said, let's clip this music before that next bell sound. So like roughly here, or we'll clip it a little bit later, but we're gonna be adding. We're gonna fade out the music anyway, so we shouldn't be able to hear it too much. And then let's think about what the final shot could be. Maybe it's this guy. And have it fade out. Move these out of the way. You're laughing, Adoro. Yeah, okay, so it's not just me. There's something ironic about that. Okay, let's start seeing the clips to use. There's a world where I think maybe I'll start by showing the menu and then showing the food. That seems to be, at least it seems sensible as in terms of ordering. The only thing I was saying is unsensible, if that's a word, is to have so much time dedicated to show food shots. But Mongolian food was good. I feel like maybe that is a little bit of a cultural thing I should include for the average viewer who might be like, hey, there's a video on Mongolia, let's check it out. It's like, what, this guy didn't show anything about the food or like the city vibes or anything? Just, yeah, so maybe if I can, maybe I should show it. So let's see. And then timing wise, and yeah. So like I said, starting tomorrow, we'll maybe use Notion or definitely ChatGPT, and I want to find a fun way to show it on screen for entertainment purposes, right? So I have to think about it, but maybe I can use some kind of notepad or something, or Notion, and I can start off to the side. Maybe we can, as I'm going through each chapter and as I think about potential dialogue, I'll start writing it in there so you guys can kind of follow along. There might be a chance that you can do that in DaVinci itself. I thought I read something about I don't know. I'll do some research so then you guys can follow along also with potential scripting, because it is a really crucial part of being a YouTuber, at least what I'm doing, so I want to share that. You said, Idora, you asked, do I use any project management tools? I use something called Monday, and it's been crucial. I've never heard of Monday. I have not used project managing tools. The problem is me. It's not the programs for sure. The closest I got to project management is, I think, maybe what I was talking about yesterday, where I used to just have a notepad. I bought one of those notepads where it's got built-in sections. So one was for like your tasks list. So you have a little checkbox and you write it in. There's a different section for things to buy, and then like people to call. And so then I would just use that every day visibly, and I can cross things out as I get them done. I'll check out this thing called Monday though, especially since you're saying it's free. I will appreciate that. See why teams choose ClickUp over Monday. Uh-oh, did I choose the competitor? Wait, I don't know. Oh, here's Monday. Ooh, okay, so Eudora, I thought I clicked on Monday, but ClickUp must be paying more money on ad dollars because I inadvertently clicked on their competitor. And they are touting that they are much better, okay? So, yeah, I must have clicked on a sponsor link. Yeah. My God, dude, these guys are ruthless. Because I just typed in Monday, and they're the top one, the #1 Monday alternative. Damn, dude, that's rough. All right, let's see Monday. In some ways, though, that actually makes me more likely to choose Monday, unless the features are really that drastically better or worse. I'm always rooting for the underdogs, or the ones that don't seem to feel like they're going towards shady tactics. I guess it's not shady, it's part of business. I see what you're saying. So you can do those little Gantt charts. Yeah, and for me, I guess if I am going to use one of these tools, it has to be the most basic, because that is a problem that a lot of these tools run into. Because I remember back in my corporate days, every one of these things, Jira and like all these things, like they run into the same problem. Microsoft would have it. It becomes overly complicated, and then you deviate into like 50 different paths for 50 different types of projects, and then it becomes unusable, right? So, but yeah, let me put this off to the side for something to look into later. But thank you very much. I appreciate that. And maybe you should check out ClickUp, because I'm curious, since they are a competitor and they're saying that they have more green checks of things they do. They could be better. I don't know. Monday's legit if you have a video editor. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Maybe these things I will save for once I have an editor. I do feel like I will at some point. I just need to prove. Yeah, I don't know. I'll have it at some point. Okay, so let's think about it. In terms of the scripting, it'd be something like, so wrapping up the day, I had my blah blah blah. I had my first Mongolian meal, something before I turned down for the night or whatever as we prepare for our next day, something, and then let me turn down the music even more. Yeah, and then let's cut out this music here. So some kind of cutoff. That's a little bit too abrupt, so let's try it way earlier. And then let's extend it a bit. Yeah, that's much better. And then I can blend in the next soundtrack if I use it. Edora, you said Monday has earned your loyalty. Yeah, I'm the same way, man. Like, that's what... okay, ClickUp could, for all I know, be actually a really ethical company and everything's great about it, stand up. But it was a little funny to me to see that they actually paid more money to take the top spot and then have Monday in the title of that sponsored link. But it's Monday and then alternative. And I clearly didn't pay attention. I clicked on them and the whole messaging being like, hey, forget about Monday, even though you searched for Monday, forget about them, check me out instead. It's like, damn, ruthless. Okay. So I think we'll keep the duration here. Boom. Let's see. Maybe we'll... Yeah, they had to pay a lot to get that position. Lots of phishing risks with top sponsor positions too. Your ad blocker usually blocks them. Yeah. I don't use ad blockers, I don't think. But I'm the same way with Amazon. I think most people are like this, where if you see something that's like an advertisement or a sponsored post, you tend to kind of ignore it. Or you don't give it as much. I don't know. There's some psychological thing about that, I'm sure. So if I'm trying to buy something on Amazon, it's the same thing. I'll see once I type in whatever, like let's say cat toy or cat food or whatever the fuck, all of a sudden I look and then it's like sponsor. I like tune it out. I'm like, I don't care. I want to see what the people, right? What do the people say in terms of reviews and ratings? So yeah, anyways. Okay, sorry guys, I'm just trying to figure out the right duration here. Okay, I think I see a story. If I can justify the length of some of these shots. If I can justify it, I think I see a general storyline of the sequence of video clips I have. So it goes this. Menu, but then I gotta find the right, yeah, so then maybe I end it with this, boom. So up until there is where the cutoff is. Oops. So it goes something like boom, this, and then we transition right into that shot. Wrong shot. So then it would go entering modern nomads. I say some comments about getting food before we get ready for the next day. So then I believe this is that. So at least continuity again. 2, 3, 4. So then I have 4 clips and I count 4 beats. So we'll just make this even to the beat. So it goes 1, 2. So 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2. And let's end with the best for last. All right, let's see. Close, close, close. Okay, something like this could work. So let's rewind and go to transition point. Okay, the only issue I have is obviously the abrupt ending, so I'm technically not giving enough time to the last food shot. But I guess I could fix it by fading even that one. So what if I extend this even more? let's say something like this, because so roughly from here. Yeah, okay, so we can do something like that. So then it fades to black, music fades out, but then this allows us to get into chapter 2, which is now we are heading into deeper into Mongolia. So I'm gonna do the same exercise I did before. We might do this every chapter just in case, but let me go to my timeline, YouTube timelines, and actually I'm just gonna call this archive for now. And we're gonna create another duplicate. Until someone tells me otherwise that there's a better way than doing this, I want to save myself the misery of accidentally deleting things I'm not supposed to, and then it's too late because I didn't notice, which has happened in the past. So, my God, which one is it? Okay, copy 4. All right, so I'm gonna relabel this guy. Chapter 1, version 1. Okay. Otherwise, let's just drag all these guys out of the way and put it into archive, because clearly we just want to focus on our main Mongolia YouTube. Alright, let's get rid of these markers. Whoops, I just created a new one. How do I easily remove markers? Clear all. Fair enough. Okay guys, we're gonna do a quick rewind and let's start from the beginning. I'm gonna put my headphones on and let's just see how this video is coming along, and if anything sticks out to us in any sense that is good or bad. Hopefully only good, but let's see. Let's go full screen mode and let's go. Sorry guys, because I did make some changes to the audio, so I think I can increase this slightly, because it's a little bit too quiet for me. Okay, let's try this. All right, I think this is pretty good. Like obviously a lot of the clips are still placeholders, so a lot of those kind of plane shots we mentioned we need to adjust and clean up and make each of those transitions properly done. Yeah, so some of these clips will not actually be it, but I just more wanted to test the duration of each clip and the placement of it. Some of these I might actually break what I initially said, so I might need to adjust some of the speed of some of the shots, but I think everything is in its place. Story, there is a story, there's a progression, obviously. We're flying, landing, arriving in town, wandering, seeing the sights, getting some food, good night. So I think story's there. It's not too long. We're only at 1 minute and 40 seconds, so I don't feel like I've given too much of this video away to the annoying things. Or I say annoying, the least exciting things compared to the rest of the story. But yeah, that's my current thoughts. Idora, you said, let's see, I like the vibe on the plane. It kind of slowed down on a chill level, yep, and then ramped up when you left the terminal. Yeah. I'm glad you said that, because I think that's in line with what I was aiming to do. So start off chill, because like I think the trailer was so epic in the sense of like the soundtrack, and obviously like it's fast paced and there's a build up and it hits a moment. So I think with that kind of epic dramatic feel, we do need to taper down or calm ourselves a bit now. So then this becomes our little bit of our debrief or detoxing, and going more into like slower story mode. So we do need chill vibes in the beginning. So then, and then I just got to be mindful of what the dialogue will be to fit that kind of chill feeling, let's say. And then you had mentioned, okay, so it kind of slowed down on chill level, yep. And then ramped up, yeah. And then in terms of ramping up again, so then a lot of this beginning section here is meant for me to have filler content, or it's like filler content in some ways, so that I could voice over key contextual details as part of the house. I keep saying house cleaning, but it is kind of like there's a few things I need to make sure I say to provide context and just properly set up the scenes. So I do want slow down, kind of just take a breather, listen to my voice more than anything as I tell you what's going to happen. Then when you see me, that's where we mentioned we kind of synchronized it with when the beat of the music changed up. So then we can also start to speed up some of the shots or show a little bit more action. So then here, so the music gets much louder. We now start showing motion. We are in motion. We are heading off. The adventure has officially started. That's kind of the vibe I want to give off there. And then you said ramped up when you left the terminal. Sense of decompression. Oh, nice. Sense of decompression on the plane ride. Yeah. I don't know if you meant to play on words or whatever there, but yeah. So decompressing on the plane in a good way, and then getting into adventure mode. Yeah. And so these are things that I like to pay attention to. Sometimes I overthink things where, like, honestly, not a single person will ever notice or care except for maybe me in that moment creating it. But it's fun, right? Because then you're putting meaning into everything, even stuff that are meaningless. But yeah, hopefully it's making sense when I explain it. And if it doesn't make sense, then challenge me on it, and there might be better ways to do it. So anyways, yeah, I'm glad this is the thought you had, Idora, because that is the mood I was aiming for. And that's the power of soundtrack, right? So thankfully we did find a good soundtrack today that allowed us to really figure out how do we mold these clips with the right tone, like the right mood across these little micro moods and the micro story moments. So yeah, we got lucky. And these things, I keep saying this, but in a lot of my best work, when I come back to it, I'm just like, I feel like I got lucky. I got so lucky. I found the right soundtrack, or I just happened to have the right clip that synchronized here, and I didn't mean to do it. It just worked out. It's a really cool feeling for sure. Okay, so we'll work on the dialogue, but clips seem like it's in its place. And then let me put in an overlay now for chapter 2. So then what I would do is, I believe this overlay is my chapter 1. Yeah. So I tend to use this for all my videos. Again, why fix what's not broken? I tend to enjoy having chapters and having an overlay that explains the chapter. It potentially can give me a little bit of a moment where I can add my personality. Not really, but like obviously, like it depends on what I want to title each chapter. I can add some humor to it, or I can add just a little bit of me into the chapter titles. So it doesn't always work out, but sometimes it gives me an additional area to be able to just make this feel more personal than just like, you know, some vlog that I don't know, I can't think of an example. So for instance here, let me go and delete some of these. Okay, I won't delete it just yet until we're very confident about chapter 2 or chapter 1. but this is chapter 2. What would be the potential header for this one? So the first one was called Touchdown in Mongolia. We will all, this is placeholder, by the way, so we'll always find better things as we go. Idori said, it's always good to have fluidity. Yes, yes. I love cohesion. I love like this feeling that one seamlessly goes to the next in a forward motion, right? Like everything, we're going somewhere. It's a journey, right? And it's not like we're hopping and glitching over to a new place as of yet. I did mention that there was this whole Samurai Champloo. I was starting to watch that the other day, and they do have this kind of method of transitioning between scenes where they would glitch and immediately show you the next scene and like jump back and forth with the soundtrack. I really want to use that in some of my videos somewhere. I just don't know where it's appropriate. Anyways, so chapter 2 will be titled what? Chapter 2, we are focused on arriving in Olgi. And let me remind myself, how do I spell Olgi? I think there's multiple ways to spell it. So there's O-L-G-I-I, O-L-G-E-Y, Mongolia, Olgi. Okay, so maybe I'm correct. It's just the, okay, Olgi. So this is where we arrived. And this is, you know, I had to drive maybe several hours once we arrived here. So it wasn't like we were near the actual town. We went very, very remote. But the next chapter is very much about arriving to our destination. So I don't have a good chapter title yet. This is where I might ask ChatGPT once I give the full storyline. But generally speaking, this is just placeholder. It'll be about and if I can find play on words, I will. But I want to add in somewhere like the wild, wild east. It might not be for this part because maybe we do this part when we actually hit the wild areas with the eagles and stuff. But there was a time where when I was explaining this area of Mongolia, and I forget who I was talking to, but I gave this analogy where I was like, oh, you know, it feels like the wild, wild west, but in the east. So essentially the wild, wild east. And it kind of stuck in my mind. I was kind of proud of it because it's a silly moment to be proud of, but I was like, that does work. It feels like the Wild Wild East. You got these cowboy equivalents, these eagle hunters riding on horseback with their eagles, badass and all. So, entering the Wild Wild East. How about that? For now. So touchdown in Mongolia. Here we go. Blah blah blah. And then that first clip, most likely, based on our ordering. So we should be able to delete all this in a moment, but let's just see what we started with. And I'm going to start dragging over all the clips for chapter 2. Which I believe is all of this, actually. So this will be a long-ish chapter, which is not a bad thing. I'm just letting you guys know. Oh, let me delete this just in case. Okay, so this I think will be for the next chapter. This might be the last visual for chapter 2, because this is essentially where, this is my sleeping headquarters, right? So I was sleeping on a little mat down here. I think Aibo was probably right here next to me at times. Yeah, so this is headquarters for us. So we will drag all of this over as part of chapter 2. And look at that. We did say we were going to get chapter 1 done by today. And we are already starting on chapter 2, which I had set aside for tomorrow. And we still have 45 minutes till we hit the 9 p.m. mark. But, okay, at the very least, I just want to drag it closer over. We won't start this until tomorrow. But I wanted to at least get that transition period looking good. And what I mean is, let's just drag the first 2 of these clips. And then all of these, technically, I think I'm going to eventually delete. Let's just drag stuff over. All of this, I think, is deletable. Okay. So, we'll have some cleaning up to do tomorrow. But I just wanted to see what it would look like if we show that transition. Okay, so imagine, let's just jump it back a bit. There we go. Yep. So this is the effect I usually do. I keep it simple. So I'm just fading out, fading in, fading out the music. So then tomorrow we're going to work on soundtrack number 2. So what can continue, or what do we want to use to convey now entering into this next phase? And sometimes I might not even have audio, or I might not use soundtrack. So maybe we'll just use the natural soundtrack of, the car ride as we head in. Yeah, actually, that's probably what we're going to end up doing. We probably won't use the soundtrack to start off this chapter until it's necessary. So, there we go. One thing I want to change now, since we're there, I initially said I wanted to speed up this transition. It turns out I was incorrect. So, I need to increase this maybe... Let's try maybe extending by 1. I could be wrong here, but let's just try. So let me restabilize these footages because I changed the duration of that, and what would it look like? Close enough. Okay. Let's do one more rinse over and just kind of get a sense. And then if we're happy with this, I think we're going to pause on this and go into editing some photos. And then technically that means we've hit every single one of our agenda items. My God, how crazy. Okay, I hit the wrong thing there. Let's go full screen. Let's pause this music. Let's check the audio level. And let's play. Here we go. Yeah, yep. I think it's we're there. So I think that there's a few minor things, but a lot of it's attributed to the fact that I will change up the clips themselves. But I think in terms of pacing, the soundtrack, and the story, so that kind of, like you said, fluidity, Idora, I like that word. I think it's the parts are there. And now, as I was watching this, I guess I was trying to, again, imagine what the voiceover script would be. And that is something we'll focus on a little bit tomorrow, just like the drafting of it. We're not going to do a dedicated scripting until probably towards the end, but it is in a good spot to technically start thinking about the script. So I'm happy about that. Same thing, I'm happy with the trailer. Nothing really major to really feedback-wise, I don't think, until someone tells me. And thank you, Adora. I'm glad you like it. Yeah, not bad. And also we have a newcomer. She comes and goes, but not Kimbap. He's been there for a while. Kimbap, good boy. I meant Nala. Ugh. She's hopped on over here, so let her say hello. Good girl. You want to say hi? You want to say hi, Nala? Alright, whatever. Let's bring her over here. Good girl. So I think she really wants to play. So this is also probably a good reason that I want to start wrapping up a little bit. At least by, let's call it 9 or 10 o'clock. We still got some time. But I do want to shift gears. I think we've made progress with our trailer. So it's probably a good time to switch over to photo mode. So, as a reminder, these are the photos that we have edited thus far. Let me switch over screen so you guys can see. And let me put some music back on for us. So, let's review the photos thus far. And these will be photos that I will share in tandem with the video. A lot of them will end up being in the video, but then I'll also, usually I like to make a little collage or carousel for Instagram and yeah, for whatever other uses. But so we are being productive, so this is not just for the fun of it. These will be the hero shots, maybe not all of them, but generally speaking, these are some of the top shots from the trip. So I've been kind of going throughout as chronologically as possible, but also I've been trying to see if I can edit photos based on certain themes. And then once we edit these photos, the goal is to put it onto our next day's thumbnails. So we slap it on that bad boy, and then it's a nice little way to show something changing each time, and also just a way to show progress. I'm a fan of this photo because, again, I keep saying Batman, but it's a cool little look. Let me show all the photos first, and then I'll talk about what's my favorite photo or what's changed. So yeah, we got some of the eagle shots. Then we had some of those kind of like bonding moments between the horse and rider, and of course hunter and eagle. Then at this point we did some different... we have something more major happening right now that I need to keep an eye on. She has jumped onto... Oh, they're being friendly. Okay. I was a little nervous there, because you can never tell. But right now she is grooming the little one. But if I'm not monitoring, there's going to be a point where she ends up biting him. So let's see when that turns. Good girl. Good boy. No biting, okay? No biting. Alright. Sorry, that took precedence over whatever else I was showing there, but let's make sure she hops off safely. Great. Safe landings. Alright, so then when we got to this point of our editing, I say we, but I think this was a me thing, but yeah, I decided I wanted to try to change up the style a little bit, just for the fun of it. So I started adding in some grain into the shots intentionally, just to give a different vibe, like a vintage look to it. So you can see for the next few shots, we went ultra grainy, vibey mode. I'll go full screen for that. But still trying to keep it thematic, so I was editing based on some of these horse foals that I'd seen in the snowstorm. And then, this is a bit later, we started jumping into some of the eagle hunters. Oh wait, no, I think oh wait, this might be it, because I feel like these are repeats. Oh no, it's because I didn't highlight some of these. My bad. Okay, so then we had this shot, also as part of the horse foal shots. Then yesterday what we worked on were some of the images of the eagle hunters all in a group as they were riding towards me. And so we had 3 shots that we focused on, one from slightly more of a distance, one coming slightly further close, or sorry, one coming closer to us, and then we just did a full-on close-up shot as they rode towards us. So that was kind of nice. And same thing, I think we stuck with a little bit of that grainy-ish look to it. And I'm so far I'm enjoying that vibe. We'll see if we continue for this next section. We might not actually, because I think this next section might lend itself better to clean shots. And you'll see what I mean as we jump over to the right folder. Alright, I'm just opening up more of my actual shots from the day. And let me tell Nala to get down, because she's on top of my speakers, and that's a little bit nerve-wracking because she might knock over this very, very heavy. So get down. Thank you. Alright, so I think what we're going to work on today is going to be some of the cooler shots of the trip, which are the eagles in flight, right? So I haven't had time to really look through these, so I actually don't know if I have really good shots or not. But let us focus on photos where the eagle is riding straight towards the camera. Now I have some photos that I had already starred. Sorry, my cat's just freaked out. I want to make sure they didn't destroy something. Okay, so these are some of the shots that I technically already bookmarked as potentials. Now, one thing you'll notice is that they're not the sharpest, so I wasn't like fully on tack when it comes to my focusing. And that is something I did recognize when I was doing this, is that the focusing on my cameras is actually better in video mode than it was for photo, which is surprising. Oh, also, this is back on this trip, I actually wasn't using a feature. I forget if either it came out afterwards or I forgot to download the latest firmware on my camera. But Nikon did release a bird focusing, and I just didn't use it on this trip. So anyways, okay, so these are nice, but I also look for shots where you see that little blinking where the eye glazes over. But I would say probably if I'm going to work on some shots, it might be this one, probably this one, because it's a little bit cleaner. So as it's separating from the background a bit better, it just makes it more stand out. Here it's a bit camouflaged, but at least there is separation of a bit of sharpness and then a bit of blurriness. But this one, it's becoming a little bit more noticeable as the eagle comes a little bit closer to us as well. And then here we start getting the shots where it's very close. And now I'm just trying to keep an eye out for if there are shots where it's somewhat in focus. This one's cool because now you see one where like one of the eyes is blinking and the other isn't. So maybe I want to focus on this one. Also, I just noticed my music is playing at like double time or something fast, which I don't mind. It's kind of keeping me energetic. Yeah, somehow there's like shortcuts to this VLC playlist or this player, and I keep making adjustments. So now it's at 1.5x speed, but it's good. I like the hype. All right, what else? What else? That's good. I like this framing. I think maybe I have a few other shots like this, but it's just weird. It's different. I don't even remember how I got the shot. This eagle might have actually been dangling upside down when I got the shot. So let's also color code this one. This is cool. Definitely I want to include something like this in the 3 photos we work on because it tells more of a story. Sometimes the problem is like if you only do shots like this, you might end up with a cool epic shot for sure, especially if it's all in focus, but then you lose out on the story. Whereas here, now you're actually understanding what's happening. So this one's not bad. This one is okay, but the eyes are just being yeah, some of the features that I would like to show, like the facial features, are being hidden. This one's interesting. I think I usually prefer when the wing is in this kind of a structure more. like a more triangular structure, whereas this one is more like a flat, not flat, it's just a however you would describe this, but the angle of this I generally like more, but this one just looks very, very unique, and obviously you see it very widespread. So I might choose that one, but let's just see. Alright, we got some clean shots here. Potential issue is that, again, as we zoom in on the shot, the background is mostly white, so we don't have much texture going on there. So then, and it's more noticeable when I zoom in like this, right? Where it looks like nothing. Like, it looks like we could have just cropped this eagle out of a different photo and just slapped it on here. So it depends how much of the detail we can bring back in the background. Otherwise, it's unfortunate, because now the eyes are getting much sharper in these shots, so I was better with the focusing, like this one. But the background can look somewhat stale. So it might mean I might just have to zoom out so you see a bit more of what's going on. I think one of these shots definitely we want to include. And this is something that's taking me, it took some time for me to get comfortable with this notion. I always used to think that whatever subject, for video and photo, I have to have the entire subject in frame. And if it's cropped, then you're ruined. The shot's ruined. But like, it's taking me a bit more of experience and comfortability, I guess, but in many ways I actually end up liking shots that are intentionally cropped or just is cropped in general. So this is an example of it where, yes, would it look cool if you had the whole thing in frame? Potentially, yeah, for sure. But by having a version that's cropped like this, you know, you have lots of detail, and there's a lot of action still going on, and the shot is not unsalvageable, or it might actually be better. So an example of that is the photo we had worked on from, which day was it? Let's see. This one. I mentioned this before, this is still my favorite shot of the trip so far, and you're clearly not getting the full view of the subjects, but for whatever reason it just speaks to me, and unfortunately I can't explain this properly. It is a very subjective thing, but I am a fan of this photo, and it is a cropped version, right? Not that I don't think I had the full thing in. Yeah, so this is as much as I was able to fill into the frame anyways, but it allowed me to tell a nice story in the areas that was close up. So anywho, where were we? Oh yeah, let's just jump back to 3 stars. And we were looking at these shots. So of these shots, let's figure out which one I want to use. This one looks nice. Somehow the coloring and everything just popped. So I'm leaning more towards this one, as well as this one, just because of the interesting angle of how it's landing. Alright, I think that's good enough for now. So now let's filter for the shots that we had filtered for. And what do we have to work with? We got 12 photos that we want to narrow down into working on 3. So let's see if there's some kind of a storyline. Clearly we want one shot to represent when it's in flight, like barreling straight towards us. So that could be one of these shots. Then we want a shot when it's landing, so that could be like this one versus this one, and we could end up using both, but just knowing that we have that. Oh yeah, and also technically these. So I'm leaning against these two on the top because of, again, you can see it's more obvious when you're not zooming in, but if you look at the thumbnail, you can barely make it out, and it just blends in too much with everything else. You can resolve that obviously with how you edit and as we crop in. So then let's say if we just do a super crop like this, then even in the thumbnail it's much more visible. Now the issue is it's not the sharpest of my photos, so even if we correct for everything else, it may still end up not being the money maker shot. So you're just seeing me right now applying some of my presets. This preset is working quite nicely. It's called Falcon Sunsets. So now we're seeing an eagle sunset, but it seems to work out. I like the coloring on this one. So again, I will constantly try to plug myself as much as I should, and I could, But these are my presets. Feel free to check them out on my website if you would like to purchase them. But you know, you can also watch my channel and you can see for yourself if these presets seem to be effective or not. So in this case, I tend to start with this, and I'll just kind of review some of the presets I have to give myself a little bit of a creative sense of direction. So as I see the different styles of my presets and how it applies to the shot at hand, it will help tell a story potentially. Or it gives me a leanings of like what definitely doesn't work, what things could work. So as of now, I'm a fan of that one we saw earlier, the Falcon Sunset. And that one, it kept like a warm tone. So this is an example of a cool tone. Now the cool one I lean more towards just because the nature of what I was shooting. Obviously I was in the heart of winter, so cool makes more sense naturally speaking, you know, like it's a more natural selection. But sometimes the warmer tones can make for a more creative shot. So that's what I'm just trying to prove out here as we go through each shot. Now I do want to do this quickly and move on because like I said, the photo itself, it wasn't the sharpest. So I'm less inclined to necessarily pick it. Ooh, but we can apply what we talked about before, which is applying that kind of graininess. So let me just choose that Falcon Sunset. I'm gonna reduce a little bit of how much detexturizing I have on the background. I think the background is slightly too soft. So let's just add a little bit more detail back in. And let us do the thing that we did yesterday and the day before. At this point, I probably should make this a preset, but for now, let's just stretch this out. And we're gonna add grain. So we will introduce grain into the shot. And so I will take a moment to explain, like, I think I might have said it before, but a good use of grain can also be for if there's a lot of weird stuff in your image that you can't hide. The grain essentially then removes it by adding this all up across the board. One of those things could be if your image is not sharp. So let's say in my case, my focus wasn't bang on with the eyes, or it just was slightly blurry. But if I decide to go in the creative direction of just adding grain everywhere, then that grainy texture will somewhat texturize my blurry shot anyways. And the grain overwhelms everything else. So it's almost like not necessary to have the sharpest image. So we'll see if it helps with this shot. So I'm just kind of extending out the grain across the image. And it's a bit arbitrary, but I seem to like having the grain start from bottom left to top right. Part of it is because the bottom left of the image is darker, so the grain has more of an effect there. And let's see if it looks good at full grain. Oh, and then the other thing we can do now that we introduce grain is I can feel a little bit more comfortable introducing texture to the subject and making it sharper. Whereas without any grain, you might see that adding all this texture or sharpness to the image on such a clean photo, it can be more noticeable that you're over applying a level of sharpness to the image. Whereas with this grain, it's a nice little camouflage. Okay, that seems good enough. And then let's reduce a little bit of the grain, the size. Let's maybe go with a smaller grain size. Okay, it's not bad. So I think for a shot like this, adding more texture to everything makes more sense. Adora, you're saying you're still waiting on the ChatGPT agent? Yeah, maybe I should play around with it more. I swear it was more like I thought maybe it just meant it would browse online for you, but it seems like it's definitely something that you use where you give access to all your accounts to it. And I'm still a bit hesitant to try that. Okay, for now, let's move on. Let's say we're good with that shot. Let's look at... close-up shot. So let's work on this one. So I'm going to apply, usually one of my first steps is I apply one of these presets I have that works on composition. So it automatically detects the subject and the background. And not always does it do a good job. So we can see here, it's not actually, Lightroom has not properly detected what is the subject and what is the background. So at times you will have to manually override. So that's what I'm going to do now. So in this case, for the subject, we can see it doesn't really mask over everything that I want as the subject. So I will click on this. I'm going to hit the add button and I'm going to hit a brush. I will increase the strength of the brush, and I will also adjust the effects of this mask so it's more visible for me to see. So let's say I just do that. Now I can see where the mask is, and as I brush in, I can see if I'm making a change at all. This is a little bit easy for me because a lot of the mask, at least here, is not intricate. It's just I literally can just mask everything. And then as I get towards the edge, I have to just be a bit more careful, obviously. But for most of the inner workings, it's a faster job. And then as I get towards the edge, usually I'll turn on auto mask. You can just hit the letter A on your keyboard and it'll turn on auto mask. And the value of that is you then rely back on the software to determine where the edges of the subjects are. So then if you bleed over with your brush, ideally, even if you end up bleeding over, it won't actually capture those sections because the auto mask will auto detect the edges. It doesn't always work, but close enough, right? So, okay, so in this case, now I'm going to reduce the strength of the flow as you get towards the edge. And sometimes I'll just zoom in on the shot so I can maintain a bigger brush, and then so same thing, I'm just now brushing over the eagle. And if I do end up bleeding over, it's not the worst thing because there is the ability to invert your brush and basically erase whatever changes it made. So, but yeah, this is a very therapeutic part of the process for me because you can shut your brain off for a bit in terms of what you're doing here. So obviously, like, this doesn't take a rocket scientist, you're just kind of brushing away. So if I was multitasking, maybe I'm watching a movie or listening to something on YouTube or whatever it might be, this is a good time for me to multitask. And now my new role as a live streamer, I'm obviously not watching a movie, but I will use that time to more effectively talk to the audience while I'm doing this. Adora, you said, yeah, I get what you mean. Yeah, and this is where I think people get the wrong idea about being good at multitasking. It's just like realizing when you have certain tasks that don't require much brain power, and when you find those moments, then it's like, why not? Why not try doing two things at once? Ideally, you're at a point where whenever you're trying to be productive, you're using, like, I'm just throwing a number out there, I know this is not how the brain works, but ideally you're using like 100% of your brain power on whatever task you're working on. And if a task like this, like brushing stuff, technically only requires 30% of my brain power, let's say, or like any given capacity of productivity, then why not try doing something else that might take up 30% more or 50% or, you know, up to 70% and get back to that 100 mode. Then, and the rationale behind that for me is also then it makes things less boring. Because obviously if I'm doing nothing, I'm not talking, I'm not listening to anything, if I'm just watching me brush away at this thing, that's gotta, at some point I'm sure even I would be like, okay, that's way too boring. So, everything I'm saying might be like very, very obvious. So also keep that in mind. I don't know how many profound things I have to share with people. And like I said, I don't have to be like perfect with my brush here. I have taken a step away from being like trying to get the perfect shots that I share. I just want to be happy with it. Like, as long as I'm somewhat satisfied with what the end results are. These are not necessarily photos that I'm editing because I know I'm gonna put this into a photo contest or try to win awards or anything. I've long since kind of lost interest in that. Well, not lost interest necessarily, but there is a world where people enter their photos for photo contests, and more power to you. But it's tough. It's a tough world to win because obviously you're up against like however many photos. And I have won some prizes before, like in a more localized manner, like in the UAE. But yeah, I think I'll know when I see a shot of mine that I was like, okay, this one definitely is a, you know, once in a lifetime shot type thing. I don't think I have many that fit that category. I'm very happy with my photos. I definitely have many that are like epic, you know, but contest winning worthy. You guys will be the judge. Check out my channel. You'll see as we now live edit a lot of these photos, and maybe we will stumble upon one or see some of my former ones where you're like, whoa, yo, why isn't this like blah blah blah? And I will always appreciate those kind of compliments. But Idora, you said when you start your work session, you start with shallow work to warm up. Yep. And I typically aim for 3 to 4 hours of deep work, no distractions. Nice. I think that's a good amount of time for sure. And I think that's kind of, I didn't do this intentionally or with that kind of intentional thought, but that's kind of how I was breaking up my agendas and my streams. I was like, okay, when I start the stream, we can start off with a warm up, work on like one or two of these kind of shorter form clips that hopefully should be done in a matter of minutes or up to an hour before we move on to the thing that can take up the bulk of our efforts, which is like the vlog. So I think intuitively I agree with you. In order for me to, so it already said, in order for me to be efficient and productive, I might shift back and forth from deep and shallow work. Yeah, I agree. Because otherwise you can also get fatigue in terms of creative, like the creative process as well. Sometimes you need to separate yourself from the work, or you just need more variables to hit you at random times. And the best way to do that is just to work on something completely different. So agreed. You know, another thing I realized about photo contests, not to say all contests are like this, but I was a little bit jaded just from anecdotes that I'd heard or just some things. But I think some of these kind of photo contests, they're somewhat rigged, unfortunately. Not all of them, and again, it's a little bit unfair for me to say that so broadly, especially when I'm just speaking more from anecdotes and feelings. But I've seen some examples where it feels like the judges who are part of the process, or again, I wish I could tell you exactly who I had these conversations with, but I've had these conversations where it's like, yeah, these when you know, for this contest, the judge basically turns into like, this person knows this person, or they know who they want to promote, and that becomes more political in terms of who ends up winning, or it becomes more corrupt in the sense of like, straight up, it's who you know. And I do think in that sense it is unfortunate if that does seem to be widespread or not, but it did jade me a little bit from wanting to enter some contests, because then I have that feeling of like, oh well, what's the point of me putting any time into it if it's already kind of written in the books, if you will, who will win. So but I do want to try to enter even some of my YouTube videos. I would love to be able to see if I can enter some video contests. I think that would be a fun challenge, just to, you know, be able to keep focusing on this new world that I'm in, this new era of video. And I do feel proud of some of the work I've done to date. And I wouldn't mind if there was a challenge where it's like, say, hey, use this music and this is the theme, and I would like you to create whatever, 1 minute, 30 second, whatever it is, content on that theme, and you have until this time to make it. And if I was given that challenge with the actual music that I need to use, that would help me structure like the thought process of like a potential storyline, and it would be a good project for me to keep developing my skills and get comfortable in this world. So yeah, if there are those kind of video contests, I think I'd be more inclined to try to enter that. And if there was one, like obviously now that I'm live streaming, we'd work on it together. Now, if there's money involved with the winner, I'm not going to share that with you guys, so don't get it twisted. But you guys can see the process of us working on a video contest, you know, whatever it is. Idori said, like how it's a scam, I track awards with my architectural work, and I can tell you that I have one photographer who gets published into a specific publication a lot. And it's obvious that they have some type of relationship. The work is amazing though, so it's like you can't really fault it. Yeah. That's exactly how I feel about some of these things, where it's like, it's not to denigrate or knock down the winners necessarily. It's more just, it seems like there's a lot more hurdles to have to compete. It's not a even playing field, essentially. So yeah, and it's like, it's hard, right? Because what is the right answer? It's like with anything that where you have judges on a subjective level. I feel the same way when it comes to boxing, UFC, some of the Olympic sports, or like gymnastics, or those things where there's a scoring system and it's a bunch of judges who are making that decision, and it doesn't always seem to be like, even if you showed like some replay moments of something, it's not always like that will change their mind. So it's like this semblance of like correction or correctness, but it's really up to a handful of people who you've deemed are gods in this circumstance. So you have to really trust that whoever selected these judges were doing it in an unbiased way, and you have to hope that the judges are also selecting in an unbiased way, which is not a guarantee. But yeah, I feel like is it worth it? I don't know. All right, so what did I just do? Oh yeah, I just wanted to clean up the subject and background. So what I mean by that is, now that we've cleaned this up, I am going to delete this background because this background softening did not apply properly. So we're just going to recreate this one. So let me delete that. And then since we have now properly masked the subject here, I can simply hit duplicate and invert mask. And we can see it wasn't perfect because there was some areas that I actually didn't erase out. But that's not a tough thing to fix. So I'm just going to click on this guy again. I'm going to hit brush. I'm going to hit add. Or sorry, let me hit subject. Let me add brush. And then let me turn the flow all the way to 100. And I know there was some things right around here that said it wasn't fully brushed. So alright, so hopefully this time we've caught some of the things we didn't catch before, and if it's something on the edge I'm not as concerned about, because you know it's alright. So with that, let's go ahead and duplicate and invert. There we go, much better. So obviously it's not cleaned properly, like, so if you look on the edges somewhere, like here, it's still got some of his coat, and some of the edges here are considered now the subject, considered part of the background, but I can live with that. Alright. Now let's go check out some of these. This was nice and moody. So it's actually the same one we selected for the other, Falcon Sunsets. So we might go with the theme and make all of the edits in the same style. So it could be that Falcon Sunsets is the preset we'll use across all of them. But let's not get too hasty. Let's just see a few more options to see if there's another direction we want to go. This one's nice and clean. Cool tone's good. Crazy tone. Also, I need to spend some time off stream, or even on stream maybe at some point. I need to add more songs to my playlist so I don't have to listen to the same music. Playlist currently is 1 hour and 18 minutes long, so it's not too short, but we could definitely add more music. And like I said, unfortunately, I'm not going to be adding really crazy viral music on here. I can only choose copyright-free ones. So this bronze stallion is cool, but probably won't do that. Frosty squirrel. I like the faded tone on this one, but let's go back to the Falcon Sunset. But then when I look at it again now, I'm like not as happy with the golden warmish tone at the top. So let's go with the Aqua Weave TR top right. It's clean. And then unfortunately it overrode my subject focused, I believe. So what I'll do is before I make that change, let me just see if I can copy these guys over. Check none. Let's just grab the two masks here. Oh, actually, I think this is a good test for me. I want to see if this works. I think if I just change the name of this, it should keep it. So if I say subject focused new, then even if I draw in this guy, subject focused, no, I was incorrect. Okay, so good to know. It will override my other subject focusing. So if I copy this guy now, let's bring in the Aqua Weave TR preset. I'm now going to delete these two. And then let's hit copy paste, and I'm going to hit merge. And voila. Okay, so I keep the other parts of this preset, but I just needed to update the subject and background focusing. Okay, you know what? I think we're good with this. There's more we could do for sure, but for the sake of speed and efficiency, which I keep not following, we're just going to only apply the grain as before, just to add some continuity. Oops, not that one. Merge. All right, so we add a little bit of grain to this. So that's photo number 2. What's another good photo to work on? I mean, for sure this one. So let's see if I can... no, let's just hit this one. Let's do Aqua Weave again. Yeah, I could tell there was something wrong with the subject because I immediately saw it soften. So same thing. Unfortunately, the softening... So Lightroom was not able to accurately detect what is the subject of the image. So not the worst thing. All I need to do now is change it for myself. So let me add a brush. Whoops. Add a brush. I'm going to make the effects wonky so I can see what I'm working with. And let's start painting away the eagle, painting in the eagle. And I'll probably start zooming in on the eagle so it's a little bit easier for me to be more accurate with the edits. But for right now, I'm just working on the body of the eagle where I can be much less careful with the painting. Okay, now as I'm approaching the edge, I will start doing slightly more careful edits. And that, generally speaking, means I'll start zooming in. I might change the size of the brush, and I will, in this case, reduce the flow of my brush, which just means it won't do like 100% whatever it sees it'll carry over. So it might mean I have to brush over the same spot over and over again, but that way if I brush over the edge, the effect won't be as drastic. And sometimes I do want a little bit to bleed over the edge depending on the shot, so there's a better transition of the effect. And like I said, if I bleed over, like here's an example, I can just hit the Alt or Option button and it creates an inverse of the brush, which is just the eraser. And then I can erase a little bit of whatever I accidentally included. Alright, I'm going to hit the auto mask and let's see how effective it is. So that way I can be much quicker and see if I can trust the auto mask to not go over the edge so much. Right now it seems to be doing a decent job. My god, I'm getting so hungry now. I am very excited to get this done so I can eat my first meal of the day at probably like 10 p.m. Okay, we're almost there. Let me reduce the flow a bit and let's go ham. So now you're seeing I'm bleeding over the edge, but that's okay. I'm gonna do a little once over with the brush. Just kind of cut it out a little bit, but not too much. Okay, I think that's good enough. Oh, I forgot a whole area. But this one, it's like very, very obvious, the break here. So I feel like if I hit auto mask, it should be good at understanding the point to stop. Yep. So here I can be much quicker about it. It's not perfect, but it gets the job done. Okay. So then, let me duplicate and invert mask. And this will now be the new background. And we can delete this one. We're going to apply some changes. So this background, I like to put the texture all the way to 0, or negative 100. Reduce a little bit of the clarity, but we'll see what's usable. So by reducing clarity, we do lose some of the texture, but we in turn gain a lot, like a smoothness, right? So a nice blur. In terms of the subject here, we'll add a slight more texture, maybe. Oh, let's add a little bit of shadow in a second, but. Okay. Let's see if we want to add some directional light. So maybe we'll add some light from the left, but we're going to check. Yeah, I think it's okay as is. But like before, I think we will add the grain. I really should just create a preset for this at some point. You know, it'll save me some time. But let's merge this. Okay, so it was a little bit subtle, but we have introduced the grain again. Let me try to increase the grain size a bit. I figure if you're going to do the grain, you might as well embrace the grain, you know? Like go big or go home type thing, so. Alright. And then one thing I'll do just for testing. I'm going to create some light, but the light will be faded. So I'm going to reduce the contrast, increase the blacks, and increase a bit of temperature in one way or the other. So let's say if it's golden. I just want to see how it looks. It's a little too much. So one last check then. I'm going to create the same thing, a linear gradient, but from the other side. I'm going to lift the blacks a bit. Reduce the contrast. So this lifts a little bit of the darkness from the eagle, so it's a bit more visible. And I'm okay with that. Cool, cool. All right, so we got that photo done. So we got 1, 2, 3. Maybe, oh yeah. I'm okay to not use this photo. So then the question is for the third photo. We got a close-up here. We got landing. So we got landing photo here. We got, how do I say this? Sorry. This is a landing photo. So we got landing photo. We got landed. And then we've got technically another landing, but from a different angle. So I think this is probably better than that one. But maybe this one could work. Or do we want something like this? Oh yeah, the other thing I forgot to do is I need to adjust this to 16 by 9. And we just gotta make sure we capture everything relevant. Same with this one. Alright, so then let's see. This one might not work if we cut it to 16 by 9, but let's see. Because now we're cutting part of that story, and here I think the eagle is way too low to actually still tell a nice story. And there's way too much negative space out here that doesn't do anything. So sadly, I don't think that one will work. The question now becomes, can one of these work if we crop this to 16 by 9? Looks like it's possible. Let's stick with this one. Let's go with this. All right. Fast mode. Let's just choose one existing and hope that we can work with it. Falcon Sunset looks good again, but I think we did switch over to the aqua one. So let's stick to the aqua weave since we used it for the other photo. Again, as you can see, it's not perfect, and my OCD keeps kicking it at this level. So we're gonna do it. We'll go 3 for 3. So let me adjust the subject focusing. It looks like Lightroom is not the best when it comes to identifying eagles, it seems. But thankfully, I am an expert at identifying eagles, so we are in good hands here. I'm going to blast the exposure again. Unfortunately here, I hate these things because then you have to be a little bit, you know, careful. And we can see that the auto subject identifier kind of took a little bit of the space in between the wings, which we don't want. That was my bad. So let's go ahead and see if we can fix it ourselves here. So okay, I think I might need a separate brush for that actually, because I'm not seeing any changes. Yeah, I think it's because we're in ad mode. Okay, so we'll get to the space in between that needs to be fixed in a second. Let's just focus on making sure everything that needs to be in focus is being captured. The reason why I think this step is necessary to make sure I'm a little bit better at capturing subject versus background is because the subject and the background, usually what I have it doing in terms of the effects, contradict each other. What I mean is usually the edits that I have for the subject is that I want it to be sharper and have a little bit more texture to it. Whereas the background, usually I want it to be softer and less texture. So now if I have bleed over between the two, one will be sharpening and then the other is softening, and so it kind of clashes. So it is important in some ways that I do make sure I have good delineation of what is the subject and what is not. Somehow, yeah, like this automated detecting completely missed out on this whole aspect of the eagle here. It got the head of the eagle, head of this dude, not the horse, nor most of the eagle. So again, AI technology, whatever, is not perfect as of yet, but it's a nifty tool that does save time, generally speaking. So I'm going to be a little bit more liberal about this, and then we might spend more time just using the eraser tool to back out of some of our crude editing, like you're seeing me do right now. But once we finish this step, I think we're done. Like we've got our set of 3 photos that I think will be the best. Okay, now let's undo some of our bad brushing. Let's include this guy. Okay, so let's start erasing wherever I went above or beyond the actual boundaries of the eagle. There we go. Let's get more of this guy. All right. So you can imagine when I had one of my older model laptops that I was working off of, especially in, like, 6-7 years back, doing this kind of, and also Lightroom at the time wasn't as powerful, but I would be doing this manual brushing without the help of some of these better AI tools, and I would spend hours on a single photo. And again, like I said, because my computer wasn't as good, I could be brushing and I might see the effects of my brush like a couple seconds delayed. So that was annoying. But we've moved up in life, and we have a more powerful PC. So now I can do this in real time with no latency and no issues, and the tech's gotten better. So Idora, you're mentioning Apple Silicon changed the game. Yeah. I had a, what did I have? I had the MacBook Air. I think it was prior to the Silicon, possibly. But then the first like MacBook I was really using was the MacBook Pro 2021 M1. It was the M1 MacBook Pro. And that was very, very powerful. And I used it for a number of years, and then I got the MacBook Pro M3 Max, I think it was, something like that. It rings a bell in my mind right now. It's like M3 seems to ring a bell. I still have it, I still use it, but the reason I decided that it was worth investing in this beast of a PC, the what was it, the Mac Studio, is actually from a client when I was traveling, kind of was talking about, we were talking shop, and then it dawned on me that it probably was a smart decision for me to actually invest in a at-home setup, because with all the traveling I do, the chances of me actually damaging my MacBook Pro on my trip is like, you know, it's not 0%. And if that's the only MacBook that I use, both when I'm editing from home and when I'm traveling, I do run into a pretty terrible risk of losing way more than I should on a travel. So to have this kind of home setup where, you know, God forbid something happens and I lose my MacBook that I'm traveling with, or it gets damaged or stolen, at the very least I have something back home that's my main setup. So it made a lot of sense. So yeah. And I figured since I'm not traveling for the rest of the year, this is the right time for me to also then actually invest money in a home setup. So yeah. Idori said, I keep telling creatives still on Intel, like an M1 Mac Mini, yeah, is like a couple $100 used, and it's a huge step up from Intel. Yeah. And you know what's funny? It's when I still watch some streamers or whatever, but I remember like when I would hear streamers talk, and you kind of see like the setups that they have, it's always PC. So I had a thought where I was like, oh, that must mean like MacBooks are not good enough for streaming. So maybe like it's not as good of a, maybe it can't handle video games as well as these PC custom setups can do. But then yeah, like once the Silicon came out and, you know, M1 then M2, and I'm seeing for myself that it's very good, but then it's like, is it good enough for streaming and those kinds of things? I was like, maybe not. But then yeah, each of these new versions of the Silicon thing is like, man, it's so crazy powerful. And now I put it to the test to see if can I stream for, you know, 8 hours at a time, running DaVinci Resolve, you know, editing 4K, 8K quality videos alongside all the other streaming stuff I'm running, and having like 15 different browsers open, Lightroom, and it's been shining. So there you go. Idori said you bought an M1 right when it came on the Mac Mini. Nice. And you did 4-week retouching project at the reserves. Nice. And the photographer was shooting phase 1. He was over my shoulder. I was telling him about that one. It's kind of funny because if you're watching me right now, you're watching how I even said in the beginning what the intent was, and you're watching me always go back to my mode of perfectionism. I said like, hey, I'm supposed to speed through this. I'm going to speed through 3 photos, blah, blah, blah. And then the moment I noticed some flaw like I am now, I couldn't help myself but to spend as much time to correct as much of the details as possible. And so that's what I'm saying. I think the perfectionism element is like definitely ingrained. It's in my nature. I'm not saying I necessarily want to change a lot of it, because I do owe a lot of my success, both in the corporate and just like in my career in general, to it. But I also do owe a lot of probably lost opportunities or wasted moments, just being inefficient to this level of OCD-ness or whatever you want to call it. Okay, I do need to brush out some of this. I don't know why I'm not able to. Oh yeah, so let's hit subtract. Let's hit brush. There we go. Okay. So now we're gonna start brushing away. Idora, you were saying, so you told him about the M1, he literally ordered one, had it shipped to the resort and started using it. You gotta know when you need to let it go. Damn. Well, yeah, I guess it's a 4-week project, so that's a long enough one where why not if you can save time for the rest of the trip. But that's a big ass commitment. Okay, so what I'm doing now is I just want to get rid of a little bit of the spaces in between the feathers that have been unfortunately caught up in the crossfire of what should and shouldn't be in focus. And I swear I'm going to try my best to not be overly perfect with it. So even there, imagine I'm just going to let it slide. Actually, no, I'm not going to let that slide. But I will let it slide slightly. Just that part. You gotta know when to let it go. Working under that commercial photographer helped a lot. Yeah. This is different from the like a mentor you had, or oops. But yeah, I think I would love to just I love being surrounded by intelligent, talented creatives. There's nothing more cool than just being able to learn from other people who are better than you at like whatever it is. You know, it's good motivation. It's the same thing I was mentioning. Oh, it's not the same, but it's similar to that thing I mentioned about losing versus when I was winning as a wrestler. When I was essentially surrounded by competition where I was beating them and I wasn't surrounded by people who were better than me, then I just don't know how much I can keep improving. You get bored, you don't get as inspired. But then when you're surrounded, imagine if I had training partners since I was a kid who were like Olympic level wrestlers. There's nothing more rewarding and beneficial than having that, because then you have the benefit of learning from them, hearing from them, seeing their lifestyle, seeing all the intangibles of how does someone become so good at what they do. And it's not always in the actual craft itself. It could be things that they do outside of their craft, anything from like their diet, their work, like their principles, I don't know. So there's all those things you can't learn unless you're surrounded by those types of people. So I do appreciate my closest friends. I think all of my closest friends, they're all like some of the most talented people I know. And that's not on accident. I'm sure I'm close to them because of the fact that I recognize these people are, like very standout creatives, talented in what ways. And I think I'm attracted to that quality in terms of who I want to surround myself with for obvious reasons. But yeah. Yeah, you're saying that was the mentor? Got it, yeah. See, I am retaining information from what you guys share. I won't always remember, unfortunately, but yeah. Can you work under time constraints? Yes-ish, with the question mark. Like, as in, at least from a corporate standpoint, all my projects, I've never run into a problem where I ended up not making my deadline. I don't think I've ever had that issue. So in some ways I would say yes, I am able to work within time constraints, but sometimes the way I do fit that time constraint is just by sacrificing sleep or whatever. Because like I don't necessarily work fast, I just work longer, right? So if I know there's a timeline where it's like, oh my god, they're asking me to finish this project or this presentation by tomorrow, what the heck, like yeah, I'll just end up not sleeping so I can get it done. It was awesome being on a long car ride and I could pick his brain. Yep, I agree. I was saying, like, if I could, imagine money wasn't the issue and, like, whatever, you're on top of the world and let's say you have you have kids. And I was trying to think, like, what would I consider to be the best education possible that I can provide to my kids? And is it about, like, just having the best, go to the best school with like the best teachers there technically and like the best learning stuff? In some ways I feel like, man, the greatest education, if possible, would be like if I can find some of the most inspirational people across different fields. So imagine like some of the coolest, like the smartest scientists, some of the best film directors, the best musicians in different crafts, right? So finding the masters of different crafts. And if my kid could spend like months, or I don't know, whatever the time period is, but they could just like spend time with them. And so the curriculum might not even be like saying like you have these homework assignments and blah, blah, blah. It's just like you are going to spend X amount of time with this individual, and you'll just learn about how this person operates life. It'll be very free form. So then, you know, you can just ask questions. You see their, whatever it is, you see them crafting what they do. And yeah, hopefully you're interested in it. So if my kid's interested in it, then they have the best teacher, hopefully. Or even if they're not good teachers, yeah, I'll find the person who's the right mix of like, they have the output to show for it, and they are excellent teachers or very philosophical, and, you know, are able to like, you know, hopefully share good knowledge to the next generation. I think that would probably be like the best education you could ever give to a kid, is surround them with some of the crazy, the most beautiful minds, and not just in one sitting, because like how much can you really digest from that? But if you were to allow them enough time to absorb their way of living and let the kid decide what they find most inspirational. So then imagine different musicians, it could be architects, it could be photographers, it could be like authors, scientists, athletes, all of it. Whoops, that's too much. Some projects, Idora, you said, I can't work on until the timer is ticking and the pressure is on. When someone's been doing something professionally for 20 to 40 years, I'm very much a procrastinator. I don't know if I'm as much of one now, but there are probably things you can't change about yourself, no matter how much you try. But I was notorious in high school, at the very least, as being one of the worst procrastinators. And thankfully for me, probably just because of the Asian upbringing and stuff, but I was generally speaking intelligent, or like smart, or like book smart-ish and all that. Like I wasn't valedictorian, but I was like, I think I was number 4 in my school, and I was juggling, you know, all the social stuff plus my sports and everything, like with wrestling. So I was like, you know, I didn't do that bad. And the reason I'm more humble about it is because once I hit university, I was like, my God, these are actual brainiacs. These are actual smart people. And I was just, what's the word that Gen Z says? LARPing? I was LARPing as a smart person throughout high school. But where was I going with this? Let me read your question again, what you said. The pressure, yes, yeah. Okay, so with all my friends, and I was one of the few, anyways, in my friend group in high school, I was notorious for being a procrastinator. And so we'd have like whatever AP English at some point, and we have to write these, like, what was it? It must have been like 10-page essays. At the time, it always felt impossible. We had to write these crazy, insane essays, and it was always based on like, hey, you have to read 3 thick books about blah, 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 and then write an essay about some kind of thematic, philosophical thing about it. And one in particular, I did this for everything, but in one in particular that stands out, I forget the book names, but basically there were 3 books or something you're supposed to read and then write your essay. I did not read any of those books, and this is before, again, ChatGPT and like really good internet and stuff. So I had to ask a friend of mine. I didn't read the books. The essay was due. Let's say the essay is due today. At like 3 in the morning or something, I started working on the actual essay. And I reached out to a buddy of mine who's 1 year ahead of me to ask him to give me, like, did you happen to like read this book? Do you have any summaries on it? I was trying to look at Spark Notes, if you guys know what that is. And I was just scrambling from whatever, like 2 in the morning of that day, trying to see if I can find any Spark Notes about the book. And then I completely bullshitted a 10-page essay that the day that it was due. And thankfully for me, the period of that the time that I had that class was after lunch. It was like the last class of the day. So I forget when school ends, but it must have been like whatever, 3 p.m., 4 p.m., 5 p.m., whatever the school day is. So I had the luxury of at least having the rest of the day to work on it. So I had my dad call in sick for me so that I didn't have to go into school for the morning so I could keep working. Completely bullshitted whatever here's the theory about this book and why it's so important and these topics and whatever. And then during lunch, I believe, somewhere around lunchtime, I actually headed into school. I went into the library, I printed out my essay, and my friends could see me that I was in the library. And then I even showed up slightly late to class. So I show up late to class with my essay, turn it in. Fast forward, like whatever, 1 month later or whatever, we get our essays back, and I think I got the best score. Like I got a brand spanking A on that essay. My friends were not happy because obviously they're not gonna snitch on me. But can you imagine, like, you know, you put in the time, you read those dumbass books and you put in your thoughts, and then this dude, and clearly, you know, this dude did not read it, started writing it the day of, skip class, show up late to class, turn it in and get an A. That's some level of bullshit, or life is not fair in that sense. But yeah, so there's my very, very long-winded response to your message about procrastinating, essentially. But it filled in time for me as I'm doing this boring edits. Hey Philip, what's up? What did you say here? What did I miss out on? Philip, you mentioned, whoops, what did I do there? I don't know if mentorship makes as much sense as it did when we were in a slower technology curve. Yeah, I am curious about that in terms of how much has changed. Let me jump over to this section. Okay, so you guys are coming from a different angle on this one, but Philip, you're saying if you're doing more manual crafts or sports, yeah. Adora, that's why creatives rely on self-taught tutorials. Figure out your own way. You had a mentor, Philip, in photography. Managed to make a living doing that. Yeah. Okay, I see where you guys are getting at here. Yeah, there's a world where, like, I kind of wouldn't mind. I think I might have said this on stream before, but one of my aspirations is I would love to be like a filmmaker. Like, imagine kind of like the standard Hollywood style filmmaker. It would be so cool to be able to work on a story idea, pitch it, have the whole script and everything, and then actually direct a movie. And I am nowhere near any level of any aspect of that skill to be able to say I could do it on my own. But, you know, we're trying to get there. That's why we're doing YouTube. That's why we're doing all this video stuff. That's why we're focusing so much on trying to figure out what's a proper story. But yeah, that is an aspiration of mine. I would love to be like a director, like a film director, or like somehow be a part of the movie making process, whatever that process is. And so some part of me would love to, you know, be able to say, could I just reach out to someone in that industry in some future part of my life and just ask if I can intern or just shadow or just be a part of that? Like, hey, I don't know, whatever the proper process is. Maybe you start, like you're saying, like you're an assistant in this thing, or you have to do all the grunt work. I don't mind that. But I would love to be able to reset in terms of the career trajectory at some point and just be like, hey, I would love to spend 2 years under the wing of whomever, and somehow convincing them that I'm worth investing in that sense, and learn how to be a filmmaker. Just understand everything. Like, what does the day in the life look like? What programs do people use? Yeah, everything, every aspect that I find so interesting. So then, instead of being someone who always consumes all movie, TV shows, I love them all. I watch almost everything. So yeah, so instead of being on that side, to be the side of actually creating and watching other people feel like a certain emotion from whatever story I told, that would be cool. Yeah, networking is big. Idora, you started photography at 2019. Nice. I think I started like 2016, 17, I guess, somewhere around there. Yeah, the power of mentorships. What am I doing? I'm spending way too much time on this. But this is the last task, so anyways, I don't mind. And like, I'm not exhausted, so whatever. But it's more just like, I can imagine this will be very, very boring to watch me tediously wipe away white. All you're watching me do is remove white from a canvas right now. And you don't even know if it's worth it. I'll try to be faster here, because I think this is the last part of what we need to cover. So let's just try to brush a bit of this out. Speed brush. I kind of do want to know if using one of those Wacom pens instead of a mouse actually makes you more efficient, whether it's in photo editing or video editing. I'm not sure. Your oldest photographer is 70 years old. Damn. Most have like 20 years of experience. They used to shoot for commercial. Sorry to hear about your mentor, Philip. Oh, you work with his son though. That's kind of cool. That's really cool. Yeah, but like, I see some of these the new generation, and it's like, man, these guys are so talented. So I think there's something about, we talked about attention span, and everything's faster. Content has to be quicker, snappier, to accommodate for people not paying attention as long. But as part of that, then, if you are a new generation working in that space, in that industry, you are finding you have to be very, very creative in a matter of seconds how to make something really engaging. So there is probably a whole line of talent now in the new generation where they're able to do some crazy edits that most people didn't ever think about in the past, or they were never forced to think about. All right, we're done. We're done. It's good enough. Okay, so we got the subject focused fairly well. So let me just duplicate and invert. And this will now be the background. We will reduce the texture again, a little bit of the clarity. Let's take the exposure out of the shot and lift the shadows a bit. That's probably good enough. Honestly, not much more to do there. It's more if I just want to add a color to the background, but I like to work fast, as you can tell. So no, I think we're just good. We're good. So let me just add that grain again, which was what, mask? I don't remember. I think it's mask 1. Yeah, mask 1. Okay. So going here. All right, so we got 3 grainy shots, and we love it. So we got this one. So let's just bring these guys in. I kind of like this shot too, but I don't know what to do with it. Framing is slightly off. I do like when one of my presets hits on like right away. Some of these could work, but okay, anyways, we are getting distracted. So these 3 images, let me now, 4 technically. Let's drag it over to my portfolio for Mongolia, or the collection. And let's just quickly review the shots that we've got. Alright, so this one, but I don't think we'll end up posting this one. We got this one. We did lean on the grain, so that is by design. Second one, just as it's landing. And then third one, somewhere in the middle of that. But yeah, I kind of like these photos. And let's quickly look at the before and afters. I didn't really do that for the last ones, but it's always cool to see where you started, where you came from, that kind of thing. So before, after. Before and after. Before and after. Before and after. Before and after. So these edits, I didn't do anything too drastic, except for this one a little bit, but yeah. It's more just making it grainy, add a little touch of light to the subjects, and then framing it up a bit. But I'm kind of digging it, so we're good there. Let me catch up on what you guys are saying here. Let's go full screen for a bit. I missed out on some of your journeys. I like creeping in on whatever you guys are talking about here. Okay, so Philip, you mentioned you're working with the son of your former mentor who passed. Adora, you mentioned your mentor. In order to have a long career, you have to be able to adapt. 1000%. You have to embrace the new. A lot of photographers either couldn't or wouldn't transition to digital. You know what? I think this right now, what I'm doing, is exactly in the vein of that. So the reason I decided to go into videography, personal reasons, but like I said, part of it was also like wanting to adapt to a changing environment. So in a world where TikTok is king, you know, can you really just rely on a best static image of yours, or do you now need to up your game? And that's where, thankfully, I started going into video at roughly the right time to stand out a bit. And then now going into live streaming, well, then going into long form. So then it was like keep upping the game and adapting. So don't just rely on doing short form content, start relying on these other, like look into these other platforms. So then YouTube made sense, especially because there's a better like monetization funnel, I think, if you do it long term and if you do it successfully. And then here we are doing live streams, and we are on day 9. We are ending day 9, and I would never have, even in my wildest dreams, thought that at any point, even day 9 or whatever you want to say, that I would be doing this chat and actually being able to speak to someone listening as opposed to speaking to a wall. So the fact that I can chat with you guys, Philip and Adora, on this chat, or whoever happens to join at any point, that is like wild to me. And I didn't even have that as an expectation. So just putting yourself out there and now feeling like, okay, I feel much more competence and I understand a lot more of what it takes to even activate a stream and the different elements that you have to keep track of. And every day we do the stream, I'm feeling much more comfortable. And I do feel like that's another way to survive long term in doing what we do, being a creative person, whether you're starting as a photographer or otherwise. So yeah, I totally cannot agree more about the fact that you do have to adapt in that sense, especially in the kind of industry that we are in. Anyways, wildly successful during the analog age, but completely fell off of Earth when it went digital. Yep. Philip, you said it took me to 2010 to go digital. Okay. And Idora, you're seeing the shift now with AI. Yeah, exactly. And now with AI, everything is just going to be much faster, as you can imagine. So you got to ride that wave, you know? You see people that are reluctant, it's never going to be good, and I can almost sense that we'll probably reach some type of transition in photography. Yeah. Philip, you said, true, I was so worried about that I got mid-journey early and even sold generated images. Damn, that's cool. Good on you. Idora, he's also said that honing in with the younger generation is key. Yep. I feel like live streaming is very much in the younger generation, skibbity toilet, hashtag, whatever, because they are the ones who will show you the new tech. Yes. Even Discord, I had no idea how to use it. I'm slowly learning. Philip, you said you're starting to think a lot about the price increases lately. Idora, will AI be viable and cost efficient for the uses we are doing now? Let me think about that for myself as well. But I mean, ChatGPT, hands down, has none of what I've done in this past year and a half would have been possible without ChatGPT. Whether it was building the website, planning and negotiating pricing, and like video editing, I would have gotten there, but it would have required maybe 3 times as much time. So instead of 1.5 years, maybe the progress would have been done, you know, way too long. Because when he was a photo assistant he was tech savvy. It's cheap now. Yep, pushing money. Yeah. I've heard about VEO. Is that the Google one? Or no, what am I thinking of? Sora? Something like that? I don't know. There's so many that it's insane. And I did mention there was some kind of AI tool that I was dabbling in, where I literally gave it a prompt of like, hey, I'd like to build this type of website that does XYZ, and then it just generated all the back end and showing me the front end interface. And it's just wild to me that we live in that world. So anyways, Sora is OpenAI, VEO is Google. Got it. Okay, I was mixing it up a bit. All right, guys, it is 9:45 p.m. my time. We made really good progress. Let me just see what that agenda was. We worked on one short, yes. I haven't exported it, but actually let's show that again. So let's see how quickly DaVinci can open up my shot. All right, so step one, this is what we worked on today. Let's do a little bit of recapping for the fun of it. We worked on one YouTube short, and this is, I believe, the one we landed on. Cool. So very fairly long, but this is meant for YouTube shorts, and so we're not going to touch it up much more than what we have. All I'm going to do after the stream is export this and publish it on YouTube and all the other stuff. So feel free to check it out. I hope you guys do. But that was cool. So we did accomplish that as part of Agenda 1. Then what was Agenda 2? Can't read it on this tiny screen. We said, oh yeah, work on Chapter 1. So obviously we did work on Chapter 1 and we got far. So I want to kind of close off today's stream. Let's also kind of see the progress we made and be proud of it, hopefully. So let's pop open the Mongolia 1 again. I'm going to play this from the very beginning and let us enjoy one more time this video. And yeah, obviously still a lot of kinks and everything that we need to work through, but let's check it out. There it is. There it is. So very, very cool. Cool beans. I'm really happy with the progress. We are slightly behind on schedule. Slightly. I think if I was a betting man, what is it called? Poly market or one of those, I would still probably not put money down that I finish it in time, but never underestimate the power of someone working with that pressure and as a procrastinator. So we are aiming for Saturday. We got that timer, so roughly, let's say 5 days or so to get this done. But yeah, thank you, Philip. Thanks so much. I'll see you next time. And then also, Adora, what you were saying, I do actually have a Discord. I just don't know. I don't even know how to share the Discord link. I did open one up like over a year ago, and I just didn't know what to do with it. So I do have a Discord. Yeah, so I have Discord open over here on the side, and I don't even know, like, how do I even, where do I even see, like, is there like a link to share? Or I should know this because I think I set up a Patreon a while back, and I think I might have linked the Discord there at some point. But okay, you're saying, all right, take care, Philip. If you are already gone, I'll see you tomorrow. Adora, you said in the top left, there's a click down where your server name is. Top left. Well, my server name should just be Yobel Prize, for what it's worth. Oh, invite people. There it is. Okay. Send a server invite link to a friend. So if I just copy this, let me just paste this in here. In case anyone is on this chat and you see this link, this is the link to my Discord. I apologize. The quality of the Discord is nothing. Oh, but I did just see a wave. So I don't even know how to wave back. Do I just click on that wave? Okay. Yeah. Let me just type something. Thanks for joining the Discord. We will definitely pump this bad boy up with all the best features. TBD. The fact that you did that other emote is so new to me. And you boosted the server. I don't know what that means, but I appreciate that. So, like we're seeing, there's so much to be excited about because there's so much new stuff and things to learn and keep improving what I'm doing here. And probably things I need to not do, probably. But yeah, we made good progress today. We are on day 9, so I'm really happy to say that we survived that first week, and we are already well on our way to the second week. And this will only continue week after week after week. Will I guarantee that the streams will be entertaining? Yes, of course I will. How can it not be? We're working on some of the coolest things. You got the coolest guy here with the coolest stories of my travels. I'm semi-joking, but yes, I do believe that this is something that hopefully people will find valuable. Thanks so much, Adora, and thanks for everyone else who had contributed. I do think, you know what, and one thing I wish Maple was on right now because he had told me how to raid, but I'm just going to wait a bit, and I would love to be able to raid others and be able to hopefully support other people. But also, I don't have a big enough following to really say that's contributing much, but I do appreciate the few amongst you who have stayed here and have been enjoying what I'm doing. So with all of that said, with some music in the background, all of the above, I thank you for the time. I will try to stream a little bit earlier tomorrow, and so probably like, I don't know, 1 p.m.-ish my time. And we'll go until we're tired, but probably it'll be like an 8 or 9 hour stream. So thank you very much. Idora, you're the best. Appreciate it. I'm going to head out now, but